Introduce me, I'm the renegade. Every single night, I crave the taste. It's the adrenaline running through my gait. It gets me high, high, high. Got no time to waste. Ain't got time for small talk. I tell you the truth. I'm faster than you. I'ma tell you the truth. Not in it to lose, just faster than you. Look into my eyes, I'm not afraid. Take over my mind till it fades. Like a medicine, it keeps me safe. This neon lights lead the way. Ain't got time for small talk. I tell you the truth. I'm faster than you. I'ma tell you the truth. Not in it to lose, just faster than you. Faster than you. I tell you the truth. I'm faster than you. I'ma tell you the truth. Not in it to lose, just faster than you. I tell you the truth. Just faster than you. Just faster than you.
Glasses on, my hoodie's right. Break the door, give me side eyes. Are you feeling yours? Cause I'm feeling mine. Slide back to the future, got my own time. It's sniffing dope to feel right. Got my own high, don't need no lies. Sneaky bitches never ever act with zone eyes. Alright. You can tell me nothing. Come back when you got something to say. Just put the volume up, man. Take a seat in the back, yeah. You can tell me nothing. Come back when you got something to say. Just put the volume up, man. Take a seat in the back, yeah. Alright, hot damn. Not worrying about man's got a plan. It's not really about the dough, got a time frame. Matter of fact, about to blow up the Hall of Fame. So good, hell I'm all fine. Got a sweet little ooh, and it's all mine. My shoe games, class high, hear it all the time. You can tell me nothing. Come back when you got something to say. Just put the volume up, man. I'ma go get 'em. No time looking back, every day gotta do better. I'ma go get 'em. Blow the roof off, or I really want to see, now go tell 'em. About to touch the sky, no helmet. Preparing myself on top, no weapons. On my own, I stop caring. Cause they keep telling me you can tell me nothing. Come back when you got something to say. Just put the volume up, man. Take a seat in the back, yeah. You can tell me nothing. Come back when you got something to say.
leader. I got my team up. I've been a dreamer. I switched the scene up. I done got that green up. It don't make me fiend up, but they know I'm being with the rats. Call me the fiend up. Every word. Smoke up, no lean up in my soda. Fresh and clean, got no odor. I been an outcast, me and scared, we told ya. Been in that backseat, facts we move that work, but it ain't no D-R-U-G-M-B-M-U-S-I-C. I'm only human, if you cut the skin, I bet I bleed. And when my back against the ropes, put in that work, I lead. I see the vision clear, seeing things that y'all don't see. 2 dubs on the vision, call it 2020.
I got my team up, hit it off from rapping, we stacking, getting my green up. With y'all leaned up, took it a while, trucking a minute a mile, fucking up every style. You in it now, told her my family is proud. Willing to fight and we proud, bitch, I don't wanna talk, I just walk rock. 100 bands cash, trying to get on my stock. Love all my fans, fuck on my ops, we just make jams, all I make pops. Girls gon' dance, homies I'll rock. Came too far, now we ain't gon' stop. Gave my life and I took my shot, yeah, rose up top and I took my spot. Yeah. If it's a problem, then we really ready. Yeah, hunted with me and we for the war. My heart is formed and my vision deadly. I've been dialing in my sights, see it 2020.
Nice. Alright, go. Down first. Can. Alright, down already. Nexus. Alright, okay. Nice! I'll see you in the game. Alright guys, let's go on board. Okay.
Before we jump into the next one, here's a quick reminder for all of you mobile gamers out there. The ESL Mobile Open is just around the corner, so head over to Twitter right now and get all of those details. Tell your friends, build a team, and earn a spot in the finals.
Feel the lights, see the stage, hear the vibe. Pumped up to get ready for the fight. Big dreams, one chance, be the star. I'm the winner coming out of the dark.
Step out as a motivator. Let them know that the wait's up. That's how we know when we level up. Hey, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up.
Back against the wall, still I'm standing tall. Know about the ball, I got my fan with me. That's how we know when we level up. Yeah, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. It's time, get up.
Masih lagi bersama untuk seketika, tapi lihat bagaimana eksplosif gas. Becky telah pun tiba. Becky menjatuhkan serangan. Mereka ingin masuk sekarang. Teleport telah pun tiba. Siang telah pun sampai. Dia perlu menggunakan strike tapi terlewat.
Blood, sweat, and tears written in the blacks of kings. 1 in a million, the billions that have to sing.
Welcome to the summer season of the SEA Icon Series, brought to you by ESL with the support of Maggie, Udo, as well as JBL. My name is AJ and I'm the Mustachio down here with the one and only Contra to bring you all of the hottest action from the Rift today.
That's right, and I've been waiting for quite a long week to get ourselves ready for action here, as we'll be bringing you back-to-back non-stop action here in the League of Legends Wild Rift, and we'll see who will come up on top of the leaderboards for RC Icon Series MY. So, Mustachio, thank you so much for the introduction. I hope you've gotten yourself a little bit of a good rest over the weekend. Now, we're kicking back into speed with everything on the line, and we'll see which team here will be able to celebrate some victories with the Maggie Hot Cup. Now, we gotta also remind you guys what the format's gonna be like for the ESL Mobile Open. So with that, check this out.
Welcome to ESL Mobile, the home of mobile esports. ESL Mobile is a global program designed to give you an opportunity to compete in your favorite mobile games, featuring multiple game titles, taking place in 3 regions and offering 2 levels of competition. There's something here for everyone. ESL Mobile Open is the gateway to competitive play, free to join and open to any resident of our supported regions. This is the best way for you to enjoy the thrill of victory and take your shot at winning cash prizes. Each season of Mobile Open will consist of 2 ladders, and the top competitors from each will qualify for the Mobile Open play-ins. ESL Mobile Challenge is your path to glory. If you are a top competitor in the Mobile Open play-ins, you will earn a spot in the Mobile Challenge season. The top team from each ladder will skip the play-ins and qualify directly for the Mobile Challenge season. This is where you'll have the chance to compete against the best players in your region. At the end of each season, top Mobile Challenge players will compete in the Mobile Challenge Finals to determine a winner and be crowned their region's champion. ESL Mobile is for everyone. This is your opportunity to join a diverse and growing community of players across the world and see just how far you can go.
Well, and there you go, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. That's exactly how you can jump into these competitions as well. When it's opened up for the whole of community, no entrance fees at all. It means all of what you see in front of you, all of these squads, they can be you at the next season.
That's right, and for those of you guys who really don't want to miss out, make sure you guys register for the upcoming ESL Mobile Open. As this time around, of course, we already got all of our top 8 teams all locked in, and then we'll be finding out who will be the best team in Malaysia. And we also got to thank all of our partners that are on board for the entirety of the season. Starting things off, of course, we got to thank Maggie Hot Cup, Udo, as well as JBL as our official tournament partners.
Contra, whenever we first started casting, right, and whenever you mentioned Maggie, I used to get so hungry. I've satisfied all of that cravings, man. In just the past week, I've had 20 Maggie cups. I am not even kidding you, my friend. Yeah, I bought a box of 24. I only have 4 left.
Okay, I guess it's time for us to restock, as we will be giving a little bit of space for our teams to get ready. And speaking of teams, we gotta also have a look at what's to come, especially for the qualified teams here. They are Berjaya Dragons, Geek Fam, RTZ, UndeRank, as well as HOMIEE.
Oh, yeah, boy. And we've also got the Eminence Raptors, Sim9, Lynx eSports, as well as Splatzone, Insomiax. Now, Berjaya Dragons, RTZ, UndeRank, Geek Fam, as well as Sim9, they have managed to come into the first day of this group stages and pull those wins. Will we be able to see HOMIEE, Insomiax, Lynx eSports, as well as Eminence Raptors step up to the plate and take the W for themselves today, or will they once again fall? Of course, a different day, a totally different opponent. Why? Because throughout the group stages, it's going to be a single round robin, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. So they will meet each and every single one of these squads at least once, not more than once. That more than once will come through later on at the playoffs.
That's right, and we'll be looking at the standings as we go to our single round robin leaderboards. Berjaya Dragons, they got a clean sweep of a 2-0 victory, so they'll be topping the table as they will also have RTZ on the rank following them with the same score lines. But that's about to change by the end of the day, perhaps, as we'll be looking at even Geek Fam here that will be taking on RTZ later on. So they will be walking away with a 2-1 victory from the past week as they do tie the scores with 7-9 here on the top four. Now, heading to 5th all the way out to 8th place, there's still a lot of room for improvements, of course, as Lynx eSports will be on 5th spot. Eminence Raptor now on 6th with both a 1-2 map win as well as loss. And HOMIES will be at the 7th place alongside with Splatzone Insomiax at the bottom of the leaderboard. So, they just started off a little bit slow, and hopefully we do see a little bit of change of pace as each match is a best of 3. Each win does reward each respective team with 3 points. If they lose, no points for themselves, and this is where the score difference is used as a tiebreaker for, say, any spots that's going to be tied up when it comes down to the number of victories.
Absolutely right, ladies, gentlemen, boys and girls. Let's take a quick look at the schedules because we've got 4 matches lined up here for you today. RTZ UndeRank will take on Geek Fam to just open up the day, and then later on, it will be HOMIEE taking on Lynx eSports.
That's right. We also have Splatzone Insomiax versus 7-9, and the final match of the day will be the battle of 2 reptiles or legendary creatures, you may say. Berjaya Dragons versus Eminence Raptors to close off the final best of 3. So, Mustacho, is there any favorite match of yours that you're looking forward to?
Oh, absolutely, man. Berjaya Dragons against the Eminence Raptors for the exact same reason that you mentioned. One's a mythical creature. The other one, we actually have fossils to prove that they existed. Now, this mythical creature is going to swoop into the rift, ladies, German boys and girls, to see exactly what sort of damage they can do. But of course, to kick the day match off, it is going to be RTZ UndeRank taking on Geek Fam. Now, it's not going to be easy for either side, but at the same time, I do not expect a 2-0 victory for either one in here. It might just get pushed to the 3rd game, as we've got a lineup here for you. Crown, Over, Rods, Kagame, as well as Shanks will step into the rift to represent RTZ UndeRank.
I definitely think that RTZ UndeRank has performed extremely well coming into the very first week. And we saw how Kagame and Owo, Crown, every one of these members really stepped up their game, and including Rods that came in with some massive gameplay, and RTZ UndeRank, they went guns blazing. They went with the sort of first pick Katarina, and that's definitely how you want to flex some of these matches here. But we're also going to be looking at one of Malaysia's very best, Geek Fam.
It's gonna be the Shang, Rumpel, Ozora Veki, Momo, as well as Nyx stepping in to represent the family which has dominated the gaming scene for quite a number of years now. Geek Fam, when they drop into the rift, everybody runs for cover. Are we gonna be able to see their opponents for the day? RTZ UndeRank do the same, or will they be conquered, Contra?
Well, last week we do see them getting a scoreline of 2-1, but it does not really mean that Geek Fam is going to be showing any sort of mercy at all. Yes, there was a little bit of a gameplay that needs to be polished for a slight bit, but when it comes down to exerting jungle pressure, Rumble is going to be showing us how it's going to be done. Same goes to Becky up in the mid lane. So that mid lane matchup between Rods as well as Becky is something that we can both look forward for, as there's going to be a whole lot of great moments across the rift. And speaking of moments, well, we got a lot of great Maggie moments out there. You mentioned you finished about 20 cups and with only 4 cups left. You guys can share your comments and pictures with us to be featured on the stream. Easily just drop in the hashtag Maggie Moments.
Absolutely. Make sure you smile for the photo, right? It will be best if you can have the stream running in the background so we can see, and well, it's going to increase your chances to win. Do not tell anyone that I gave you a tip, okay?
That's right, and I believe that there's a lot of all these wholesomeness that we can share across for all of our fans here, just to, celebrate some of the beauty of the esports scene together, and also the joy of having a Maggie Hot Cup. And I know, brothers and sisters who are Muslim, currently you guys might be wondering, what should we have for iftar? Look no further than to open things up with the Maggie Hot Cup itself.
Absolutely. And if you guys are going to be jumping into the games with us in a bit and you're listening to all of that audio through your little phones, and if you want an upgrade in your audio, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, make sure you check out the Quantum Series lineup from JBL. For more info, drop into jbl.com.my.
That's right. And speaking of JBL, I can assure you that we got high quality coming out of their headsets. I haven't really got my hands with one, but what I do have right here is their Bluetooth speaker. So yes, it may not be the Quantum, but I believe that, I definitely will be working my way there to get my hands on those Quantums. And speaking of which, if you guys want to connect even further with your friends and family, you can do so by subscribing to Udu's unlimited plans. And to start things off, you can scan this QR code right down below for free, 5 GB worth of data. Udu powered by Cellcom, because you do it better.
Oh, yeah, boy. And of course, if, when you are running through a sticky situation, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, you already have a line, you want to keep a backup line just for that data. You know exactly how fast data runs out on mobile these days, right? You can always have that extra Udu SIM card in your wallet. If you don't already have one, like Contra always says, download their app, go in there, purchase one, they'll send it directly to your doorstep. So no hassle at all to be one of Udu's clients.
That's right, and I've gotten my hands on the SIM as well. Have you guys gotten it just about yet? Well, look no further. Just download the app right now, whether it's on your Google Play or even the App Store. It's available nationwide. So make sure to check that out and give it a go. So with that, we are getting ready to kickstart our very first match between RTZ UndeRank versus Geek Fam, starting off with this picks and bans here, as we will see Geek Fam on blue side.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, Geek Fam has ravaged through their opponents the last time round, but not as great as they wanted to, because Lynx managed to steal one game away. Are they going to be able to take down RTZ UndeRank in a clean series in here today? Obviously, RTZ will be looking to say no to that, but walk me through these bans first though, Contra.
Well, we do see a lot of assassins being taken now, with the first one being Katarina, Diana, Akali, as well as Camille. So you see a lot of Aldin Survey diving mechanism. So they will be going to a lot more of the standard Survey picks that we see from the previous week. Now, Shang, he starts off with the Gragas here to get himself a little bit of a flex pick as an opening. And that's where we see Jarvan as well as Galio come to the picture. So RTZ UndeRank, we've seen some really, really good initiations coming in from OO. And with Jarvan being the first pick, you know that he can actually set some pressure across the map.
Oh, absolutely, man. With that hero's entrance, he should be able to go back in there for that backup anytime his squad needs him. So let's see exactly what Ozora Veki pulls in for the squad. And a Braum getting picked up here. And this guy is going to be able to soak up all of that damage without an issue at all. So Geek Fam, from the get-go itself, I can see that they are already gearing themselves up for a great team fight. So we will be on that lookout for that Contra.
That's right. And I got to say that the dual lane is looking rather solid, especially when you do have the Kai'Sa on board, easily just dodging some of all these skill shots that can come out from the Lux. But I do like the Xayah that was picked in for Kagame, and that's where Momo really needs to find a little bit more of that sort of right room for that opening, especially with the Killer Instinct. Now, to really finish up the entirety of the lineup for Geek Fam, we do have the Ahri as well as the Lee Sin. And I'm surprised that the Lee Sin actually went all the way towards the last pick, as Rumple has been able to get his signature pick in hand. Now, we got the Lux as well as the Olaf here. I believe that we're definitely onto something special.
Oh, absolutely, man. And I'm looking forward to, once again, Lee Sin's Rumple gameplay, right? Because this guy is an absolute monster, an annihilating thief, because, he's just super duper fast. And one thing is the steals, right? The other one is his entrances and that roundhouse to the face to kick all of those Pacific champions, and he aims for the ones that's going to be making the most trouble in there, and that is the first engagement that always gets them those team fights, that always gets them the slay on those important objectives as well. So Rumpel has been quite the core of the squad in many of these games. And are we going to be able to see him rampage on through this game once again? Because, of course, on the other side of the jungle, we're going to have Jawan the Fourth rampaging on his own as well. Lee Sin might try to go in there for the early invade, like we've seen him, cheekily attempt it a couple of times. So let's see exactly how this kicks off, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. RTZ UndeRank once again will take on a Geek Fam in game number 1. Ozora Veki in here with a quick push forward just to ward out the opponent's side first. Nope, nobody in the middle, but here comes Rods with his Galio as well. They're going to do the little tango in the middle just to warm the map up, Contra.
That's right, and this is definitely the matchup that I really want to see. Now, Ari in the early game, where she couldn't really exert too much pressure, but what she does have is significant wave clear pressure. As you can see, she's already shelling the entirety of this wave on top of the turret already. So, of course, it shouldn't be any problem for this Galio to clear things up in no time. But as we currently look into the minimap, that ward dropping by Veki has already spotted out to E4. So a lot of vital information that will be sent back towards the side of Geek Fam to plot out how they want to actually set up some of these gangs later on.
Yeah. So it's going to be the Lux coming in here for that backup ever so slowly as Nyx as well as Momo make their approach down here at the Dragon Lane, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. But of course, as you know, it's all going to start up nice and easy. I don't expect either one of these squads to get, way too aggressive at the get-go here, right? Because RTZ UndeRank as well as Geek Fam, they've got sort of a similar, play style. They don't take it so aggressively at the start, but when they find that opportunity and they sniff that blood, they will not let you go. And I wonder how that's going to turn out for this squad, right? Or for this game, because having these two teams that have a similar mindset, it's going to be a great setup for those team fights, Contra.
That's right, and OO has already been spotted out by a ward, so there's going to be no pressure over the mid lane, as the Scuttle Crab will be secured by both parties in the initial bouts. Now it's about 2 minutes in. Now what's interesting to note is that this is going to be pretty much a top lane shove, as Rumpel has already got himself into the Crux. So if this Olaf does not really get himself into position, he will be eventually caught up, but he spots out Rumpel stealing some of all these camps, and there it is, a flag and drag dropping on towards Rumpel, and that will be a flash being popped up as well. Sonic Wave does not connect, and this will still be the first blood going over to Geek Fam with the Dragon's Rage being set up, but there will be the flash here, and it connects! Oh my goodness, Rumpel! This guy just taking everything he needs.
And it's exactly what we talked about. He has been so instrumental in most of the wins for Geek Fam. One of the best junglers. He really sets the tone. In a lot of the Rift games, we often hear that the jungler sets the pace of the match, and it is Rumpel, the one who shows us a proof time and time again, match after match, that this is possible. Nyx as well as Momo going to go in for Kagame and Shanks, but I highly doubt either one's going to commit a lot in here. It's just going to be a simple wave clearance coming in from Momo, and Nyx, a reset might come through for Momo as well. There's no honey fruits available around here. There you go, and he goes back.
That's right, and just to recap of what really went down towards the lower side of the map, the top side of the map, is where Rumpel, he actually connects the Sonic Wave onto the Crux, and he just tries to farm up, right? As he gets spotted out, that's where Olaf tries to react, because he was quite confident with the help of OO, they should be able to turn things around, but it really went down to close proximities there that actually decided the fact that, Momo, although he was down below, this is where the Shang comes in with beautiful bot slam to stun onto two. And even though the first one missed, you see the Shang, he manages to bring their health down low enough, and Rumpel finally lands this pixel perfect shot of the Sonic Wave to get that double in.
Yeah, then to back away as well immediately, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, to just minimize that, damage that he takes on. What I love more about that battle that we just witnessed, right, Contra, is the fact that Rumpel went in so confidently for the invade because he knew Shang was there for that backup. And he knew even when that attack came in, it was going to be a 2-on-1 situation. He expected Shang to drop in and he immediately went back in there for that engage. And you need a lot of confidence, obviously, in the champs that your teammates are carrying, but in your teammate themselves to be able to pull off those saves, right? And that's exactly what Geek Fam has been so, all about all this while. It's that teamwork that makes it look like the utmost top of the line dream work for a lot of these pro squads out there.
That's right, and this is where wave management really does matter when it comes down to pro play. Like, when you are actually shoving your wave to the enemy side, that's where the lanes can actually get opened up for a little bit, and the Shang, he was in that prime position to just go in for the setup like you mentioned. And right down below here is just a little bit of a push and pull, as we still have a lot of high priority on that Cloud Drake that has already spawned up. So that's where Rumpel wants to actually pull members inside of RTZ UndeRank to see where will they respond under pressure.
Yep, Rumpel, his might is available, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. So you know what that means. If this guy goes in for the steal, he is probably gonna be able to get it. Are we gonna be able to see the Jarvan from the other side, Ovo? And Ovo, he's shown us these highlight reels of his own as well, man. He can hold his own within the jungle. And the objective steal, let's go, Contra!
Oh, here comes the Hero's entrance there, landing on top of Lynx as he gets blown apart. Now, with the boss slam going right into Shang, has already used his splash, and that's where Kagami goes in with a fair stump, but misses by its life bit. And the rest of RTZ UndeRank, they're having very low health as well, but that is not going to be connected by Rumpel, understanding that this is a little bit too risky, but the flash comes right through. And Rods, he almost find that opening with a little bit of the Justice Punch being charged out. But you see, these two teams understand the limit all too well, and we have such a close fight between the two.
And that's like something that we definitely expected, like we said, right? They've got very similar play styles, and we see their strategies as well. Of course, Geek Fam, no offense to RTZ UndeRank, I feel their game strategy is a slight notch higher, but that is beautiful as far as RTZ UndeRank is concerned, because they want to come in here and they want to take down squads that are better than them. Because if you want to be the best, you got to beat the best. And are they going to be able to get it as Geek Fam goes in here with Rumpel, Momo in for the Cloud Drake, and they slay it as well. Rumpel gets objective number 1 for the squad. RTZ UndeRank coming in here to get their full squad wipe, but they will find no fam to touch.
Yeah, I will say that there's definitely not much room for RTZ to contest as well. They understood that, they don't always have everything that's up available, especially you look at the number of flashes that they had. Shanks as well as Kagame have already burned it in the past fight. Same goes to Rod. So if they were to commit, they got no escape whatsoever. So might as well don't take that big risk, because if you were to give that Drake away, it's still fine. But if you were to lose out more members, that's where Geek Fam can have a free push. So for the likes of RTZ UndeRank, they will secure the very first start of the game, getting a little bit more on point when it comes down to goal. But this Rift Arrow eventually might go down, and I don't think there's going to be any challenge at all for the likes of Geek Fam.
Yeah, cheeky, but the moment Rumpel went in there, Shang cleared off that scuttle early, on for that vision. It was all Geek Fam for Shelly as well, right? So Shelly probably, not going to make any assumptions as to where Shelly's going to, take this fight along first. But Geek Fam securing the 2 main objectives early in the game. And RTZ UndeRank still trying to play catch-up. But of course, nothing has left their hands just yet, Contra. So much more to pick up in this game.
That's right, and as we look to some of the itemization, we already have a Rabadon staff cap in the hands of Galio, and this is quite early to actually build that, and that itself is something that, other players would go for the Liandries first, but members inside of Geek Fam, they secure one for themselves up top. They didn't really have to expend the Rip Herald, so Shelly can be put to roam up the map later on. But
Yeah.
Geek Fam, they're playing with a whole lot more discipline as compared to the other time that we've witnessed, and for very good reasons, right? You're facing against RTZ UndeRank, arguably one of the uprising teams that can actually take even on some of the best teams possible. So, Rumple, if he lands this one, it will be interesting, though.
Just pushes over and Shanks out of the brushes there. Kagame right in front of him. Honeyfruit being picked up by Kagame. Did he even need that? But it's all right, ladies, German boys and girls. As they push it, they will make sure that Rumple and squad will not be able to get the Honeyfruit if they need it, because they want to ensure, if at all Geek Fam go in for Baron Nash, or at least poke their noses around there, they will be able to take them down. Rumple keeping a very close eye on Ovo, Kagame as well as Shanks, while Shang as well as Nyx come back in there for the backup as well. And this fight along mid might just break out, but they will drop on towards the right-hand side. Galio might be in trouble here, Contra.
Well, I don't think it's going to be trouble anytime soon, just about yet. He does have enough wave clear. Same goes to the mid lane where, they drop the Rift Arrow, getting some stacks of gold, but not having the minions to actually back it up. So RTZ UndeRank will be able to just wave off some of the pressure pretty much quickly, and that's where they're just waiting for Kagame to really farm up and become as rich as possible. And speaking of items, right? We are going to be looking at the Blade of the Ruin King as well as Infinity Edge already completed for Kagame. Wow. We're looking at a Yumu's Ghost Blade as well as a Guardian Angel for Rumple already. So speaking of Rumple here, he's the pace setter as we are looking at the second rate being spawned, and this time it's going to be a mountain pretty much worth for the grabs, and immediately Geek Fam starts this one off.
Oh, this is the way, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Yes, they will go in for the Mountain Drake, but it is Rumple that's there first. Here comes Shanks. Is he going to be able to get any hit in? And they have taken it. And it is Rumple that gets it done once again, Contra, but it breaks out into a stream fight.
Woo! What a Dragon's Reach on to 3. They all get knocked up in the air. This opens things up for Momo to tear them down. 1 versus 1 between Crown as well as Momo, as he almost looks for the undertow. But Momo will still come up on top as well. 6 kills to 3. Rods, the only member surviving out of that scuffle. And there's only so much he can take. He will have to give this turn up. And Geek Fam, with a blink of an eye, they are 4,000 gold up ahead.
Oh, absolute perfection coming in here from Rumple as well as Geek Fam, ladies, German boys and girls. If there's anything, Touch and Go should be sponsoring Geek Fam right after this, because they maintain the best ever stats for Touch and Go that I've ever seen in this game. They get in there, they get the job done, and they're out of there before you even know they hit you. Are we going to be able to see RTZ UndeRank catch up to the likes of Geek Fam in this game? Thus far, with what we've been seeing, it looks like it's not about to come through. Crown going in there, and the Krugs will be getting those hits in from him. Shang might be in trouble as well as Crown make that approach. It's going to be Shanks with that backup as well. They're going in here for the push down on Baron lane. I wonder what's the strategy going to be, but here comes Rumple with that backup now, Contra.
Oh boy, Explosive Cast does displace Owo, but that definitely makes the Sonic Wave a lot harder to land for Rumple, So, with that, the Shang, of course, just denies a little bit of pressure, but that turret will eventually fall nonetheless. If he were to leave the lane, then that's definitely going to be some extra gold going back towards the side of TZ. This is where things get a lot trickier as Crown now going all alone. Ragnarok being popped, but there's not enough damage or health to take on to.
What are the boys doing, ladies, German boys and girls? I mean, RTZ UndeRank, they've lost 3 turrets in here so far. Geek Fam taking the OCD route, clearing up the first line of turrets first before they go in and touch that second line. They want to take this clean. They want to take it perfect. Nyx, Momo, as well as Rumple down at the mid here. We will see a reset come through, whilst Rumple still ravages his side of the jungle. So far, a perfect hold on the game coming in from Geek Fam, as Rod still tries to clear those minions out on the Dragon lane. Are we going to be able to see the players of RTZ UndeRank pull something out of their hats here, because 7k goal behind, 2 Drakes down, even Shelly wasn't picked up. The probabilities of picking up Baron Ash, I'm not so sure. I wasn't keeping a tab on, the items coming in from RT. There you go. Contra, walk me through that, bro.
Yeah, just look at the itemization, right? Yeah, the problem has been a lot more selfless, not really having too much go to complete items just about yet. But if we look at the side of the Gragas, you've already got what? The Laundry's up, Infinity Europe, and I believe that he can build on towards a Rapidon if he wants to, if you want to go full damage, while the Kaisa has been going in for that Mortal Reminder route and has already completed the Layer of the Ring King from the get-go. So this is where a little bit of pressure is being put on towards the mid lane, as you just look at the health being melted down like butter, as Kagame being forced to back away as he clears out the wave. And with this sort of pressure, I believe Geek Fam can start to actually tickle the Baron for a little bit. But with that, RTZ, of course, will be intrigued whether or not should they actually enter the fray in that commotion. Now, Rumple lands that Sonic Wave, but he will not be committing to fly right through. That's what most basic Legions will do. So you don't really want to be setting a nosedive and, of course, put your team on the back foot. But this is where he's just going to be teasing a little bit. A little bit of a blow of a kiss coming from Becky, as well as this is going to be third trick of the game if RTZ UndeRank does not challenge this Ocean Drake. And looks to be a little bit too easy, but we are seeing a split push that's coming out of the side of RTZ.
Oh, what is going on? Even Ovo got taken down so easy. Geek Fam looks like they're not even trying right now, because RTZ UndeRank's making this look so easy. It's going to be Shanks as well as Kagame getting that pressure placed on them. They need to back away from this battle, but here comes the support as well. But Contra, this looks like it's going to be all over for the side of RTZ. It's going to be crowned one final player in here, and they get that ace. 40 seconds on the board. What sort of annihilation can Geek Fam bring forth now?
Wow, just great displacement, and Geek Fam got it all pretty much calculated. They didn't need backing for this Baron flip, so they're just going to be shoving all the way in. Just looking back at that sort of fight that happened over the top side, do we even need to elaborate how crystal clear it was for Geek Fam? Because they just went in and, like you said, no pressure at all. Dropped in that Glacial Fissure, they cut off the exit path, and RTZ UndeRank, they were all stuck and walking on top of the ice, and they just slipped and cracked.
Yeah. Okay, now Rumple's going to go in here for a quick reset, because they need to regroup, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. They've already placed that pressure. That ace has given them such a huge lead in this game. They've got one inhibitor turret right up there on that Baron lane to go in for, but obviously that's going to be heavily guarded by the side of RTZ UndeRank. It's not going to be too much of an issue for them to drop down at the Dragon lane, but it's something that RTZ will be expecting as well. Mid, on the other hand, the way RTZ is going to be defending, it's going to be impossible for the time being to go in for a full-on Nexus push unless they can force an ace. They need RTZ to make a mistake in here, and Rumple's going to go tease them to pull the crowd out, but no, RTZ is just a little too smart for that. But the pressure coming in from Nyx and Sky all the way down there at that Baron lane. Are they going to be able to take that inhibitor turret? Let's go, Contra!
Well, I believe that RTZ, they're having everything cracking under pressure, including the mid lane turret here that won't fall. Eventually, the top inhib as well, as they just move right in and just snatches the health bars of Owo. Now, Becky's going to be having some axe being thrown in, and Geek Fam easily takes game number 1.
Too easy, my friend. Way too easy for the likes of Geek Fam to take it in here. And RTZ UndeRank, they showed such great promise against a squad like Insomiax. We literally asked this question whether or not they'll be able to do the same against the like of Berjaya Dragons, against the likes of Geek Fam. And we've kind of sort of gotten our first answer here. But this is not the end. It is a best out of 3. They have one more opportunity to make a comeback in here. Let's take a quick look at the stats and see exactly how much of damage was dished out by this Rumple, man.
Well, I don't want to look into the damage just about yet, but then again, just look at how clean he plays the game. 606 is the score as he's securing perfect KDA. while the Shang has gone in for some really good setup alongside with Nyx with an incredible amount of assists being placed all over the map. Now, let's have a look at the side of RTZ UndeRank as well. Just looking for the fact that OWO didn't really get much room to breathe, and they kind of give too much leeway for Geek Fam just to secure majority of these objectives, and that's where they kind of dropped the ball. And on top of that, you have Crown, who had a little bit of a moment out there that, yes, he does have Ragnarok, no stun's going to be able to affect him, but there's not any point of time in the game where he gets to run in at the enemies and, of course, secure many of these pressure. He was mostly at the top lane island that we see most of the time. So the Shang this time walking out as the MVP is definitely something that I do expect it, because the way that he played that setup over the top side, even from the get-go itself, has been extremely incredible. So I want to see a lot more coming out of this Geek Fam side.
Absolutely, man. And you were right about Crown there. The hero's entrance from Rods obviously did not make that connection many a times. This time, I'm not so sure exactly what was happening to the RTZ UndeRank side. You know, what do you think they were missing in here, Contra?
Well, RTZ UndeRank, I was thinking that they were kind of playing for time so that Kagami could eventually snowball into a late game hyper carry mode, but I guess it's more of the map pressure that they're not really leveraging on, especially with so many of all the Geek Fam players playing so aggressively. Like, every lane's literally was shoved, but OWO needs to actually take advantage of some point of the matches. But I guess after the very first commotion that happened over the top lane, it sets him behind, and Rumble continues to punish. Now, let's look at some of the damage that has been achieved, and the reason why the Shang is the MVP is because as a tank, look at the amount of damage he does. A whole lot more as compared to every other members that's in the Rift. And like I said, OWO really has to step up. 2,742 damage is unacceptable. Even the Braum is doing more damage than you, so you gotta play it right. So that's right. That's what I'm saying.
Not really sure what was happening to Javan there, right? Because I barely saw him on the map, you know, making those plays. But of course, obviously, Momo, on the other hand, for the side of Geek Fam, he played this to perfection, went in there for that Dragon Lane pickup. None of those players could go in for that breach down at the Dragon Lane. The defense down was just so freaking strong, right? Together with Nyx. And there was just no touching Geek Fam. But the problem was, each and every side, the reason why Nyx doesn't even have a lot of damage, you know, given out was because nobody wanted to go down and go for that push down that Dragon Lane. And you know, some of the opportunities that RTZ UndeRank could have picked up in that game with a little bit more of aggression, we just didn't see coming through. We need to see exactly that in the next game. Maybe, not maybe, you were right, Contra. They were trying to look for Kagami to, you know, rank up. They were trying to buy time, but their drafts need to be, you know, catered slightly to the earlier game, because the pressure that comes in from Geek Fam, it's gonna come in early, and with the likes of Rumpel who go in for the invade so early on, you need to find a solution for him.
That's right, and speaking of which, that was just game one. Hopefully RTZ UndeRank will be able to come in with a creative draft and that can actually work towards their favor. And I was pretty surprised that, you know, Lee Sin was up in the open and they didn't really steal it away from Rumpel. So perhaps that might just be a ban coming in for the Lee Sin in game number 2. So with that, I believe that we will see whether or not can they make a comeback when it goes down to game number 2. So AJ, what do you think needs changing at all if this is the case?
The aggression that comes in from, I think you've hit it, you know, on the nail on the head already, right? They were trying to play a slow game to wait for the snowball towards the very end, but we need to see the aggression and the pressure come in early on. And if they can get it, maybe that might throw Geek Fam off guard. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we will see if that exactly happens or if Geek Fam will trample all over the side of RTZ when we come right back from a short break.
lagi tersamat untuk seketika, tapi lihat bagaimana eksplosif gas. Becky terlampau tiba. Becky menjatuhkan serangan. Mereka ingin masuk secara teleport, terlampau tiba. Xiang terlampau sampai. Dia perlu menggunakan strike tapi terlewat.
Blood, sweat, and tears written in the blacks of kings. 1 in a million, the billions that have to sing.
Nice. Alright, go. Down first. Can. Alright, down already. Nexus. Okay. Nice! I'll see you in the game. Alright guys, let's go on board. Okay.
They're looking at us, an audience. Keep telling us what we can do, but here we are, showing them, making them wish they were you. We've heard the most when it comes to this. Yeah, every shade of blue, but don't even care what they'll say. They think we're out of control. Yeah, truth be told, we know it. It's just the way we live. We own it. 'Cause that we love the thrill. We know it. It's just the way we live. We're grown-up kids. We love the thrill. They're looking at us, an audience. Keep telling us what we can do, but here we are, showing them, making them wish they were you. We've heard the most when it comes to this. Yeah, every shade of blue, but don't even care what they'll say. They think we're out of control. Yeah, truth be told, we know it. It's just the way we live. We own it. 'Cause that we
Masih lagi tersamat untuk seketika, tapi lihat bagaimana eksplosif gas. Becky terlampau tiba. Becky menjatuhkan serangan. Mereka ingin masuk secara teleport, terlampau tiba. Xiang terlampau sampai. Dia perlu menggunakan strike tapi terlewat.
Blood, sweat, and tears written in the blacks of kings. 1 in a million, the billions that have to sing.
Welcome back once again. This is the summer season of the ESL Mobile Open C Icon Series League of Legends Wild Rift, and we are in the Malaysian Championship right now for the group stages. So it's the Mustachio AJ joining alongside me, Contra, as we will be bringing you a whole lot of all these wholesome Wild Rift matches to come. So we've already seen that RTZ UndeRank, they suffered a loss against Geek Fam, and boy, these guys coming from Geek Fam, they showed entirely no mercy.
And that was something that we expected. We expected Geek Fam to ravage, the likes of RTZ UndeRank. What I did not expect out of that matchup was for how easy Geek Fam made it look. I expected a tougher fight or at least a fight back from RTZ UndeRank. It did not look like that at all. It looked like, they just lay down and they took that beating. Hopefully, as we go back into the drafts later on, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we will see the side of RTZ UndeRank, pull out those picks that will show us that they are ready for that early game engage as well as battle. Then again, that being said, to take that sort of strategy up against a team like Geek Fam, it's not like you're going to be able to throw them off guard. They will just say, bring it on, bro.
That's right, and I felt that Becky and Cole, they all look a little bit way too prepared, especially for Rumble.
Yeah.
Like, the pathing for his jungle was a little bit peculiar, and when he actually went into play a little bit offensively on the enemy side of the jungle, that's where he found that opening. Although it was looking as if he was going to be picked off, it's always going to be Lee Sin that's going to be a little bit way too slippery to catch, and eventually he went and turned around for 2 kills to open things up between that very first game. But I felt that Ogle as well, he wasn't really playing at the same level that we have actually expected, but I hope that there's going to be better moments to come for this particular player.
On the note of moments, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, where's your hashtag, yo? Hashtag Maggie Moments in the comment section. Make sure you share your comments as well as pictures with us to be featured on the stream. A little hack is if you can show the stream playing in the background with your little selfie, it increases your probability. Don't tell anyone I told you this hack. It's a little trick there.
That's right. Just go ahead and share it on Facebook and make sure to set it to public. And with that, we'll be able to actually spot you guys out with the hashtag Maggie Moments. Don't be shy. Go ahead and take a picture of it. And who knows, you guys may just be featured on our live stream from time to time. So whether if it's maybe a picture of your friend that's actually eating a Maggie cup, that could work as well. So AJ, my favorite Maggie moment was when I was a child and I was really, really hungry through the middle of the night. I was literally like crying and begging my dad, like, can you make me a Maggie? And he actually found whatever that he could find over on the stash of Maggie hot cup that he still had, and somehow he was really creative with it. He not only cooked it on boiling water, he actually turned it to Maggie Goreng. I kid you not. I kid you not.
And that was back then when I'm pretty sure Maggie Goreng was not available in the cups just yet, right? Really creative with that to get that done, man. And thank you so much for sharing that. But if I were to share with you my Maggie moment, bro, I don't know. It's not gonna be as a happy story because my Maggie moments were when I just couldn't afford to eat anything. And these were when I started working in those early days. You go through some problems, dude. Maggie was that one brand that always kept me fed no matter what, and I did not feel like I was eating stuff that I did not want to put into my body, right? Because each and every single Maggie keeps you coming back for more. And Maggie sustained me for many, many, many months to years to whatever you see the mustachio in here today. Maggie made the mustachio.
That's right. I guess you could be an ambassador one day, the Maggie Man. And I definitely feel inspired by your story as well. We do know that Maggie so far is definitely the best companion through even some of the roughest of days. So kudos to you guys at Maggie. That has been making our lives a whole lot better throughout the years. So with that, we are getting ourselves ready for our second game. I believe that there is a lot more preparation being set for this entirety of the draft. Now, we talk about what could actually work a lot better, but let's actually head over to the picks and bans right now to actually elaborate further, because I wanted to see a big improvement, a step up when it comes down to how RTZ UndeRank actually takes the initial picks, because they are on the blue side, and this time, you're actually banning out the Galio, which is something that is very interesting, and that leaves a little bit more room of picks being left out. Akali is available. Maybe RTZ can take advantage of this opening as Crown immediately hovers to that, and it's too hard to pass.
It's way too hard to pass, man. And because you know that if they don't pick it up, the Shang will definitely go in for his Akali, man. He will make that, initial pick. But let's see exactly how they go in here. Gragas obviously a no-brainer for the side, and Rumpel's going to go in for his Lee Sin since they get to pick 2 back-to-back, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Let's see if he does that. and which will be exactly what they do. So predictability coming in here from Geek Fam, but in a good way. This is their base squad.
And if it's not broken, you don't really have to fix it anyways, right? So two of the same picks that we are seeing from Geek Fam being pretty much the standard draft, as Arteezy UndeRank will be falling back to a Kai'Sa and perhaps a Braum combo right now, just to kick a little bit of a pace. Don't mind me, as I do have slight hiccups, but this time around, I'm looking at this Wukong, which is most likely going to play inside the jungle. If he's actually going to the top lane, it will mean that Rods will be holding on towards the Akali instead. So that's the main question. Who's going to be playing that Akali at the end of the day?
I expected, Crown. Oh, sorry, not Crown. Possibly, no, it's not going to be Kagame, man. It should be either Rods or Crown, right? Neither one. But the pick coming in from Ozora Weki is a surprising one. Draven, I did not expect to see him, going into this squad combo. Talk to me, though, Contra. What do you think they are trying to go in here with?
Well, I believe that Ozora Weki is picking for Momo right now, so they will have enough firepower on the early stage of the game with the spinning axe stacks, as they are setting a little bit more pressure on top of this Kai'Sa. So if they can't seem to win their lane, then it's going to be harder for Arteezy UndeRank to get in towards the late game itself. And I do like the Ziggs pick that's coming right in, as it will be facing off against Ozora Weki's Orianna. Now, with this being set in place, there is a slight weakness that I'm looking at the side of Geek Fam, and that is the late game potential of them. It will be halted because the power spike that they do have is majority on that early game, especially for that Draven to snowball out of control. But if this Draven gets halted from the early game, that's where there will be a little bit of a slight hiccup, just like myself. So Arteezy, they need to actually put a little bit more pressure over this bot lane combo.
Yeah, so this is exactly what Geek Fam is doing based on what you've just said. They are luring in the players of RTZ for an early engagement game. Why? Because if you don't go in for that fight early against them, maybe you'll be able to survive, but they're going to be picking and prodding at that squad, right? So earlier we saw something a little different coming in from the Geek Fam side, ladies, gentlemen, boys and girls. It managed to pick up that win for them as we drop into game number 2. Are we going to be able to see the likes of RTZ UndeRank rank themselves up against Geek Fam? Or is it going to be a simple 2-0 walkover? Simple wards being set up straight just to see who comes in here for the quick invade. And it will be Geek Fam playing the very, very careful side. Akali making that grand entrance in first. But of course, backs away. Just a simple, hellos and bye-byes at the start as Rod gets those shots early in the game.
Yeah, and immediately goes into pop a little bit of a vision on towards the red buff, so they will know that, okay, this guy's going to be starting over on a casual Bramble back initiation and heading back towards the lane. Now, a little bit of poke being set on towards Rots, which will set him back slightly just for now. And it's also quite interesting to see Rots actually taking Exhaust instead of Ignite or even the Barrier. Now, you see Momo is already exerting that early game pressure as we speak, but he's actually taking quite a substantial damage. The problem here is that he should not ever get caught by these snares of the Lux. Now, Becky getting a little bit of a tickle out of the shrapnels as there will be the ball exchanges, and man, this is going to be a little bit of a skill matchup here. I really don't expect to see kills just about yet coming from either side. And for now, we sit back and relax and enjoy ourselves a little bit of a push and pull over this dragon lane.
Absolutely, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. I mean, neither side's going to get a little too excited, of course, unless we see Momo going in a little bit with that overconfidence. We've seen that overconfidence come in from Rumple in the past. It might have cost them a little bit too much. Obviously, they managed to pull that back in the first day of this group stages. Rumple going to take that Scuttler out first to get that extra vision down at the river. And going for the breach as well, right there behind. A quick one coming in from Rumple. Really cheeky, Contra.
That's right, he got spotted out by the ward as well, so Arteezy UndeRank has been able to manage to send some signal pings but nothing much that you can actually do about this Lee Sin, right? Yeah, go ahead, steal the camp. Owo's going to be doing exactly the same, and as he also gets spotted out by the Shang. But Shang, he can actually trade right back, and this is where he bottoms his way throughout, and, well, that is a tad risky, but it does stop Owo on his track. So currently, Owo, he's at level 5 already, as Rumpel will be reaching that level 5 after stealing this Raptor cap. Now, just seeing how the gold distribution is going to be like, this is going to be a snare on top of the data. And with that, the Gusto point doesn't really connect. But this might be the first blood. Baron's being popped on both ends as well. The kills as well. Flashes being popped. And this will be the powerhouse kick just to secure first blood. And because that, it's the double for Rumpel.
What a beautiful gang coming in here from Rumpel, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Amazing perfection, and the likes of RTZ UndeRank did not see that coming at all. I wonder how. They've got the ward there. They knew Rumpel was in the vicinity. They knew they were losing out on their HP. They still went in for that crazy, uncalled for engagement. Dude, I don't know, man. If Contra, they continue this, RTZ's looking at another L here.
Yeah, it's definitely hard for them to swallow as a pill, but just look at the summoners available, right? Kagame, Shanks, they both actually have Flash up online, but they didn't really want to burn it because they understood if both of them actually burn the Flashes and maybe survive with very little health or having one member being taken out by Rumpel, there's only so much that you can hold on, and it's going to be a lost cause. So it's something that can be considered, especially in the take of things. But RTZ UndeRank, at the very least, they can try to contest a little bit better on top of this very first Drake that's going to be the Mountain Drake. Now, Rumpel, we always talk about this guy, and for a very, very good reason. His Lee Sin is just very much on point.
Yeah, perfection, man. I mean, when he nails those roundhouse kicks to those faces, that's when he hypes up that whole crowd, right? Those, those game-changing moments, those microsecond decision-making skills coming in from this guy is absolute perfection all time round. He controls the game. He manages to pull back situations for his squad so many times. You saw exactly how he went in there for that gank down at the Dragon Lane, making the difference so early in the game. That lead on the goal, yeah, it was from Rumpel, and he will be the one to set the squad up for the Mountain Drake as well. I'm sure he usually makes these calls, and let's see if or not he goes in for the drop, and he will yes, go in, but Wukong is there. He will be able to send his Lycone to kick everyone out. Let's see exactly what happens here, Contra.
Yeah, it's a little bit of discipline coming from Rumpel as well, not to face check to any of his bushes. And speaking of which, he's going to be going in for a little bit of a dive on towards the Wukong, but just a little slight bit of a disturbance as they are trying to zone each respective member away. Now, I don't think he should actually go right in, and this is where he's a little bit more aggressive when it comes down to what this Rumpel has been able to actually pull in. I believe that Geek Fam, they're just toying them around, and they're not really hoping to secure a district just yet. Just want to farm a couple more kills while they are slightly weaker at this point of stage. So RTZ UndeRank, they actually need to use this time to find openings at other parts of the map, especially on the top lane here when look at Crown taking on the Shang.
Yep, that Gragas needs to be a little careful. Backs away, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, but nothing too much to be shouting about just yet, as they will just tease each other. And neither side is going to be going in there for that Mountain Drake just yet. A couple of resets coming through for the side of RTZ UndeRank just to prepare themselves for the upcoming battle. The Ziggs might be able to do that damage in the mid, but without the support from that squad to go in there for that wipe in those team fights, it's going to be quite difficult. So let's see if or not just that pure damage will be able to do anything for them. Lee Sin, on the other hand, might be able to pick this Shelly up quick and easy solo for the squad, man. There you go.
Yeah, absolutely zero vision and no members across the board. Now, RTZ, instead, they really want to secure this Drake for themselves, and Rumpel, he's a tad far away. They have to give this one up, but I definitely think that it's an equal trade at the very least. And it really depends on whether or not Geek Fam can make good use of what Shelly can offer. As at the time being, I don't think that he's going to be popping it out just about yet to say hello to the turrets. So just a little bit of a quick reset going on. Both bot laners will be going back to base to make some big purchases in the form of Blade of the Ring King. And I missed a couple of seconds of what Rumble has purchased for himself, so we'll have to look into the item tabs in a short while.
Here comes that fight between Draven as well as Akali, ladies, German boys and girls. But of course, that will not stick around for long, as we will see him back away. Now, Crown's not going to be getting too, excited with these fights. Goes in for that call. Are we going to be able to see that backup come through? And yes, that exactly happens. It's got Wukong as well as Ziggs in the vicinity. But look at Lee Sin as well, dropping by to say hello. And we might be on the horizon of yet another team fight down up there at that Baron lane. But oh, look at this, man. Shelly now dropping in at the Baron lane as well, and the team fight might break through because they need to give that support contra.
Oh, speaking of which, over the river, we already had a little bit of initiation. Kagami gets locked, and Rumble once again secures another kill. 3 kills already in for this Lee Sin, as that Dragon's Rage displaces the marksman of RTZ UndeRank, and Shelly just goes into Thelia's job, so that's where the Shang will be able to secure one more down towards the bottom side. And in the blink of an eye, you can see, once again, another, 4,000 or 5,000 up available for Geek Fam.
Yeah, walk me through the items as well, my friend, if you don't mind.
Yeah, like we see the Guardian Angel as well as the Yumu's Ghost Blade being purchased by Rumple. He's possibly the richest man of the block. Everybody's first item. And speaking of which, we also see a Ravaldon Staff Cap on the hands of the Shang, along with the Oriana that has been able to get that Saros. So just in the form of damage, I think that they definitely have a lot to offer. And Geek Fam, as we mentioned, they needed to play that early game pressure to a high level. And once again, they have managed to achieve that. But if they were to buy too much time, that's where MOBA will be falling back a little bit. But then again, just look at the itemization. I don't think Kagame has that much room here to work with until he gets himself to, 15 minutes of the game.
Well, let's see if or not RTZ UndeRank will be able to stop the likes of Geek Fam, because thus far, that 2-turret takedown was perfection, right? They dropped Shelly up at that Baron lane. They went in for the team engage to make sure nobody touches Shelly. They gave Shelly enough time, and through that fight, Lee Sin went in there for a slay, and they also gave Shang the opportunity to take down the turret at that Dragon lane. So far, so good for Geek Fam. Not only good, but perfect, right? And we've always talked about this, the touch and go method coming in from Geek Fam. We are waiting for touch and go to go in there and sponsor them as well, because nobody represents that method better than the fam themselves, right? Rumple, Zora, Becky, as well as Nyx, they go in here for a quick peek into the situation down mid, and then they will jump back up, and bye-bye! They will be... I thought they would almost got crowd, and they did!
And that final second of the explosive cast actually connects itself. I thought that crowd would have made it out alive, just like you said. But, all hell broke loose. Because Rumple, Lee Sin, usually is a direct counter to in the Kali. You can slot her out inside the shroud, and here comes a cycle connecting to 4. And that Sorby grenade that was sent up in the air will not be doing all too much. Guardian Angel being popped as will have to actually flash away. Kagame now uses killer instinct to back up, but right under the nose of the turret there, it will be a perfect dive coming in from Geek Fam. And I guess the consolation prize here will be the Shang, but he's still holding strong. And Geek Fam just crushing their competition.
Yeah, that was a beautiful support coming in from Rumple, saving. That was a life-saving interference coming in from Rumple as far as Shang is concerned. And they'll be able to get the Infernal Dragon as well. If they weren't already powerful, ladies, German boys and girls, this buff on their damage is just gonna, give them the extra edge. We talked about how they should go in here for an early ramp-up, a quick ramp-up early on in the game, and that's exactly what they focused in on doing. A quick reset will come through for the squad as Geek Fam prepares for their next stage of battle. And what will that be? Well, Mr. Baron Nashor has dropped by the rift to say hello.
Well, I definitely think it's definitely going to be a little bit of a risk here to actually attempt Baron, especially considering it's just a mid game. So if they were to catch them off in some point of time, then I guess there is a little bit of room for that. Now, just look at Geek Fam, right? Just having every single box being checked out, they are just making sure that they continue this pickup of kills one after another instead of committing in towards a full-blown team fight. So Crowd has a lot to work on because it's either he has to pick to go in for a split push over on the side lanes or start joining fights, because Crown, he needs to be effective at the very least on one part of whatever he's doing, than to be rendered ineffective throughout the entirety of the battle.
Now, and what are we seeing from the side of RTZ UndeRank here? Unfortunately, it's not gonna be enough to stop the likes of Geek Fam, but obviously, you know, we have seen squads turn things around even at that late game, and whilst they were, you know, in much more dire situations. So RTZ UndeRank cannot be counted out just yet. But here's the problem, though. Rumple's such a pain.
Yeah, he just casually walks in, says hi, and yep, I think this blue buff's for sale, you know, like, or can I just have it for free? Yes, indeed. Like, take what you want, sir. We're not gonna contest. And speaking of contest, no contest up in the mid lane. This turret's gonna be crushed down, and the rest of RTZ UndeRank will have to open up a little bit more room. And from the side, this could be Rumple. He's also eyeing on the Wolves as well, but I guess this calls for the Baron and RTZ. They were taking notes, but there's going to be a Dragaster setting up a little bit of a roadblock, but Geek Fam goes on a reset. With a lot of all these regions being set up, there is a connection of the Sonic Wave, but you won't see Rumple flying straight to this Wukong anyways.
Okay, now that we know Geek Fam's ready for Mr. Baron, let's see exactly how they will pull this, right? We know, we've seen this many a times. They'll go in, they'll drop on Baron, they'll wait for the flank to come in from RTZ, they'll run back out, flush them, go in for an ace, and then slice Baron. But the question of whether they'll be able to get the ace or not depends on how far RTZ drops in for that engage. It's gonna be Rods and Ovo falling back, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, because RTZ does not want to fall for that same thing again.
Yeah, and I guess this time around, the other members of RTZ getting a little bit way too occupied, and they're pretty much spread too thin. It could have been Geek Fam's free Baron right here, but they are still looking for kills, trying to drag everybody on board, and just see whether or not if RTZ bites the bait at the very least. Now, with the next objective coming up, it will be also the Elder Drake in the form of Win, or should I say Cloud Drake, to be up for grabs. So Geek Fam definitely fancying a little bit of their chances here to actually take this one out.
And they will immediately shift their attention, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Say hello to the Elder Crowd Drake as he drops into the zone. It's going to be a Zora Veki that opens things up. Rumple's going to drop right behind the Drake to ensure nobody goes in for that steal right behind. Rumple should be able to go for that smite as well, which means Elder Drake in the bag, man. Simple and easy coming in from the one and only Rumple.
Yeah, I gotta also check my facts once more. I do apologize because it's less than 20 minutes, so yeah, it's just a basic one. And I was calculating the amount of breaks, but it really felt like it's been 20 minutes, you know? Like, it's just a little bit of the push and pull on both ends. But hey, Cloud Drake is definitely gonna be helpful, especially for them to move in and out of fights. And remember this, you have a Janna on the side of Geek Fam who already gives a passive of movement speed throughout the entirety of your teammates. Now you give an extra boost of whatever percentage that you get out of the Cloud. It's going to be so hard for them to actually chase down for the likes of RTZ members if they want to secure kills, as they are already putting pressure towards the Baron. And this is where we see Wukong immediately having the J pop.
UT Baron's gonna get taken down nice and easy. There you go, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Perfection coming in from Geek Fam as they go in here for the split. And just Momo and Nyx is all it takes to drop the whole squad of RTZ UndeRank. Make them run with their tails between their legs as they go in for yet another turret right down the middle. Shang is about to get taken out, but he will drop back to perfection. One more turret in the bag, and RTZ UndeRank cannot do anything about this push contra.
Yeah, and of course, another wave will be set in place. RTZ UndeRank only having 2 members left. They cannot really do all too much to negate this pressure. And Geek Fam, all they needed was 3 members to take that Baron buff. And this is unlike the usual things that we do see. And look at how big that shield is coming from Ozorveki, as he will be able to pop that rods out of place. Now, 11-1, and I guess Geek Fam eventually will be able to close out the game. This is quite a stomp, 20,000 golden difference. And even though some of the members of RTZ are back up online, what can they do this time around?
Nothing. That's the answer, Contra. Absolute nothing. It's gonna be Lee Sin in there with the slay. Superman is all right down. Kagame with the defense, but bye-bye Nexus, says the likes of Geek Fam as they take a beautiful, perfect opener here. 2-0. RTZ will fall.
Well, I was baffled because I saw that damage. One auto attack from that Draven, and you saw the HP bar just melted all the way down to 20%, and that's where the Dragon Rage looked as if it will finish off the member of RTZ, but it just sends him back to base. It's like, okay, I guess we've done about enough. 20,000 gold difference is all I just have to say to tell you how strong Geek Fam is. And let's have a look at the stats right now, as the MVP of the match will undoubtedly be Ozorveki. We saw that 1 versus 1 down towards the very end. Rods had no chance to actually take Veki out. And this guy, does he even need the barrier? No, his shield is big and thick enough to withstand any sort of pressure.
Yeah, so we talked about, that Ziggs being able to drop all of that massive damage, but without being able to go in there for the slay, like we said, Contra, they're not going to be able to pick anything up with that Ziggs, and that's exactly what Ozorveki went in there for, that pressure. Momo went in early as well for those engagements, and, this pure perfection, I would say, coming in from the likes of Geek Fam. The Shang, dude, that Gragas, as usual, was a tank on his own, holding down that Baron lane. Crown couldn't go in for that fight multiple times. Yes, attempted, but got slain by the Shang. And, Rumple, man, this guy has made such a difference in each and every single match that Geek Fam has dropped into.
Yeah, and he actually took the effort to build himself the Trinity Force. Now, you know why I'm disappointed at Geek Fam? There's only one reason why, because only Momo was the one that actually got taken out. So the rest was keeping the perfect KDA. I'm a little bit tilted for the fact that it wasn't exactly all too perfect. But of course, I'm not exactly complaining. That's meant to be a joke. So with that, you just look at the damage that Ozorveki puts on the table. 20,000. And, in the past interview that they do have with our casters on the Malay desk, it was saying that, I can go any other champion out there, but I don't shy away when they say that I'm the best Oriental in town. And
exactly.
It's inseparable. It just shows.
And there's nothing wrong in going in for your favorite character. I mean, if you've got such a huge problem with it, go in for the ban and just see exactly what Geek Fam is made of. We'll pick a different character and we'll ravage you anyway. And that's the exact, standpoint or mindset that Geek Fam has always been about. Because, too bad, too sad, you only get 2 bans. And this squad is not just made of comprised of 2-star players. Each and every single role picked up by Shang, Rumple, Ozorveki, Momo, or Nyx is played to perfection. You want to go and invade the Dragon Lane, Momo and Nyx will, guard that with their lives. And when they need it, Rumple drops in for those ganks. We've seen it already. He stole 2 kills in this previous match. Shang, good luck getting past him. And Ozorveki, like you mentioned, man, a monster that he is. Geek Fam at the moment looks untouchable, Contra.
Yeah, and this looks to be one of the cleanest wins that we've ever seen coming from the side of Geek Fam. And they're going to show BJD that, hey, we're coming for you next, you know? Like,
Yeah.
I am still hoping to see that happen in, you know, a couple of days to come, as we will be seeing some of the other matches as well coming shortly. Now, 2-0 victory, definitely falling on a landslide. RTZ UndeRank didn't really look all too prepared, or should I say they actually given a little bit too much respect towards the likes of Geek Fam, because, you know, everybody got good things to say about these 5 players from the likes of Geek Fam, but RTZ UndeRank, it wasn't the same survey playstyle that we saw coming from them for the past rounds in the group stage, where we saw them really coming out hot. They come in with so much confidence, but this time around, they're not really displaying that. So let's actually hop on the analysis segment here to actually break down some of the action that has been happening across the ring.
Absolutely, man. And this was Rumpel as he went in there for the engagement. Ground so brave, a 2-on-1 situation. Why? Because the Shang, his tank was in the vicinity, and then Shang would go in and take that Olaf down. First, Rumpel will drop right back in there, and Over would be in trouble. Dude, the combo wombo that drops in from both of these squads, that flash in, hit, and then jump right back out. Perfection by Rumpel.
That's right, and you know, I was hoping to see a little bit more coming out of Crown, especially when you actually pick an Olaf into thick of things. And this clearing string was looking pretty good coming from Momo, as there was the host entrance, but they were all pretty much stuck with the Glacial Fissure already being popped up. And with all 4 members on top of you, or should I even say 5, there's just no running back. There's no mechanism that's left available for them to even escape out of that scenario. So it was a clear-cut finish for the likes of Geek Fam. Right after they secure the Baron buff, they opened up a lot of inhibitors over the mid as well as the top. And yeah, just having a show-stopping performance back in game number 1.
Yeah, and they wanted to go in there for the clean, perfect game. They didn't want to leave even one inhibitor, you know, left available. But of course, one, you know, was left down there to Dragon Lane. They'll take that. That was an insult towards the likes of Geek Fam, but they'll take that win anyway. And you know, they went in there with that exact same aggression. And this is the one that I was talking about, right? The commit coming in from Kagami and Shanks, knowing that Lee Sin was right there behind. And just like that, the guy jumps in, takes both of them out. And, you know, Momo and as well as Nyx, when you think, you know, that the likes of RTZ could have saved themselves, they just went in and made these small mistakes that just broke the game down for themselves.
Yeah, I definitely felt Kagami should have actually put his splash right there, because he had a little bit of room. This was where the Cyclone looks to hit perfectly, but the Inferno Bomb didn't really did all too much. You see, Geek Fam just repositions and comes right back at him. And Momo went unstoppable. All they have to do is just rush right in. All the command protect coming in from Ozorveki will be able to keep him alive. And first, that was Momo suffering the only death for the likes of Geek Fam. So after that, we don't have to show you the rest of the key clips, because Geek Fam just had everything under control. So with that, we'll definitely look to see who will be the MVP of the entirety of the match as well.
I didn't expect to see what we just witnessed after Splatzone Insomiax got defeated. Like, they literally went splat against the windscreen of RTZ UndeRank as they just drove through all of those players, right? But stepping into the rift with the likes of Geek Fam has clearly shown us that there is a vast difference in abilities here. Or is it just a bad day for the team of RTZ UndeRank, ladies, German boys and girls? Unfortunately, we will have to wait for another day, because today they are done with business already and Geek Fam takes the top spot. We've got 3 more series coming up in here, Contra, and I hope and pray that all of those matches are as spicy as what we saw, but I want a little bit more fight coming back in.
That's right. You know, when you talk about spicy, I can only relate it back to only one thing, and that is the Maggie Hot Cup. Comes in a variety of flavors. I think the signature one will definitely be the curry flavor out there. So If you guys do have moments that you guys want to share, make sure you guys put in the hashtag Maggie Moments, post it on Facebook and set it to public, and we will be featuring some of the most beautiful moments that you have, whether it's your friends, family, or all alone, enjoying a hot cup of Maggie. So with that, AJ, we've got some incredible gameplays across the entirety of this Icon series MY, and I believe that we will have even better moments to come.
Yes, absolutely, man. When we later jump onto the topic of Maggie, ladies, German boys and girls, I've got a very interesting question for you guys. If any of you love to cook, I think you will find that segment really, really interesting. Contra and I will be discussing something. Now, we've got the MVP of the match coming up. Who do you think, Contra, took the title this time?
Well, I guess it definitely needs not much of a doubt here that it's going to be Rumple with 100% kill participation on his Lee Sin. 2 games back-to-back. And yeah, put that the KD aside. It doesn't look like crazy impressive, but it was all the setup. Every single move that he made, it was just show-stopping. And especially in the initial bouts where he goes in for those ganks, when we saw the invades into the jungle, the sort of pressure that he creates. This guy definitely is an unstoppable force when it comes down to how you exert pressure in the map, dealing a total damage of 6,472 in the past game, as well as securing 10k worth of gold. And I'm pretty sure this MVP gives him more value than what he has accomplished in the game.
Yeah, and when you think that you can nerf his Lee Sin, he'll probably just jump in with, another pick like his Evelyn that we've seen in the past, and he'll rampage through the squads anyway. So either way, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, the only way to nerf Rumple is to literally not let him play at all. I don't know how you're going to achieve that, but good luck trying to get that done, man. Because thus far, he has ravaged through all of the other squads, and he has proven to be such a pain in the hide for all of the other teams. None of those players would say that, no, man, Rumple was easy to deal with. No, this guy goes in there for the invades. He goes in there for those ganks at the perfect opportune moments. He's so brave. He takes those risks as well when he gets a little overconfident. He drops the ball a couple of times, but he picks them right back up.
That's right, and of course, I definitely want to see what will the other teams be faring with, and what will they pick up in our upcoming games, as we'll go on a short break, and when we come back, we'll bring you more out of the Wild Rift.
Masih lagi bersama untuk seketika, tapi lihat bagaimana eksplosif gas. Becky telah pun tiba. Becky menjatuhkan serangan. Mereka ingin masuk sekarang. Teleport telah pun tiba. Siang telah pun sampai. Dia perlu menggunakan strike, tapi terlewat.
Blood, sweat, and tears written in the blacks of kings. 1 in a million, the billions that have to sing.
Nice. Alright, go. Down, first. Can. Alright, down already. Nexus. Okay. Nice! Victory! I'll see you in the game. Alright guys, let's go on. Okay.
Let 'em talk. We're living on the run. We'll make it, you and I know that we're not sober, but shut up and pull me closer. Yeah, holding me still too far away. Even when we're older, I promise that I'll still hold you like we're 17 and we're not afraid of making mistakes. Ooh. We're 17 and we're not afraid. They say that we're too young. Can we go back? Won't fall apart, don't let my heart break. Can we go back and isn't long enough to feel. My love for you is strong. I'm fighting you and I know that we're not sober, but shut up and pull me closer. Yeah, holding me still too far away. Even when we're older, I promise that I'll still hold you like we're 17 and we're not afraid of making mistakes. Ooh. We're 17 and we're not afraid. They say that we're too young. Can we go back? Can we go back? Won't fall apart, don't let my heart break. Can we go back? Can we go back? Like we're 17 and we're not afraid. I know that we're not sober, but shut up and pull me closer. Yeah, holding me still too far away. Even when we're older, I promise that I'll still hold you like we're 17 and we're not afraid of making mistakes.
We're living for the moment now and one with the world.
Masih lagi bersama untuk seketika, tapi lihat bagaimana eksplosif gas. Becky telah pun tiba. Becky menjatuhkan serangan. Mereka ingin masuk sekarang. Teleport telah pun tiba. Siang telah pun sampai. Dia perlu menggunakan strike, tapi terlewat.
Blood, sweat, and tears written in the blacks of kings. 1 in a million, the billions that have to sing.
Welcome back to the summer season of the SEA Icon Series, brought to you by ESL with the support of Maggie, Yudu, as well as JBL. My name's AJ and I'm the Mustachio, down here with the one and only Contra, bringing you all of the hottest action from the Rift.
That's right. Speaking of the hottest action here, have you guys gotten yourselves some Maggie Hot Cup? Because we definitely will be celebrating some of the beautiful Maggie moments with all of you. So all you have to do is first drop the hashtag Maggie Moments and share with all your friends and family. Set that to public on your Facebook, and we'll be featuring some of these best highlights out there. So I guess we had a little bit of a banter going behind that short minutes break that we do have. So, you know, some people tend to get creative on how they want to cook their Maggie. So what's the most innovative thing that you've done with your Maggie Hot Cup?
My Maggie Hot Cup. Well, the best one that I love is always Maggie curry, right? And I love a slice of cheese in my Maggie curry. That makes it Maggie curry cheese. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, if you've never tried it before, you will thank me later.
Yeah, and you know, there are some of all the people out there that comes on with a lot of crazy ideas or even bold ideas like Maggie tempoyak or Maggie with some cocoa powder on top of it, which I'm not going to name brands. So with that, we will be, of course, questioning what's your innovative moments as well. And just go ahead, hashtag Maggie Moments.
Oh yeah, if you can throw in a photo of your specialty Maggie, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, or if you can go into the kitchen and make a Maggie curry cheese, take a photo and put up, you're probably going to win lah. You're probably going to win. I'm not giving you a guarantee, I'm saying a high probability, just like how the probability is high when Geek Fam and Rumpel step into the Rift.
That's right. Well, of course, it's just a little bit of a sharing moment at the very least. So, I also want to point out that, you know, there was so many great connection of that Sonic Wave that comes out, Rumpel, that you mentioned his name. You know, what's better than his connection with Sonic Wave? Yudu. And Yudu has been offering us so much of all these great 5 GB worth of data. And of course, we will jump right into our upcoming game here, which is HOMIEE versus Lynx eSports.
Ooh, this one is gonna be a hot one, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Why? Because both of these teams have already lost their series on the first day of those group stages. But with one difference, Lynx eSports managed to take one match back. So they are a step above of HOMIEE, right? So let's take a quick look at the HOMIEE lineup, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. You've got Zen, Liang, LCC2, CY, as well as Yan in here, stepping into the rift. Are they going to be able to not only just pull 1 point, but pull all 3 into the bag today, Contra?
Well, they definitely got good hairstyles. I give them that, and I'm pretty sure some ladies have their hearts melting just looking at they're the pretty boy faces of HOMIEE. Now, we definitely won't be, of course, counting down HOMIEE just about yet. Yes, they did lost to Berjaya Dragons, if I'm not mistaken, on a really, really close matchup, and now, facing against the likes of Lynx, we got Emotion, Roja, Kato, 69, as well as Black Cat. These players, yes, this might just be the first time that they're facing off here in the group stages, but they are no strangers to one another. As we have already seen that Emotion has been quite the star player that we've been highlighting for the past couple of games. Let's see where or not can he actually pull something off now that he's going to be facing a great challenge over the top lane from the likes of HOMIEE side.
And whether or not the emotions will run high, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we will see as Lynx try to prove themselves against the team of HOMIEE. Now, here's the thing, right, Contra? The two squads, we have seen the way Lynx plays this as well as HOMIEE. Lynx has got a very different sort of a play style. They can take it, you know, they can bring on that early aggression, but we've seen them hold back a little bit. HOMIEE, on the other hand, they've gone in for some of those engagements, especially with Berjaya Dragon, that I didn't really expect to see. They won't really be making those mistakes with Lynx eSports this time, hopefully. But if they were to make those, very sure, you know, emotions will be running high because Emotion himself will make them pay for these, you know, those mistakes. But do you think HOMIEE have got a chance to take those 3 points away today?
Well, very much so, and even if it's going to be on a good run, it won't be 6 total points that will be coming up. Now we're going to be moving directly into action here, especially coming out with the picks and bans. And HOMIEE definitely has taken a hint out of the playbook here, watching some of the matches from Lynx eSports, and really banning Emotion's signature pick, which is going to be the Gragas. And there's not going to be a few more of all these really strong champions of the meta, namely Camille, Akali, as well as Gallo being banned away.
Okay, and Jarvan the 4th might be the 4th, but there you go. And Jarvan's going to be dropping probably into the jungle, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Let's see exactly how does Emotion come back in here. He goes in for the Kai'Sa pick. I don't think it's going to be a direct response to that Jarvan, but more of exactly what they want. Roja, on the other hand, picks that Janna in here. I don't think for himself. What do you think of the picks coming in here, the Kai'Sa and the Janna combo, Contra?
Well, I definitely think that Black Cat has been playing a phenomenal Janna, and he has been receiving MVP awards in the past week for it. So falling back to something really comfortable here will be really good, and they don't really want to pull up their trump card just about yet. And since that they've already got the Jarvan, eventually they can secure things like the Lee Sin because they've already revealed the card. So HOMIEE now gets a really strong pick up the mid lane, and in response, we see Kato here getting Ahri for himself, and like the Lee Sin that I've mentioned, it will be coming up online for Lynx eSports.
Yep, and I think we have seen this sort of a lineup come in here last time, and I think, you know, the one final pick with this combo they had was the Jax, and that really did all right for them. I don't know if or not they will be going in for that exact same pick. Nope, they switch it up, and it's going to be the Fiora dropping in, and we did see that the Jax wasn't really, you know, functional, or he didn't really do that damage the last time round. We expected more out of the Jax in that Baron lane, so this time, as we switch things around, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, that Fiora should be able to make that difference for them. So I guess what Lynx learned from their previous pick was that Jax was the weak point, and they have just switched that one character out. Let's see if or not that sort of a gameplay will be able to take on the homies, because Ziggs in here, he will be able to do that damage as we always discuss. But just like what we saw in Geek Fam's match, right? doing the damage is one thing. Being able to get those skills, being able to, really engage with those team fights will really call the end of the match. And so far, I'm kind of liking Lynx's draft a little better than the HOMIEE side. What about you, Contra?
Well, I do like both ends actually. Once we look into how HOMIEE wants to play this one, they have got a real good pick that has slipped out of the radar of the picks and bans, and that's gonna be the Diana. So we got to actually look out for that top lane matchup once again. Zen versus Emotion, because Emotion here is coming up with the Fiora, but that Diana can actually pull the trigger out there and just easily goes into initiate some of the fights. Now, it's quite interesting to note for the fact that HOMIEE right here, in terms of team fight composition, it's a little bit way too scattered in terms of synergy, while Lynx eSports has a little bit more going, and both sides, they can definitely set up some really good setup when it comes down to a pick composition. Now, a little bit of trait going out towards the middle lane as we kickstart off our very first match between this best of 3, and LCC2 is landing some really good bombs on top of Cattle's head.
And I don't think Cattle wants to, continue this fight for any longer, ladies, German boys and girls. And on that note, she will be pulling away. Now, on the, upper side of the map, you've got Zen taking up those scrims, those hits, those very, very welcoming slaps against each other's faces between Emotion and himself. And, of course, the same will be happening down at the Dragon lane as well. But we don't expect a lot of aggression to come in from the squads. Just basic stuff at the get-go, Contra.
That's right, and this is the pressure that I was talking about coming from Emotions here, as he could just easily lunge in, just get some vital points out there. Oh my goodness, this guy is very much on point. So every time you see the passive being popped up there, it's going to be a little bit of a light on top of Zen, where if Emotions hits that vital point, a chunk of his health will be lost. So that forces HOMIEE's Baron laner to call in for a very early retreat, as he might just be losing a little bit more EXP than he should.
Okay, and let's see if or not the takedown of the Scuttle, what will that lead to? Because Lee Sin from Lynx eSports, ladies, German boys and girls, the Lee Sin that we saw in the previous match, was a different sort of a breed. Roja, on the other hand, do not get me wrong, he is of a class of his own. He will be able to make quick Roja out of anyone that he comes across, but let's see if or not he will be able to do the same. Put out the exact same flair against the likes of HOMIEs. It's going to be Zien coming in here for the push together with CY. 69 and Black Cat going to drop back. Nice shot there coming in Contra.
Yeah, like you saw that hardly happening even on a normal game. So definitely I'm fancying this Janna that has been putting so much pressure on top of this bot lane duo. And once again, if you can't read this Astral name, he's going to be called CY for the entirety of the competition. I kind of wish that he can find a way to rename, but not sure if a two-letter word can be able to fit right in. Here comes the grand challenge, and the move ball connects with tick of health left. It's going to be it, and they still secure the kill over top side. Right down below, going to be popped out as well. Only very little health, but that's going to be a flash, and somehow CY, he survives and gets the kill.
But equal trades coming through, ladies, German boys and girls, as we open things up. Yes, we do have our first blood, but then back-to-back 2 kills coming in from each side, and everything seems to be equal back up. Nothing too much in that gold as well, but really, really good engagements coming in from both sides there, Contra.
Yeah, I want to go in for a little bit of a snippet of a replay, because that top lane battle was something that was extremely exciting to watch. Now, I do believe that's going to be happening again, as these two are facing off one another and not really backing off just about yet. Now, Emotion is being set back a little bit as he got taken out rather early. And Rojak, we saw that camera turn towards the bottom lane at the very last moment, and Zen only had a tick of health left, meaning to say Rojak has landed that Sonic Wave perfectly to be able to secure the kill. So as we look into the 4th minute of the game, we will have our very first straight Ocean being spawned up. So it's really down to how HOMIEE actually negates the pressure that will come out. And here goes CY moving in with an Arcane Shift, as only a little bit of tickle will be landed upon that Lee Sin.
Yeah, nothing much coming in from both sides, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. The side of HOMIEE just scouting the area. They've already got the scuttle down earlier, so they should be able to drop in for the Ocean Drake in a bit. But of course, the pressure that comes in from the Lynx eSports sides will make sure they don't get too happy or too excited so early in the game. And the scrims will continue, Contra.
Yeah, and speaking of which, we have a solo kill happening over the top side. And Emotion now really struggling a whole lot facing off against Diana. Now, let's talk about the skill kit of Diana, right? So, with this mid lane mage crew is so formidable that some even play Diana over top the solo lane, over top side, or even in the jungle as well. The power of the Moonfall cannot be underestimated as it can just displace. And oh, speaking of which, that will be the Spirit Rush coming in from Kato here to secure 1 kill, as this will be a spread to Tin side of the likes of HOMIEs, and that will be a spot being popped as well. Guardian Angel will go in to set a revival coming in for Yilang as he survives with only 1 HP. What? And yet again, the side of Lynx, they definitely have a little bit of a grin on their face as they will eventually look to secure this. True shot barrage, almost clipping everyone in numbers. He now goes down. He almost steals everything, and yet he goes down. LCC2, he tries to actually straight right back. Clearance they popped out as well as them. They will have a lot more pressure to work with as Lynx eSports. They tried to take them down, but Zen will still secure the kill on Emotion. I believe this is a 0-3 Fiora that we're looking at.
And 69 will go back in here for the reset, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Now, Shelly has appeared on the map. I wonder exactly which side will go in. Yes, HOMIEs have been there first, but it is always Lynx eSports at the very moment who seems to be finishing things off. In terms of that goal, Lynx eSports ahead, but not by anything to shout about. Lynx opening things up against Shelly, Zen as well as Liang in the vicinity to go in there for the steal. I don't know if or not it's going to be possible. Like you always mentioned, man, that quick poke can just come through, but it seems like it's a little too important. I thought he was gonna get there.
Oh man, that was really close though. Like, it looks to be quite secured at the very least, but Sian is just hoping for a little bit of stroke of luck. I'm not gonna blame him for that him anyway. So, Lynx eSports, they are actually getting themselves back on an equal footing. Both sides sitting on 24k each, while there's not major objectives here for the contest after the Rift Herald has been secured by the likes of Lynx eSports, but I really fancy some of the maneuvers that has been brought to play by Yilang, as much as he didn't really get too much of that perfect kills that's going to be set in place. But if you actually give HOMIE a little bit more time towards the late game, they can actually shut off the likes of Lynx eSports because of the very fact that they have quite some really good burst damage to work with.
Now, to anyone and everyone who has just dropped into the stream, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, don't forget to hit that like as well as that share. Your Mustachio is a little baby in the Rift, but as we grow, as we learn, we will be able to slay just like we do in all of those other titles. And it's gonna be CY. He is so super duper low, and a simple slay comes in for Roja, ladies and gentlemen, boys. Oh, and he gets taken out himself as well.
Oh, wait a minute. Okay.
Ouch.
I don't know what to say about that. They didn't really secure the turret. And the Fiora kind of overestimating once more. So, have you ever seen a proxy Fiora? What we usually call proxy is where, you know, you just take waves of gold and you just beat your way out. And that is what I'm looking at for Emotion. So, feels bad.
Witnessing it live, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Witnessing all of it live here together with Contra. Are we going to be able to see Lynx eSports gather the, you know, the enough resources to take the next fight up against the Drake as well? Because they will surely need it, because at the very moment, it's a little too equal between the HOMIEs and themselves. And there you go. They secure the scuttle up first. They want the next Drake. It's going to be the Ocean Drake that pops in. Sorry, the Ocean Drake was already out. We will wait for a little bit.
That's right, and yeah, we're just staring at the blue buff being taken anyway, so let's have a look at the items instead, shall we? Now, this will be an Iceborne gauntlet pathway for this Ezreal, because heading in towards the late stage, you want to be able to kite out the Fiora if she were ever to be going on a chase. So it's definitely a smarter build as compared to Trinity Force that offers maybe a little bit of everything. So HOMIEE side, they are still pretty much on a well-balanced notice, as this will be the initiation of the Drake here coming from the side of HOMIEs, and the rest of Lynx will respond. Now, the Drake is already down to less than 25% of the HP. Now they go in for the dive, and that is a steal!
What?
Lynx eSports, as they still walk out live, will soon be popped up as well. Now, the fights are scattered all over the map, and there will be the Cataclysm there that will be able to secure the kill on top of Kato. 1-for-1 trade, but Lynx eSports will be once again taking the better trades.
Bro, Roja with that quick in and out. He gets the slay, he flashes away. Nothing the homies could do about that. Nothing at all. Lynx eSports now with that extra buff on that damage. They can go in here for that Ravage, but obviously they're not going to be making these silly mistakes. They go in here for a quick reset. They want that HP, and when they come back in here for that push, they will be able to, well, not just secure more objectives for themselves, but continuously place this pressure on the HOMIE team, which has been doing all right so far. But there's just something missing in here, Contra.
Yeah, and I guess that the side of HOMIE is just lacking maybe a little bit of the aggression that we do expect coming from them. And if they pull the trigger, we see very much so that they can actually out-trade the likes of Lynx, and they were a little bit confident that they were able to actually secure that Drake right there. And here comes a little bit of connection of the Sonic Wave, as he will be landing the kick to the face immediately, backing out with the safeguard as well. Now, Rosette will be spotted out, but his health now being taken down to 50%. This might just be a little bit more of a commitment for them to take. So Lynx eSports falling back a little bit slightly, but emotion here, it doesn't really matter how much deaths of your actually go down. If you guys are tuning in, yeah, you can say, yeah, I beg to differ. I want my Fiora to be real fed. He's got to not die the entirety of the game. But the power of this Fiora is that this champion kind of infinitely scales just like a Master Yi. Like, the more items you get, the stronger she becomes, and this is a split pushing machine, and that's what exactly is coming from the side of Lynx eSports.
Twice now, Roja has managed to go into the mid area and find out that he is not welcome. He has to drop back. Honeyfruit will help him gain a little bit health back up, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Now the engagement with the Baron Nashor is not going to be possible because the pressure from the HOMIE team is just a little too strong. They need to go in for a team engage, and that might just pop off right after they bait the team of HOMIE to come in for that push. I wonder if or not this mistake will come true. Now LCC2 together with the support of Xian as well as Liang will drop in to say hello, and we are on the horizon of another team fight breaking out here, Contra.
Well, it definitely will take a long while as well, because Lynx eSports, they're not exactly looking for a team fight, as they are going on a 1-3-1 formation with the push. Now, over the top side here, they already can also contest the likes of Ziggs. Meanwhile, over the bottom side, this is the Diana being absolutely occupied. She's going to be falling back. And then now getting a little bit of TP, and here comes the redemption being popped out. Dragon's Rage does connect on towards the members, but CY will still be safe.
Oi!
Here comes the Inferno Bomb, and it will be pretty much a good Zanya there that will buy a little bit more time. It goes on a reset, but over the top side there, we do have a flip push coming in effect with Lynx eSports once again trying to open up a map, but not enough minutes to do so. Now, they have to answer down towards this Fiora over the bottom side.
Yeah, that golden moment splits perfect decision coming in from Roja helps him keep himself alive, flashes away, and then goes in for a quick reset, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Thus far from Roja, perfection coming through, and Lynx eSports don't even need to go in for Baron Nashor. Why? Because they can go in and take down the Cloud Break first. It's going to be really easy for Roja to go in here for that smite. One more hit, and the Cloud Break will belong to them.
Well, Cataclysm already being locked right in as that will be the Guardian Angel being popped. I don't think Yelan can survive all too much, but he does. Only one HP and it will be taken out by Kato as well. Over the back and will be two members being shut out at HOMIEE as they are still getting chased by Jason. Rojak, this guy is a beast.
Yeah, he ravages through, man. And Lee Sin as a base is such a crazy character. In the right hands, he is absolutely unstoppable. Those steals, those ganks, those support plays, absolute perfection coming through from the side of Lynx eSports. And of course, the HOMIEE team, they are trying to hold on, but try as they may, they might just get trampled on if they don't start going in there for that push. Roja is going to secure that blue buff for himself.
And just seeing Roja there, just helping himself to whatever he can, right? Like,
yeah,
that's what you want to be doing, especially when you are up ahead. Now, as much as we are seeing a lot of Drakes going in favor of the side of Lynx eSports, the sort of kills that happened across, it wasn't really all too clear-cut. We haven't seen a pure ace coming out of each side, and HOMIEE, do you see they are definitely masters when it comes down to all these scattered team fight. As we saw, the camera definitely flew all over the place, giving us a little bit of a tough time to, bring in a lot of all these picture perfect scene. But here comes the Cataclysm knocking onto all the being popped up, and that will be Yelan getting taken out, and that move ball perfectly connects to Tree. But where is the backup? Flash as well. Zen immediately dashes out as he will be pretty much safe. And with that, that opens up a little bit more room for Lynx eSports here to challenge the Baron Nashor, while Emotions is going to be buying as much time possible. And HOMIEE, they have to give away this freebie of a Baron, and Lynx eSports now, they have the upper hand.
Yeah, and the free giveaway of Baron is going to cost them way too much contra. Roja, I'm not sure if he's going to go in here for a reset. Is there a honey fruit? Yes, there is. And the Krugs will get those punches coming in from him as well. But the rest of the squad from Lynx eSports will go in for that reset. Why? Because here comes trouble, my friend. The next push that goes down that mid lane is going to be a hefty one that, the HOMIEE side will not be able to come back for that fight on. And of course, as we approach that 17-minute mark, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, fourth Drake, you need not mention what is gonna happen. Lynx not gonna be allowing that to get out of their hand. Once the Elder Drake is in their little pocket, they will go in for that full-on slay. Whether or not they are patient to wait that long, let's see, Contra.
Yeah, and I'm thinking, for the matter of fact, like Emotion, yeah, he died 5 times. He has not been able to secure much good battles, but this is a split pushing machine. This is why I also fancy myself playing the Fiora over Baron lane from time and time again. It really doesn't matter. Now that they head in towards the late game, it's just mountain pressure on top of HOMIE's side. And the good thing to note for the fact that they still do have all 3 inhibitors up intact. They may not be able to secure all 3 at the very end of the day, which is where they have to respond to Emotion that immediately goes into crush down the top side.
Okay, now inhibitor turret gone. The wave of minions that comes up down that Baron lane, as well as the mid lane right now, gonna be ravaging through the side of HOMIEE. And that's all you have in the game now, don't you? They didn't even wait in here for that Elder Drake, and they're gonna go in for that full-on slay. Zen has to back away, and he manages to flash, and this is it. He will be able to survive this fight, but for how long will the side of HOMIEE stand? Zen gets taken down as well. Doesn't top his health back up, and this is just annihilation being dropped in from Lynx eSports. The turret lost as well, 3 inhibitors down, and the Nexus is taken out of the equation as Lynx eSports secures their first win of the day.
Well, that definitely was a beautiful game that is well executed when it comes down to the macro perspective. Just having a better control and grasp of all these high priority objectives has been able to set Lynx eSports up a foot on this race or hurdle to the best of 3. Now that they are up ahead, how does HOMIEE side respond? Because we saw a quality side being displayed when it comes down to some of these team fights and pickoffs, but when it comes down to, juggling that pressure across the map, it was definitely a little bit all over the place. And Emotion, that final fight was relatively interesting because he looked to be disconnected for a little bit. He's just standing still, and yeah, you don't really need the Fura to even win you the game. Like, you can't really say did Emotion actually get carried this round.
Oh yes, he did, man. And it's not that Emotion wasn't really playing his part. It's just that nobody wanted to go in there for that fight against Emotion. And whenever they went in there to that team fight, unfortunately he got slain, right? And it was LCC2 that picks up the SVP because 69 from the side of Lynx eSports. He is your VP, dropping into the Rift this time around with 7 kills. Twice he got slain, but that 4 assists earns him that spot, man.
That's right, and I definitely think that 69 so far has been proving to be one of the top dogs when it comes down to how to play the marksman in really good effect. And you could definitely copy some of these pro player builds out there, as 69 goes for the IE into the Bladed Rune King, and he also tops it off here with Azanias, including the Phantom Dancer, as well as the Maw of Malmortius. I guess the final item that he was going for is either going to be a Death Dance or even the Bloodthirsted to ensure that he stays a lot longer in flight. So good sustainability, good output, as well as every single box being checked up to also get the upgrades on towards this Child of the Void. So as we look into some of the damage being done, oh boy, I guess Emotion is trying to compete to be the team's very own tank.
and which he technically was going in to do, right? 69 doing the most damage in there, and of course that's exactly where all of those kills came from. In LCC2, like we anticipated that Ziggs was going to be able to go in there and ravage, but getting those kills just proves to be not enough, Contra. Like we saw in that game, 13-13, but when you cannot secure those objectives, when you don't really go in and play, and you literally play into the hands of your opponents, this is the result. Lynx eSports pulling away not an easy win, but a very well calculated one.
Yeah, I definitely would say so as well. Now, if you guys are wondering, like, Emotions, how did he win this game? It's all about priorities, as you see, 16.9k in terms of net worth as compared to Zen, who obviously has better KD, better itemization as well. But this guy just knows what he's working on. Doesn't matter if he goes down once, twice, thrice, twice. I don't know if that's actually a word, but this guy just knows not to quit. So even if, let's say, you guys are down and out in some of your ranked games as you are facing some random pups, or some of you say scrubs. So there are ways that you can actually look for victories, and this is how Lynx eSports does it.
Yeah, and they did it to perfection, right? Like we talked about, it's all calculated from the get-go. When they wanted to go in there for those objectives, it was most of the time vision plays the biggest role. They made sure the area was clear, and whenever it wasn't, they just went in for the bait instead, right? Because they knew, obviously, if the HOMIEE team, they weren't really going to just hang around and do nothing. Obviously, if they're going to go in there and focus in on the objectives, they are going to be in trouble. But that's exactly where they took all of these fights. Yes, they lost a couple of players, but it was that Lee Sin, man. Roja literally getting every single fruit sliced and diced, throwing in all of that flavor in as well. And at the end, they will pull it away. Are we going to be able to see the side of HOMIEE pull one back, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, after a short break? Contra and I'll be right back to shoutcast that as well.
Masih lagi bersama untuk seketika, tapi lihat bagaimana eksplosif gas Becky terlampau tiba. Becky menjatuhkan serangan. Mereka ingin masuk secara teleport, terlampau tiba. Siang terlampau sampai. Dia perlu menggunakan strike, tapi terlewat.
Blood, sweat, and tears written in the blacks of kings. 1 in a million, the billions that have to sing.
Nice. Alright, go. Down first. Can. Alright, down already. Nexus. Alright, okay. Nice! I'll see you in the game. Alright guys, let's go on board. Okay.
take me to a place unknown, somewhere I can feel my soul. Lately I'm skin and bone, so hollow. I've never felt so alone. I need you more than you know, 'cause baby you feel like home. Guess who's back? Guess who's back?
Masih lagi bersama untuk seketika, tapi lihat bagaimana eksplosif gas. Becky telah pun tiba. Becky menjatuhkan serangan. Mereka ingin masuk sekarang. Teleport telah pun tiba. Siang telah pun sampai. Dia perlu menggunakan strike tapi terlewat.
Blood, sweat, and tears written in the blacks of kings. 1 in a million, the billions that have to sing.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, as we bring you another exciting ESL Mobile Open presenting to you the C Icon Series MY League of Legends Wild Rift. With me here is the Mustachio AJ with his glorious mustache, and me, man, my mustache is inferior, so I tend to shave it off, and my name's Contra.
No. You got a mighty one, man. If Contra literally grows his mustache out, he'll look like Braum, okay? And that's the reason why he doesn't, because people usually mistake, hey, are you Braum from the Rift? No. So as we drop into match number 2 today, are you impressed, Contra, or are you looking to see more?
Well, I'm definitely impressed by how Lynx eSports have been able to juggle many of all these waves, as well as how the likes of HOMIEE has been presenting them with a couple of threats that they were saying, hey, it's okay, I'll take a little bit of a dip here when it comes down to, kills that are not secure, but I will eventually take down every single turret that's available and close out the game. And that's exactly what Lynx eSports did in the past round. So HOMIEE's now needing to fall back to, maybe other plans that they do have, plan B, plan C. How are they going to work this out? Especially they've already did do the right things, which is to ban that Gragas off of the first game, and maybe they might just have to leave it out in the open for emotion, because, judging from this threat of the Fiora, yes, he didn't really get kills at all, but this guy, he's just doing whatever he can just to steal every single objective away. So with that being said, I definitely think that game 2 here will be even more spicy, just like the Maggie Hot Cup.
I hope it is, right? Because you see, from the side of HOMIE, obviously they showed that they've got the technical abilities to go in there for the slay. They can hold their own in those team fights. They can hold their own, you know, even going that one-on-one or there's two-on-two situations as well down that Dragon lane. But unfortunately, they're just not focusing it in on these objectives enough. Hopefully this time around, they will be able to do so. Because team composition-wise, like you mentioned in the earlier match, they did quite well, Contra. So let's take a quick look here through Camille. Akali obviously jumping out, getting banned off. Oh, interesting ban coming here though.
Okay, they banned out the Twisted Fate, which means that they are actually forcing an opening here. And that opening, what will it be? Diana is available, so maybe Lynx Esports can actually grab that one. Lee Sin is definitely a very strong pick coming in for Rojak. As we saw Rojak, he was going in stealing every single one of these tough to contest Drakes, especially with the very first two. And they're going to do exactly the same. Now, Yilang is going to be stealing Black Cat's support here in the form of that Janna, giving them a little bit more sustain to work with. Do you think this is going to work out for HOMIE?
Well, I hope so, right? Because like we have seen earlier, they can go in there for those fights, but it's the objectives that we are looking in here for. So, the crowd control. I'm looking for more of crowd control in here from the HOMIE so that they can just knock each and every one of these Lynx esports squad out of there and steal the objectives for themselves. That Lux is going to just be powering up the Lynx esports side a little bit more. The firepower, man. We need the firepower for the side of HOMIE. The Vibe should be able to provide that.
Exactly, and you mentioned about doubling down on crowd control. You got it in the back. Yep, knockups check. Absolutely taking them on and lift off with the assault and battery coming from the V. Yep, you got that tech as well, alongside with the moonfall that the Diana's going to be providing. Now, I'm once again fixated on that top lane matchup because this time, Emotions is bringing out the Darius. Now, that also means that this Gragas, it could go either side. Now, I really do wonder how this is going to be played out because we are seeing potentially a Gragas up in the mid lane. Now, to respond on top of that, they are going to be having a Garen to come in. Okay, I'm a little bit confused now, which means the Diana will be going in towards the mid lane. Yep, that definitely looks a little bit better. So top lane matchup here is going to be pretty much a break wall if this Garen's going to be building full tank. But Emotion, he's always going to be an aggressive player anyways. So that's what I focus on.
Yeah, looking forward to this next matchup because as much as, Lynx Esports knows that HOMIE, they want to go in for those team fights a little bit cleaner this time. They are, kind of buffing themselves up, preparing for those battles as well. So it's going to definitely be a slugfest when we get in. But once again, are we going to be able to see the jungler from the side of HOMIE get those steals away? Because that's probably going to be their highest, probability of getting those objectives. Because a straight head-to-head so far has not turned out well for them at all. Just like what the Lee Sin, just like what Roja has been able to go in and get those damage done so far, we need to see the side of HOMIE be able to do the same as well. As we see, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, 1-0 so far on the board. This is a best out of 3. If the HOMIE side pulls one back, we go into match number 3. If Lynx settles the next one, and that's it, game over, we'll move on to our break. So let's see exactly what happens here in match number 2, Contra.
That's right, and we've already started off here with a little bit of a tussle going on for the top side, but Emotion will be landing a few stacks of what seems to be a bleed. So this Garen will eventually get back his passive just to regen a little bit of a health. But usually with this sort of matchup, the Garen will prefer to take out the barrier because both ends, Darius as well as the Garen, will be having execution moves of their own, being the Nox and Guillotine as well as the Mash and Justice, I believe. And over on the mid side, another interesting matchup because Diana versus Gragas here, I usually will tend to say that the Gragas do have a good head start because all these sort of the barrels that they will throw out will be able to maybe zone out the likes of the Diana. But the Diana could also look to put a little bit of pressure there and eventually get a little bit of a significant trade. Now, this is what I'm talking about. A little bit of these barrels out, and you just get a little bit of a chunk of HP slowly but surely.
Yeah, the pressure coming back through in here. Oh, and that's gonna be a Scuttle, a Fury battle, and a chase by LCC2 as well as Iliang. Kato's gonna be in trouble. He needs to back away, flashes away just in the nick of time. So there's not gonna be too much of a damage there. Lee Sin, Roja can drop in for a quick gank, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. But let's see exactly how Emotion tries to handle the situation. Iliang in the back as well. So they need to be a little careful here as to how they approach this situation.
Well, Rodak here is just really disrupting the jungles from HOMIEE, but it's nothing that Yilang can't take, right? Because Yilang, he can actually stand toe-to-toe when it comes down to a full-blown fight, but Black Cat taking a little bit too much damage, and 69 being forced to retreat as well. So this bottom side of the scuffle doesn't seem to be working too well for the likes of Lynx eSports. And judging from this, every time that the shield being brought up by Shen can actually give a little bit more of an AD buff on top of this Kaisa, they cannot actually underestimate the damage output that CY can actually put on the table.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And 69, the damage that this Corki can, provide as well, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, is definitely gonna hurt the likes of whoever who steps in front of him. And Iliang will not go in for that reset, but get stunned. Black Cat in the situation, 69 as well. And it's gonna be Roja who comes in for that support. Gets him kicked off, and this is gonna be a slay thanks to Roja. And there you go, Contra.
Wow, that was a magnificent maneuver across the map. Just look at how far these guys have come in just to secure the first blood. Every output on the line. And it starts off with Black Cat actually coming in with the connection. Here comes Explosive Cast. That Sonic Blade does miss. And that forces CY to flash off. So more trouble lurks ahead for the HOMIE's bottom laners.
Oh, Roja was like, excuse me, bro, where are you going? Please get back into the battle so we can slay you. Gives one straight kick to the face. And he'll continue ravaging, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. And that's exactly the type of ganks that we're talking about in here. That the Lee Sin is capable of going in, disrupting gameplays, and just shaking things up. Now, as the Ocean Drake gets spawned in here, it is on the horizon for another team fight. Because both will be trying to go in for the challenge.
Yeah, and speaking of which, Yilang now already hurt to 50%. He doesn't really seem to have all too much resource to work with, not even the Assault and Battery up available. So, this should be a free Drake if they were to actually go in for the contest. And now, they don't really have Smite here, but they will go into contend. Here comes the Moonfall there as they're looking to kill off Roja before it even began. And it's in. One kill going in, but Lacey's will still be able to actually get that Drake in hand. Wow, a little bit push and pull, and that will be the snare! They easily take out that fight!
Oh my goodness!
Here comes Emotion chasing right in as he will be knocked up mid-air. And that's all that there is left for likes of HOMIEE.
Oh, they were on the brink of getting aced, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. I mean, and this is what I want to see out of the side of HOMIEE. They go in there for the quick steal, but instead of going in for the steal, because obviously they didn't have the smite on them, they needed to take Roja out of the equation. But here's the problem. Roja is not the only, force to be reckoned with as far as Lynx eSports is concerned. And obviously the Drake will fall in the hand of Lynx eSports. But HOMIEE, good attempt though, Contra. Great attempt.
Yeah, I really gotta say that HOMIEE, we're actually exerting the right amount of pressure. They went in for the right objectives as well, but just about enough damage coming in from the likes of Black Cat to just nick off the fair final health of the first Drake. Now, a little bit more of a gank will be set up towards the bomb side, and now they try to actually land a catch on top of Rojak, but he's a little bit too quick at like the coursing river. And of course, there's a little bit of a great typhoon coming out here, and there will be another team fight. And with that, Cattle gets caught out, and there will only be so little left. The rest of HOMIEE, they're moving apart, and that will be pretty much any bit of help left as Black Cat has that upper hand to just pick them apart. Now Zen will not be able to last too long. He has to blast away. And here comes the Sonic Wave. It does connect, but they should not pursue any further. Lynx eSports have already gotten what they needed. And I guess this is just a showing of what HOMIE can actually return with a little bit more of some damage being done.
Yeah, at the end, what did it cost? They managed to get one slay. They lost 2 men. And ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, they most probably might lose Shelly even without going into contest. And getting Shelly, you know, it does change the complexion of the game. Not by a lot, by a little. Because you can use that for the distraction. Gameplay 69 as well as Black Cat. Black Cat gets taken down for 69. That Corki will be able to go in for that reset. And it looks like the pressure comes back right through for the side of HOMIE. But not too much though, Contra, that Lynx eSports cannot respond to. I mean, you're losing one there. It's something that's simple enough for them to come back in there for that counter. They're not going to be two-faced at all.
Yeah, I gotta say that both ends really looking very sharp. Right down below, we saw that sort of setup that HOMIE has come up with, and they, like we were hoping for, they're playing more and more aggressive, and this is what I really like, because these guys very capable to pull the trigger at any point of time. Now this Lee Sin is a little bit tad poor because he went in to rush that Guardian's Angel first, which is very costly, but end of the day, Rojak wants to just get a little bit of setup being done, right? So he's definitely playing the right cards, just making sure that he gets his teammate up ahead. He is willing to put himself all the way forward just to hope that his team can actually get a little bit more out of his opening. Now, Salt and Battery not pulled just about yet. Emotion will have to retreat, and this gives a little bit of a turret trade, a top turret for a bottom turret. So pretty much an eye for an eye.
Well, and that eye for an eye is something that the homies need to look out for. There you go. Shelly comes out right tapped up at that Baron lane to place that pressure, whilst the rest of the players of Lynx eSports are going to go in here to get the Infernal Drake into their pockets. And there is nobody up top to take care of Shelly, and they're going to lose this turret.
Wow. Did you see the damage? That is a lot on LCC2. And out of nowhere, suddenly it becomes a no-show coming from HOMIE, but they are trying it once again. But there is a break wall up ahead in the form of Yilang, as Emotion still survives with the kill being popped up as well. Emotion will walk away to safety, but here it comes. The Moonfall, sucking everybody up. And Lynx eSports still gets it back, but only with still help left. Now, Black Cat will be the one being the sacrificial lamb eventually, as this will be a double kill for Zen.
Yeah, too easy, man. I mean, Roja with that smite, he was already in there. The Infernal Dragon didn't have much left. Yes, good attempt coming in from HOMIE once again, but at good attempt, it will end. And they've also lost the turret up top, and this is what we're talking about. You pick up the Rift Herald, you can either use it to your advantage, or you can just use it carelessly and lose that beautiful advantage. This was used to perfection, and Shelly has taken down that turret up top at that Baron lane, and right now Shelly will lose her life, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Don't worry, Shelly. We appreciate all of your sacrifices.
Yeah, definitely great services out there that will be remembered for every single match in Wild Rift. Now, we did see a solo kill happening over the bottom side, as the Darius has been able to really pop quite a solo kill at the very least. Now, coming back here, we do have Vi that has completed the Guardian's Angel already, and all that Lynx eSports is currently pulling up is just to nick all these buffs away, and that will eventually go back in the hands of HOMIE, I believe. And Kato now getting chased. This is quite a setup. And okay, this might just hit. Emotion now will be storming their way through. Luxu pushing them back as well. And this is looking from bad to worse, because the rest of HOMIE, they're storming their way. Emotion still surviving. And how on earth this time is happening? LCC flashed away. And this also one more warning, a flash coming from 69. This is not over just about yet, as Rodak wants to secure his buff with a little bit of reset going on. And Emotion, he gets that pick. There is the rest of members of Lynx eSports just slamming and dunking them out.
Bro, don't get greedy, man. That's exactly what happened to the homies here. I mean, they got suckered into that one big time. What a play by Kato. He was all alone, and they thought they got this little fish out of the water. An easy kill, but man, oh man, how did they turn that around? And all of a sudden, it's just Lynx eSports back in with that pressure. Up top, down mid, on the turret. The damage has been done, but are they going to be able to come back in here for that push? HOMIEE just being able to push down that line of Lynx eSports up mid, but it's not gonna be enough. Lee Sin with that reset. We might see him go in here and tease Baron Nashor a little bit just to pull the rest of homies towards Mr. Baron.
That's right, and there's not really that much wards being set up from the side of homies, or some of them have already been cleared up already. So they were doing their due diligence not to phase check, as at the moment, HOMIEE still has the mid lane still intact for at least. That can actually salvage them a little bit more room to play with. Now, there will be the package that will be picked up by the Corki eventually. I want to have a look into the items as well to see how well fed these guys are. Now, only 3,000 gold ahead. It doesn't seem like much, but we are slowly getting ourselves in towards the late game, and every single big item purchase definitely will mean quite a lot when it comes down to the output. And the turret Drake is about to spawn, and there is a catch going out towards the bottom side, and Emotion this time over the first to bow out, so there is less of pressure, and that Mofo perfectly being set up, and LC2 gets pushed right in, and here's every single one of the members of HOMIEE wants to actually line it up, but Zen, now he has to back away, the Guardian Angels now being popped from the side of Zen as well. CY has to flash away, and look at where the Lisa is going, straight all the way towards the back line, and they are now hunting down towards LTC2. One more shot.
Bye, bro.
To take Diana down of the team fight, and this will be it. Almost an ace, only tick of health left on set, and now they call for Baron.
Yeah, that might as well has been an ace, right? Because even Xian goes back for that reset, which means this is just the open rift all for Lynx eSports to tapao, and it's gonna be Mr. Baron on that sleigh. As we see Roja go and drop in, he might be able to drop that smite right about now, which he exactly does. And even with Baron Nashor in their pockets, they go in there for that reset. Why? Because here comes that firepower right down mid. The likes of HOMIEE, they need to watch out right now, Contra, because if earlier Lynx were tough to deal with, after the buff by Mr. Baron, they are gonna be a hell of a lot more difficult to deal with.
Yeah, and man, all the win conditions have already been set in place for Lynx eSports, and homies, I feel like they don't exactly need to come in for any teamfight initiation. Now, they get spotted by a ward, HOMIEE, I guess they're going to be giving this Drake away, but for what in terms of exchange? Absolutely nothing. And with that, this is once more a game that has been very Drake-centric for like Lynx eSports, and HOMIEE hasn't been able to secure even a single Drake out of that. But I believe that they will be having enough minions here to take down the top side of the turret, so Teacher will go down. Same goes here to the side of Lynx eSports, as they will open up the mid lane.
Oh, there you go, right? And here's the problem, right? Not only has none of the Drakes been scored by the side of HOMIEE, they haven't scored any major objective in here. Shelly went to Lynx. We saw Baron go to Lynx. We saw all three Drakes go to Lynx. And most probably the Infernal Drake is gonna go, sorry, most probably the Elder Drake is gonna go to Lynx as well. The pressure, the defense in here by HOMIEE, great, but is it enough?
Well, there is a little bit of a showdown going over the top side of the map, but the rest of the battle has already been secured as Lynx eSports, they shut down all 4 members, and, well, Zen will only have to watch as the Nexus crumbles to dust. Lynx eSports now takes the victory 2-0.
And if the first match wasn't a proper yardstick for you to know exactly how good Lynx eSports is, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, they gave you the exact same serving up for match number 2. A easy 2-0 tapao coming in here from Lynx eSports against their adversaries, the HOMIEE. And there was nothing the homies could do to grab those objectives in both games It was an all-out objective securing mission for the side of Lynx Esports, done to perfection, Contra, just like a perfect cup of Maggie.
That's right, and man, that was quite a game to watch. Like, it is quite close when it comes down to a few details, but speaking of details, let's actually head over to some stats that we do have coming out of this duke out from both ends. So let's have a look. Like, the scorelines really came pretty closely, like 16-10. It was only down to that final team fight where Lynx Esports, of course, have the Baron buff to really push right in. But Zen went in for the gamble, right? He was staying over the top side, trying to actually clear out every single turret over the Baron lane. But Emotion definitely responded, and Emotion definitely was the better Baron laner overall in the entirety of this matchup. But the MVP has to be 69 because that opening of a team fight that we saw over the mid lane that for the likes of HOMIEE has called for didn't really work in their favor, and it was 69 that really steal the show with a full critical build coming out with the Trinity Force, as well as a Static Shift and Infinity Edge to top it all off.
And obviously, the amount of damage that he would have gone in there and dished out, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, is gonna be monumental. As you saw in the match itself, in game number 1, at least it looked quite, all right, quite similar in terms of the number of kills that befell, in the Rift against or for both squads. But such a huge difference this time around. 26,000 damage coming in here from 69, the most dealt out on the Rift here.
Yeah, and man, just look at these numbers. It just doesn't lie, Like, there are players from the likes of HOMIEE that is doing astoundingly well in the name of LCT2, but it's nowhere close to what some of these guys from Lynx Esports have to offer, especially on 69. Like, Rojak being very selfless, he built in that early GA, so he was just tanking every shot and also going into displays many of the likes of HOMIEs in many of these fights, and they opened up so much room for 69 here to just really tear everybody out from the front line all the way down towards the back line, especially with the Fire Final fight that there is the package of available. It's so much more easy to just deal with every single one of the pressure. So Yiliang, unfortunately, he played a lot better as compared to game number 1, but once more, he hasn't been able to really secure those major objectives.
And you see, not just him, right? None of the players from HOMIEs managed to go in there and secure those major objectives. And Yiliang, the problem is he did go in, and we saw a couple of times when they did try to go in for the steal, they focused in on the wrong objective. And their objective at that point was to eliminate the biggest threat. That would be Roja, and that's easier said than done, right? Because when those team fights broke out and 69 laid each and every single one of those hits up upon their opponents, it was a no-brainer. They lost so much more in game number 2 compared to how much they lost in game number 1. So the change that the HOMIE squad tried to bring in here, Contra, I think they thought it was going to go their way. Unfortunately, it went in the way of Lynx Esports.
That's right, and now that we are already seeing pretty much a 2-0 being set in place, we congratulate them for securing a total of 6 points when it comes down to match differences. And we will definitely be speaking to some of the players of Lynx Esports because that was definitely quite a beautiful game. I'm going to be asking Emotion if we get to interview him, like, game 1, how does it really feel, like playing a Fiora and going on 0-5 and still walking away with a win? Is that a heart flex, or is that like, my team's got my back kind of moment?
I'm pretty sure it was a equal balance of both, right? Because this is the opportunity for them to come in here for those hard flexes. And if you're wondering, how can you get that opportunity to go in for a flex as well? There's something called the ESL Mobile Open that you need to look into. What is the ESL Mobile Open? It is a community-based competition or tournament that's going to be opened up for each and every single one of you as long as it's available in your region. All you need to do is make sure you go onto the ESL website, look out for those opportunities, register a team. It's absolutely free. What that gives you is entries into competitions like this, where they get shoutcasted by, people like Contra and I, and you get the spotlight. If you think you can do better than these squads, if you are in the comment section and you're wondering, what the hell is going on? They could have gotten that slay. They should have gone in with a better draft pick. Don't say it. Come in here, bring it in, and show it to us. The more teams that come in here and participate, the more talent we'll be able to find, which is exactly the hunt that the ESL Mobile Open is on for Contra.
That's right, and make sure you guys first take the chance, because who knows, you might just be our new upcoming champion for the next series of the ESL Mobile Open. So with that, we are trying to find a little bit more time to, of course, get a player on board to hop on an interview here, especially Lynx eSports. They played this one really out very well, especially a lot of key highlights on Emotion as well as Roadout. So I wonder, what do they really have to speak about when it comes down to how do they actually go into each game having, do they have a game plan? Do they not have a game plan? Or, just go pick whatever champions and let it rip eventually. So the 2-0 victory against the side of HOMIEs was something that I didn't really expect when it comes down to, how easily they pulled it off in such a way. Like, no disrespect to HOMIEs, like, they're a really solid team, but it just boils down to who actually called the better moves.
Yeah. The Twisted Fate, the ban on the Twisted Fate, I still didn't see the objective with that one. So that's definitely a question that I'm going to be throwing in there. I want to see exactly, what made them go in there for that ban, and whether or not it actually turned out in their favor, whether they even needed to go in there for the ban on the Twisted Fate. So let's see exactly how we get this information out of the side that has taken the win in here, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, because the way they have done it against a squad that, could not cut it in the previous group stages, today they've managed to, put a bigger dent into the confidence of the side of HOMIE. Will they be able to take this as a booster for themselves? Because in the first day of those group stages, we saw that Lynx eSports was not able to get it done. But we don't hold it against them, right? Because the squad that they faced off was against Geek Fam, and they managed to take one game away from Geek Fam. That shows the quality. But on that note, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, let's take a quick look and see who the MVP of that match was.
And the MVP of the match will be none other than 69, because he's got pretty much the best KD possible in this entirety of the match, and also dishing out the most damage in the form of 17,663. And, well, what more do you want to talk about this Corki? Because as a marksman, he has participated in 67% of all these kills across the Rift. So this is one marksman that you have to keep an eye on going into the entirety of the group stages of the ESL Mobile Open C Icon Series MY. So, there were multiple choices being left on the table, and Corki is definitely this one flexible pick that can put him in mid lane over on towards the Dragon lane as well. And even though you rocket on the Dragon lane, you see that he has been able to pull those resources back on top. And with that, we recall some of the beautiful plays that happened right down the bottom side. Like 69, he knew how to reposition, of course, fly all the way back to open things up for Rojak to go into land. That perfect Dragon's Rage, and of course connecting to a few members until Kato comes in with the bottom slam to secure the very first blood in this match. So that's definitely going to be part of the highlights that we'll be witnessing later on. And back to your question, right? You mentioned about the Twisted Fate. Obviously, there is a few things to that, but I still really want to get that question being answered eventually. But, we've got so many of these great moments out there, and the best way to celebrate is with good music. And what pairs well with good music? JBL, because we've got the Quantum Series headset for you guys up available. Just visit jbl.com.my for more information. So, yeah, there's so much to talk about here, AJ, and I believe that Twisted Fate ban out there, it can be either side, that maybe either HOMIE does have a really strong pick on that Twisted Fate, or it's just to waste the ban just to open more options for their draft.
Yeah. So, and of course, ladies, German boys and girls, on that note, right, if you are sneaking in and you're wondering, gee, man, why does data just run out so fast? We've got UDO in the house who's offering you 5 free gigabytes of data. All you need to do is scan this QR code and claim it for yourself. Now, if you don't have a UDO SIM card, head over to their website or download their app so that you can order one to get delivered directly to your doorstep.
That's right, and of course, you don't really have to worry about running out of data when you actually go in for your long distance call with your loved ones, of course. And with that, no excuses. You just have a lot of data to spend, whether you guys want to watch all kinds of videos all together as a romantic date online. You can do so here. Just scan that for free, and it's hassle-free. You can get your app downloaded via the App Store or Google Play, and then get the SIM card being sent to your doorstep. Simple as that. UDO, powered by Cellcom.
Speaking of all of that, ladies, German boys and girls, make sure you remember, share with us your hashtag Maggie moments in the comment section for a chance to get your post reshared on the ESL page. Okay, make sure you comment with a picture, and whatever you want to put in that picture, make sure it's just worth reposting. I will give you a tip, 2 small tips. Make sure you have the stream running in the background, and what will really put you up on the list if you've got a Maggie hot cup with you. What will put you even beyond that list if you've got a Maggie curry hot cup with a slice of cheese in it. You're probably going to get reshared. I tell you, I swear.
What about Milo powder? I'm not sure.
I don't
about
know,
that.
man. I'm not sure about that. Okay, because we talked about crazy combinations of what you can throw into your Maggie, right? But yeah, we'll come back to that a little bit more later. We have got a trivia for you guys to answer as well, don't we, Contra?
Exactly. We're going to be having some questions popping by right down below. How many reasons are there in the universe of League of Legends Wild Rift? Well, if you guys are fans of the lore of League of Legends, you guys will probably know about this. So, just give you a little bit of, certain regions like Noxus, Demacia. What other regions do you have in League of Legends Wild Rift? Open up the client itself. I believe that you can actually learn a lot more about the League of Legends universe, and of course come up with the answer and pop it in the comments right down below. Doesn't matter if you're watching through Twitch, YouTube, or even Facebook. Just go ahead and just first share with us a little bit of your answer and list it all down. What's your favorite champion? I wonder.
Well, are you asking me that question, or was it for the audience?
I guess we'll start with you. And of course, this question here for the Maggie Rift trivia is
I'm a Jinx
for the
guy,
audience.
hands down. Yeah, hands down, Jinx guy. But make sure you guys let us know in the comment section as well as to which is your favorite champion, all right? So we've got so many hashtags going on here. We've got your hashtag Maggie trivia. We've got, for you to share your hashtag Maggie moments with us as well. And make sure you go in there and let us know exactly which champion do you favor to bring into the Rift and why. If you're lucky, we will reshare that. If you're unlucky, you will only have Mustachio scrolling through the comment section later, liking all of your comments.
I guess that's a little bit of a love being shown from Senpai Mustachio. So, hey, not too bad, right? So, with that, we still want to see what can be brought forth here as we go into our third series of the day, as well as the fourth one to close out the entirety of the evening. So far, it has been running pretty well and smooth for some teams like we saw early on. Geek Fam securing a 2-0 victory, and right now, another team in the form of Lynx eSports has been able to pick themselves a big fat W by the very end of this best of 3 against HOMIEE, which, there was some fights that were really intriguing for me, to say the very least. And I guess that they have been able to juggle out a little bit of that sort of pressure, and they were always in the right position to actually re-engage. That really sets them apart from many of the other teams out there. So I wonder, how would the likes of Lynx eSports fare if they were to take on teams like Geek Fam or teams like Berjaya Dragons eventually, because
Yeah.
they're proving to be a one tough team that nobody has been able to figure out just about yet.
Absolutely, man. Absolutely. Now, obviously, as we move through the championship, as we move through the league stages, each and every one of these squads will meet the other teams in a single round robin, which means they will have 7 matches in total at the group stages itself. Now, if you're wondering, by the way, ladies, gentlemen, boys and girls, why are we listening to Contra and Mustachio talk for so long? We are still waiting for the player from Lynx eSports to drop in for that interview session. Now, right after that, we will be going on quite a long break to allow our Muslim brothers and sisters to break fast, because this is the month of fasting, and we will come back later on in the evening. We'll confirm back that time with you later on. Okay, so sit tight in there as we await for our possibly MVP to drop in here and have a quick word with us. Contra, do we have word of who we will be speaking to, Contra?
I believe that we'll be speaking to Emotion, and after that, not only are we going to be having a break, so for the point where we were going to be taking some pause until our Muslim brothers and sisters will be able to receive some great meal to, of course, break their fast, there will be a special segment going on, which is going to be an ARAM match that will be playing throughout the entirety of the break. So I really wonder what actually goes on during the entire time of that, and who will be playing that ARAM match itself. Now, all random, all mid, Mustachio, let me ask you this. Have you tried this game mode for now?
I have not. I swear I have wanted to, but I am way too busy still trying to learn exactly how to win a game in Wild Rift. I swear I suck so badly at this game. I'm learning every single day, my friend.
It's okay. Don't feel bad. And you got me here that you can just add up, and we can definitely play some games all together. So all random, all mid is definitely something that's fun to watch, because you'll be given random champions to select and start, and you can re-roll it if you don't really feel too comfortable. And it's only one lane, right? As we go down to the Howling Abyss for our entirety of the break. But, you know, unfortunately, we can't really get the interview for now with Lynx eSports. So we'll definitely talk to them in the near future. But with that, do check out some of the gameplay that will be coming up soon, as me as well as the Mustachio AJ will be going on a break. And we wish all of you guys out there who are fasting, Selamat Berbuka Puasa. AJ, anything to say before we go on the break?
Absolutely not. For now, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's going to be quite a long break, and the match, the ARAM match that Contra mentioned, it will be shoutcasted in Bahasa Melayu. So all of you who are from the Philippines, or if you do not speak in Bahasa Melayu, please hang in there. If you would like to leave the stream, do make sure you come back on later at about 8 p.m. when we continue to kick things off, because trust me when I say 8:30, my apologies, you do not want to miss these 2 matches, right? Splatzone Insomiax will be taking on Sem9. Sem9 has proven to be quite a solid squad so far, together with the juggernaut himself, Mr. Hasawak, as he drops into the rift. And then, to close off our day, Eminence Raptors will be meeting the Berjaya Dragons. So that match, 100%, if you miss it, you will definitely be sore throughout the rest of the night. Mustachio as well as Contra will be back at 8:30 to continue bringing you all of the hottest action from the rift.
Masih lagi bersama untuk seketika, tapi lihat bagaimana eksplosif gas. Becky telah pun tiba. Becky menjatuhkan seorang. Mereka ingin masuk secara teleport, telah pun tiba. Xiang telah pun sampai. Dia perlu menggunakan strike, tapi terlewat.
Blood, sweat, and tears written in the blacks of kings. 1 in a million, the billions that have to sing.
Nice. Alright, go. Down, first. Can. Alright, down already. Nexus. Alright, okay. Nice! Victory! I'll see you in the game. Alright guys, let's go on board. Okay.
team champion slain. Red team has slain the dragon. Red team champion slain. Rampage. Blue team champion slain. Double kill. Blue team first blood. Red team champ. Blue team champion slain. Shut down. Champion slain. Blue team double kill. Killing spree. Red team champion slain. Rampage. Blue team double kill. Blue team champion slain. Red team champion slain. Champion slain. Red team champion slain. Red team lost a turret. Red team lost a turret. Blue team double kill. Blue team champion slain. Red team champion slain. Red team has slain the dragon. Blue team champion slain. Red team champion slain. Rampage. Blue team champion lost the turret. Blue team double kill. Blue team first blood. Red team champion. Blue team champion slain. Shut down. Champion slain. Red team champion slain. Red team lost a turret. Red team lost a turret. Blue team double kill. Blue team champion slain. Red team champion slain. Red team has slain the dragon. Blue team champion slain. Red team champion slain. Rampage. Blue team champion slain.
Banding Jarvan yang sekarang Roja hanya mempunyai peluang untuk gank saja. Dia tidak boleh untuk farm buat saya sekarang.
Saya rasa ia sebenarnya dia agak lumpuh untuk Rojak sebenarnya. Kalau dia memakai Jarvan, dia memerlukan gol yang lebih banyak daripada Lee Sin.
Betul.
So kalau Lee Sin lagi banyak daripada dia, saya rasa memang kita akan melihat lagi satu tragedi, iaitu dengan dalam 10 minit, dalam 15 minit akan berlaku habiskan game. But kalau Jarvan tiada item, tiada defense sedikit dan juga armor sedikit pun, saya rasa susah untuk lawan dengan komposisi yang dibawa oleh pasukan Geek Fam. Disebabkan dia akan pergi ke hadapan, tetapi Lee Sin, Katarina dan juga Leona akan pergi backline.
Wow. Itu dah penjelasan daripada Mikos sebentar tadi. Mikos Kato di bahagian bottom. Mikato berada di bahagian bottom. Cubaan yang baik untuk mereka mendapatkan kemenangan 1,000 yang menjarakkan mereka sangat-sangat besar walaupun baru saja di peringkat awal. Apa yang berlaku ni, Mikos?
Bagi saya adalah pengalaman. Pengalaman makan masa untuk pasukan Geek Fam. Kenapa kita memberikan satu title untuk Geek Fam, salah satu giant dalam Malaysia sendiri di dalam Wild Rift? Disebabkan mereka dengan last hit mereka, dengan pengalaman mereka di dalam MOBA sendiri, dan mereka kebanyakan datang daripada Summoner's Rift. So ini membuatkan mereka lebih arif dan faham tentang game ini berbanding dengan orang-orang player-player yang baru saja masuk dalam scene ini, seperti yang kita lihat pada Black Cat, 69 dan juga Roja. So yang agak sukar sebenarnya kalau mereka ada mechanical skill seperti untuk CS dan sebagainya.
Miko sebenarnya hampir berjaya untuk menjatuhkan Momo. Dia sudah pun menggunakan Spirit Rush dan juga Ignite. Sayang sekali Momo tidak berjaya untuk mencari Kato sebentar tadi. Pergerakan dilakukan Nyx setelah pun diperhatikan. Dia ada ultimate-nya, terus saja terkena stun sedikit saja lagi. Lompatan masuk, Cataclysm ada, tetapi lompatnya kepada Rumble. Sayang sekali lompatannya tidak cukup banyak. 69 masuk ke hadapan, tetapi lihat damage terima 69 lebih tinggi daripada apa yang dia lakukan.
Ini mengatakan bahawa menerima lebih sukar daripada memberi. Kalau beri lagi banyak, itu memandangkan anda murah rezeki, tetapi yang menerima tu yang banyak. Apakah ini satu silap langkah untuk dilakukan oleh pasukan Linkx eSports? Kerana kita nampak tadi, dia lalu ke bawah nak mengelakkan daripada kawannya dimakan di awal perlawanan, tetapi dia menerima begitu banyak. Bagi saya rotasi itu agak kurang lah, bagi saya kurang diminati sebenarnya.
Ya, sekarang ini Rumble dan dicari Nyx berada berdekatan dan Linkx sedikit demi sedikit mengejar perbezaan gol yang ada di antara kedua-dua pasukan ini. Rumble mematikan Kato sebentar tadi dan terus saja farm. Ini boleh saya katakan pertarungan yang paling tidak berdarah. Baru 1 kill dalam hampir 6 minit.
Ya, kerana kita melihat kepada mereka tahu bila nak buat keputusan, dan saya rasa perang yang paling besar memang semestinya di kawasan Naga, dan juga inilah kali pertamanya Naga dan juga Herald hidup serentak.
Betul, dan mari kita lihat adakah Naga ini akan diganggu. Lihat perlawanan kita akan bermula di bahagian Dragon. Mereka telah berpecah, tapi 3 orang stun masuk di belakang adalah Momo. Disengage berjaya untuk dicari. Rumble berjaya untuk mendapatkan Dragon. Momo mungkin terperangkap masuk di sini. The Shank cuba untuk membantu, tetapi dia ke belakang semula. Perfect execution daripada The Shank.
Oh no. Serojak salah masuk tadi. Dia nak layan Naga tersebut. Alamak, sepatutnya dia masuk terus ke arah pasukan Geek Fam. Mereka kehilangan Naga. Mereka kehilangan kawan-kawan mereka. 2 yang diambil, 3 sebenarnya. Tetapi kalau mereka fokus kepada ahli pasukan Geek Fam, saya rasa mereka boleh reset kembali kawasan Naga tersebut.
Ya, di dalam pertarungan ini saya harus berikan pujian kepada Nyx yang bermain Leona sebentar tadi. Betul-betul berjaya untuk menangkap pemain-pemain daripada pasukan Geek Fam. Bukan seorang, bukan orang, tapi 3 orang solar flash sebentar tadi. Betul-betul menaikkan damage. Dan Momo terus saja menggunakan ultimate yang sebagai insting untuk pergi ke bahagian backline. Hampir terkena solar flash, dan itu dia damage yang keluar daripada Momo. Begitu tinggi, separuh terus nyawa Black.
Ya, kerana kalau kita melihat pada Kaisar sendiri di awal perlawanan dan sudah pun nak capai 8 minit, semestinya sudah ada satu ataupun dua item yang lebih penting untuk Kaisar. Tetapi mereka perlu berlawan di sini. Next dari belakang Momo juga, tetapi kenapa Ari yang kat belakang tu? Roja langsung masuk, tetapi dari kali lagi digunakan Momo, terpaksa lari, tetapi Rumble cuba untuk dapat. Zora Veki masuk terlalu lambat, Momo terlalu ke hadapan. 4 bertemu 4, tapi siapa yang siku akan terlibat sekarang ini?
Begitu rapat pertarungan di antara kedua-dua belah bahagian. Tetapi ingat, pasukan daripada Geek Fam, mereka masih lagi ada ultimate mereka. The Shank masih lagi ada berdekatan, Rumble juga ada. Namun pada masa yang sama, Heroes Entrance juga ada untuk Galio. Jadi Geek Fam menghormati damage yang ada. Emotional! Tumbukannya tidak mengena.
Aduh, ini mungkin kes terburu-buru kali ini. Mungkin kata, aku nak tumbuk, memang tak kena untuk untuk Galio tersebut. Tapi kalau saya rasa tumbuk tu kena.
Saya rasa Akali tak akan mati.
Yes, betul. Ataupun mati kot.
Pada masa yang sama, Galio tersebut ada barrier di sini. Jadi dia boleh aktifkan sekiranya dia hampir terkorban berbanding The Shank. Dia juga mempunyai barrier dan daripada segi gol, The Shank ada barrier dan lebih banyak. Tidak terkena shuriken di baling. Tapi saya rasa dia patut pulang sekarang kerana
sakit.
Ya, The Shank mempunyai gol yang lebih banyak. Dia tak balik tadi. Jadi sepatutnya dia mempunyai gol yang lebih banyak, cuma dia tak guna lagi dan Rumble berjaya untuk mendapatkan Rift Herald tanpa sebarang masalah.
Ya, kerana kalau kita tahu Geek Fam, mereka punya rotation memang cukup-cukup laju berasaskan objektif. Tetapi mereka baru saja dapatkan Ocean Drake yang mereka nak. Dan ini ada satu lagi naga yang betul-betul yang memang nak. Kalau dapat ni bersyukur tak kenal tanah lah macam ni.
Amboi.
Iaitu adalah bukan tanah tapi
Infernal.
Cloud Drake.
Infernal.
Geek Fam nak Cloud Drake.
Yup.
Tapi bagi saya memang aku katakan kata macam biasalah kita semua nak Cloud Drake kan. Tetapi in terms of dia punya rotasi, The Ozora Veki dan juga Rumble, kalau mereka tidak ada Cloud Drake, rotasi ataupun keganasan mereka akan sedikit budak.
Ya, ramai yang memandang rendah tentang Cloud Drake. Sebab apa? Cloud Drake ni hanya memberikan kelajuan di luar perlawanan. Tetapi kelajuan tersebutlah yang penting untuk memberikan anda pergerakan yang lebih banyak apabila anda cuba untuk melakukan sebarang rotasi. Dan ini Dragon yang betul-betul menaikkan damage anda. Black Cat terkena tag. Roja cuba untuk mendapatkan Rumble. Dan sini pertarungan kita mungkin akan berlaku. Perfect execution kepada Kato. Ari terpaksa pulang sekarang ini 4 lawan 5. Roja di bahagian hadapan, dia terus saja melarikan diri. Di manakah? Itulah dia. Mudah sahaja smite dilakukan. Ozora Veki berada dalam bentuk statis. Damage dikeluarkan. The Shank di bahagian belakang. Kato berseorangan dan Kato terpaksa melarikan diri. Double kill diambil oleh Ozora Veki. Statis yang tepat pada masanya.
Terlalu banyak damage yang dikeluarkan oleh pemilik-pemilik Geek Fam. Kali ini mereka dapat naga, mereka dapat kill, mereka dapat makan, mereka dapat kemenangan. Kemungkinan untuk pasukan Geek Fam kali ini Lynx eSports hanya tinggal 2 orang saja. Kini sudah pun hidup kembali 4. Tapi mungkin tahun ini tak akan jatuh kerana damage begitu banyak. Herald yang agak sia-sia sebenarnya. Tapi lebih kurang lah sebab dapat kurangkan.
Saya rasa berbaloi sebab mereka dapat satu turret di bahagian mid lane, kemudian mengurangkan hampir 2/3 damage turret di bahagian mid lane. Satu pertukaran yang baik dan lihat item Rabadon Dead Cap untuk Akali dan juga Infinity Orb. Begitu tinggi damage yang boleh dikeluarkan. Dan kalau kita lihat pula kepada Lee Sin, kita ada Guardian Angel yang mana sekiranya dia terkorban boleh hidup semua. Dan lihat damage kepada Kato. Itu barulah 1-2 combo daripada The Shank. Begitu berbahaya.
Saya tak tahulah kenapa Ari sebab kita melihat kepada Ari selalu bermain di mid lane. Tetapi jika bermain di side lane agak kurang bernasib baik kerana ia sukar untuk berjalan. Kerana kita tahu dash yang dimiliki oleh Ari sendiri untuk kepada roaming ability. Tapi ditangkapi sepak terlebih dahulu, langsung saja mati. Memang tidak dapat membuat apa-apa seorang pria yang berada di tim Geek Fam ini. Memang sungguh-sungguh mantap.
Terbongkang mayatnya sebentar tadi. Dan lihat bagaimana Baron akan dimulakan. Mereka tahu tiada jungler, tetapi ini mungkin sedikit berisiko. Black Cat akan mampu untuk mencuri dengan putih blue tersebut. Pastinya gagal Nick sebagai hadapan dan mereka mungkin akan mencari engage, tetapi Baron telah pun berjaya untuk diambil. Satu pergerakan yang sangat penuh pengiraan.
Ya, tapi kalau untuk pasukan Geek Fam, mereka sudah mendapatkan jungle. Itu adalah satu impact yang begitu menarik untuk pasukan Geek Fam. Kerana Lynx eSports mereka ketinggalan 6 kill dan juga tiada jungler buat masa Baron. So untuk pasukan Linkx eSports, mereka perlu push sedikit demi sedikit bottom tower, top tower. Kalau tidak, mereka akan kehilangan beberapa resource berbanding pasukan Geek Fam, kerana pasukan Geek Fam ada lebih space untuk bermain.
Minions have spawned. First blood. Red team champion slain. Red team champion slain. Blue team champion slain. Red team double kill. Rampage. Red team champion slain. Shut down. Red team champion slain. Red team champion slain. Lost a turret. Red team champion slain. Shut down. Red team champion slain. Double kill. Blue team champion slain. Killing spree.
Did you miss it? Did you miss it?
Ini sememangnya menghantar mesej kepada pasukan Geek Fam yang mereka bukanlah pasukan yang terkuat.
Oh, tapi dan juga kita kembali balik pada segmen kita yang sebelum kita makan tu, iaitu Gragas dulu cukup 4, betul?
Ya.
Kali ini Lee Sin cukup 4.
Alhamdulillah rezeki.
Tapi dia buta.
Tak apa.
Macam mana boleh dapat 4?
Biar apa?
Ini tak respect orang single.
Baiklah, balik ke dalam perlawanan kita yang mana kita akan melihat pastinya perlawanan yang sangat-sangat menarik. Kita ada Akali dan saya paling excited bila ada Akali dalam game kerana Akali ni adalah salah satu champion yang paling snowball. Kalau dia di hadapan pasukan pihak lawan, agak sukar untuk mana-mana pemain mengawal Akali tersebut. Dia boleh melarikan diri dengan mudah, dia ada perfect execution untuk masuk dan sukar untuk mana-mana pemain menghentikan sekiranya Akali sudah berada dalam on roll. Jadi, tanpa melangkah masa, perlawanan kita yang pertama di antara Linkx dan juga Geek Fam akan dimulakan sekarang.
Oh ya, langsung saja Akali Emotion daripada Linkx eSports. Kali ini bertemu dengan Geek Fam buat kali pertamanya di dalam liga kita. Dan Leona, kita ada Katarina dan bersama dengan Akali. Mereka pasukan Geek Fam ni seperti yang kita tahu, yang mereka pun sama juga seakan-akan dengan Berjaya Dragons. Mereka akan menunggu kepada level 4 ataupun untuk melakukan apa-apa saja perbuangan skill. Tetapi Geek Fam akan sudah berubah sedikit, bermain secara agresif untuk mendapatkan buff terlebih dahulu. Ozora Veki, di manakah Rumple? Help me Rumple.
Rumple sedang mencuri buff daripada pasukan pihak lawan dan hampir terkena charm sebentar tadi dan itu adalah permulaan yang sangat-sangat baik untuk pasukan Linkx eSports. Mereka berjaya untuk menolak ke belakang pemain utama pasukan Geek Fam.
Ya, tapi kita melihat kepada Mikos yang berada di bawah ni tak kira. Saya claim. Dia takut jadi kalau game contohnya menang saya sebut Mikos. Takut kalah kita tukar nama. Takut macam tu. Apa tu? Malahlah saya baca komen.
Baiklah, lihat Ozora Veki, dia tak boleh keluar langsung daripada bahagian mid lane. Sememangnya dibuli dengan begitu turut dan Ozora Veki dia telah pun makan buah-buahan sebentar tadi. Dia tidak ada apa-apa sekalipun. Lihat bagaimana Rumple juga dibuli. Tapi Lynx telah pun tiba masuk ke depan. Cuba untuk mencari target. Rojak hampir dirojakkan. Terus saja menjadi masih pertama. Veki pergi kepada bahagian backline. Cuba untuk mendapatkan 69. Dan flash digunakan. Nampak macam dia tak biasa Katarina.
Ya, biasanya kalau kita melihat kepada pemilihan Katarina ni tidak biasa di dalam liga pun. Sebelum qualifier pun kurang sebenarnya Katarina. Di dalam kalau best of 5 satu atau dua saja. Kalau keluar sekali mesti kena ban. Confirm. Tapi itu apa yang berlaku sekarang Linkx eSports. Mereka sudah kehilangan satu ahli buat masa seketika. Tapi Geek Fam mereka bermain dengan agresif, mendapatkan buff pihak LE terlebih dahulu. Tapi kali ini mereka berada di hadapan in terms of goal. So agak sukar Linkx. Mereka kena dapatkan lebih snowball in terms of CS. Mereka kena tolak sedikit wave. Tapi mereka tidak boleh mati walau sekali kalau nak kejar gol yang ada pada Geek Fam.
Okay, lihat di sini Mikoh. Lihat jungle yang ada like Linkx eSports. Dah habis. Clear. Tak ada. Tapi di bahagian Geek Fam ada banyak lagi yang boleh diambil farm oleh Rumple. Dia boleh ambil Razor Beak, dia boleh ambil Red Buff, dia boleh ambil Crack. Dia boleh pergi ke mana-mana sahaja yang dia mahukan. Berbanding Jarvan yang sekarang rojak hanya mempunyai peluang untuk gank sahaja. Dia tidak boleh untuk farm buat sekarang.
Saya rasa sebenarnya dia agak lumpuh untuk rojak sebenarnya. Kalau dia memakai Jarvan, dia memerlukan gol yang lebih banyak daripada Lee Sin.
Betul.
So kalau Lee Sin lagi banyak daripada dia, saya rasa memang kita akan melihat lagi satu tragedi iaitu dengan dalam 10 minit, dalam 15 minit akan berlaku habiskan game. But kalau Jarvan tiada item, tiada defense sedikit dan juga armor sedikit pun, saya rasa susah untuk lawan dengan komposisi yang dibawa oleh pasukan Geek Fam. Disebabkan dia akan pergi ke hadapan tetapi Lee Sin, Katarina dan juga Leona akan pergi backline.
Wow. Itu dah penjelasan daripada Mikos sebentar tadi. Mikos Kato di bahagian bottom. Mikato berada di bahagian bottom. Cubaan yang baik untuk mereka mendapatkan kemenangan 1,000 yang menjarakkan mereka sangat-sangat besar walaupun baru saja di peringkat awal. Apa yang berlaku ni Mikos?
Bagi saya adalah pengalaman. Pengalaman makan masa.
Masih Sekali lagi terlambat untuk seketika, tapi lihat bagaimana eksplosif gas. Becky telah pun tiba. Becky menjatuhkan serangan. Mereka ingin masuk secara teleport, telah pun tiba. Xiang telah pun sampai. Dia perlu menggunakan strike, tapi terlewat.
Blood, sweat, and tears written in the blacks of kings. 1 in a million, the billions that have to sing.
Anda sedang bersama saya Ikoto dan juga Sekla di dalam channel Makan-Makan bersama Ikoto dan Cloud.
Itulah dia. Jadi kita dapat makan sesuatu yang Ikoto first time akan dapat rasa sesuatu yang baru.
First time awak akan try Maggi Hot Cup goreng cili Fiesta. Bau dia memang menusuk kolbu, tapi memandangkan kejap. Sudah pun masuk waktu buka, jadi abang aku buka. Tapi sebelum tu, Cloud pernah berpuasa?
Saya sebenarnya, ni bukan scam lah. Tapi sebenarnya saya selalulah ikut.
Selalu
sebab kenapa tahu? Sebab ramai kawan-kawan selalu ajak berbuka. Sebab tu kalau kita tak puasa, lepas tu kita buka, yelah kita makan lah kan. Tapi feel dia lain. Tapi kalau kita puasa sekali, lepas kita buka tu, feel dia
baru sting aku yahoo.
Dia sting aku yahoo.
Pernah makan kurma mesti? Pernah kan?
Pernah.
Suka tak kurma?
Suka.
Sebab ramai yang tak pernah makan kurma. Jadi kita buka biasanya kalau orang katakan biasa kalau orang Islam kita biasa ikut kita punya Nabi Muhammad SAW, dia biasanya sunnahnya makan dengan kurma dulu. Sila.
Terima kasih.
Macam tu
Dia makan dengan benda manis. Itu adalah
buka manis. Betul.
Tengok. Saya tahu. Saya tahu.
Baiklah, marilah kita buka. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Allahumma barik fi ma razaqtana wa qina azabannar. Amin. Tu dia.
Dia kena buat ASMR ke?
Yes.
Kena.
Wajib.
Dia kena ada bunyi sikit.
Bunyi tu lebih.
Kan ada.
Nom.
Saya nak cakap pun, saya terbaca satu artikel baru-baru ni yang biji kurma tu boleh ditanam semula.
Ya.
Dia jadi apa tu masa dia jadi balik pokok?
Jadi pokok kurma lah.
Dia pokok kurma balik. Mana tahu kan.
Sudah, tapi sepanjang tu saya pernah sekali je. Tapi bukan tanam lah. Orang katakan buang-buang biji kat luar kan. And then jadi pokok kurma. Jadi. Tapi memang peratusannya agak kurang lah. Sebab kalau tak silap, dekat Kelantan ada satu pokok kurma yang berbuah. Tapi macam tak jadi sangat lah. Sebab rasanya kalau pokok kurma ni dia kena dalam cuaca panas kot. Baru dia jadi kot.
Cuaca kita tak boleh lah. Cuaca kita macam lembab macam tu.
Kita selalu sangat hujan kan. Akhir-akhir ni pun kita hujan selalu. Terima kasih.
Ada di sebalik tabir tu. Tangan-tangan yang menghulur. Terima kasih. Ada lagi.
Terima kasih. Rumah memang betul-betul power. Dia bagi balang terus.
Ambil tu.
Air magic. Boleh buat wuduk kalau nak.
Wow. Cukup ke tu? Boleh lah. Boleh lah. Okay. Sekarang ni
time untuk Maggi. Cloud nak makan apa?
Saya nak rasa apa yang Ikuto rasa pada minggu lepas. Sebab saya tengok Ikuto makan minggu lepas tu sedap sampai menjilat jari.
Kalau boleh menjilat cawan tu sekali.
Itulah. Cawan ni masuk sekali. Ni adalah perisa asam laksa Maggi Hot Cup.
Jadi saya pula nak try ni baru ni. Maggi goreng cili Fiesta. Jom apa lagi? Marilah kita cuba sebab
silakan.
Dia Maggi goreng. Ya Allah bau dia.
Kamera boleh tangkap tak asap-asap ni? Dahsyat.
Bau dia. Saya dah lama. Dia sebenarnya Maggi goreng ni sedap. Tapi kan kita malas nak buat sebab nak kena bancuh semua tu kan. Nasib baik kat sini ada orang tolong buat kan. Jadi
itulah. Saya tak pernah lah orang tolong buatkan Maggi.
Ya ke?
Ada pula ya.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim.
Jarak sikit. Oh, saya dengar bunyi ASMR Ikuto pun saya terasa macam terjura sekejap. Oh, panas. Panas. Betul-betul berwap-wap ni. Cermin mata pun tak nampak dah.
Ya Allah, sedap. Wait. Producer Zul cakap, okay guys, rap je. Tapi nak lagi satu. Sedap tu. Saya tak tipu. Saya sedap.
Pilihan-pilihan Ikuto ni semua mantap Oi, termasuk dia punya asam laksa tu. Uish. Wow.
Betul ASMR kita.
Oi, rasa macam betul-betul apa yang digambarkan perasaan dia. Rasa macam sejibik macam tu. Uish, betul-betul. Sebab selalu kalau makan Maggi ni saya akan pilih sama ada yang kari ataupun yang ayam lah kan. Tapi tak selalu kita rasa asam laksa.
Betul.
Oh, memang.
Kalau daripada dulu memang saya pun biasa ayam je. Tapi tak tahu pula ada Mego dalam hot cup sekarang ni. Biasanya kan dalam bungkus kan.
Itu dia. Sedap sampai dia nak larikan diri. Hello. Uish. Ini wajib habis ni.
Itulah. Saya ingat mungkin nak bagi sekelap rasa tapi
tak sempat.
Tapi tak sempat lah kelap.
Alamak. Itulah, saya tengok macam dah kosong dah tu.
Macam dah kosong dah. Memang dah tak lama dah ni.
Production tolong buat lagi satu
macam tu
Bila lagi?
Bila lagi. Apoy. Baiklah guys, itulah dia makan-makan kita. Jadi seriously korang patut cuba yang terbaru ni, Maggi Hot Cup goreng cili fiesta sebab dia Maggi goreng. So senang nak jerang semua, senang nak tu air memang. Punya bunyi makan. Hey, geram rasa sting aku.
Orang puasa macam ni. Dia lapar sikit. Macam tu.
Lain macam kalau ni, lain macam. Tapi betul guys, korang patut try ni, memang betul-betul mantap sekali rasanya.
Mantap. Saya sangat gembira dengan saya punya lah. Saya punya Maggi Hot Cup.
Saya pun sangat gembira dengan ni, tapi saya rasa lagi sesuatu lah.
Wow. Saya tengok Ikuto makan pun saya rasa selera. Oi, dengan bunyi ASMR dia tu. Cara masing-masing nak enjoy.
Saya pun dah tengok juga. Lain macam bunyinya.
Cara masing-masing.
Baiklah guys, jadi terima kasih kerana menonton. Kami akan terus sambung makan lagi. Jadi sebelum kami makan dengan lebih gelojoh, kami akan bertemu anda sebentar saja lagi di perlawanan kita yang seterusnya. Bye-bye. Masih lagi bersama untuk seketika, tapi lihat bagaimana eksplosif gas. Becky terlampau tiba. Becky menjatuhkan mereka ingin masuk sekarang. Teleport terlampau tiba. Siang terlampau sampai. Dia perlu menggunakan smite tapi terlewat.
Blood, sweat, and tears written in the blacks of kings. 1 in a million, the billions that have to sing.
Memberikan satu title untuk Geek Fam, salah satu giant dalam Malaysia sendiri di dalam Wild Rift, disebabkan mereka dengan last hit mereka, dengan pengalaman mereka di dalam MOBA sendiri, dan mereka kebanyakan dia datang daripada Summoners Rift. So ini membuatkan mereka lebih arif dan faham tentang game ini berbanding dengan orang-orang player-player yang baru saja masuk dalam scene ini, seperti yang kita lihat pada Black Cat, 69 dan juga Roja. So yang agak sukar sebenarnya kalau mereka ada mechanical skill seperti untuk CS dan sebagainya. Miko sebenarnya hampir berjaya untuk menjatuhkan Momo. Dia sudah pun menggunakan Spirit Rush dan juga Ignite. Sayang sekali Momo tidak berjaya untuk mencari Kato sebentar tadi.
Pergerakan dilakukan Nyx telah pun diperhatikan. Dia ada ultimate-nya. Terus saja terkena stun. Sedikit sahaja lagi. Lompatan masuk Cataclysm ada. Tetapi lompatnya kepada Rumble. Sayang sekali lompatannya tidak cukup banyak. 69 masuk ke hadapan. Tetapi lihat damage terima 69 lebih tinggi daripada apa yang dia lakukan.
Ini mengatakan bahawa menerima lebih sukar daripada memberi. Kalau beri lagi banyak, itu menandakan anda murah rezeki. Tetapi yang menerima tu yang banyak. Apakah ini satu silap langkah untuk dilakukan oleh pasukan Linkx eSports? Kerana kita nampak tadi, dia lalu ke bawah nak mengelakkan daripada kawannya dimakan di awal perlawanan. Tetapi dia menerima begitu banyak. Bagi saya rotasi tu agak kurang lah. Bagi saya kurang diminati sebenarnya.
Ya, sekarang ini Rumble dan dicari Nyx berada berdekatan dan Linkx sedikit demi sedikit mengejar perbezaan gol yang ada di antara kedua-dua pasukan ini. Rumble mematikan Kato seperti tadi dan terus saja farm. Ini boleh saya katakan pertarungan yang paling tidak berdarah. Baru 1 kill dalam hampir 6 minit.
Ya, kerana kita melihat kepada mereka tahu bila nak buat keputusan dan saya rasa perang yang paling besar memang semestinya di kawasan Naga dan juga inilah kali pertamanya Naga dan juga Herald hidup serentak.
Betul, dan mari kita lihat adakah Naga ini akan diganggu. Lihat perlawanan kita akan bermula di bahagian Dragon. Mereka telah pun berpecah tapi 3 orang stun masuk di belakang adalah Momo. Disengage berjaya untuk dicari. Rumble berjaya untuk mendapatkan Dragon. Momo mungkin terperangkap masuk di sini. The Shank cuba untuk membantu tetapi dia ke belakang semula. Perfect execution daripada The Shank.
Oh no. Serojak salah masuk tadi. Dia nak layan Naga tersebut. Alamak, sepatutnya dia masuk terus ke arah pasukan Geek Fam. Mereka kehilangan Naga. Mereka kehilangan kawan-kawan mereka. 2 yang diambil, 3 sebenarnya. Tetapi kalau mereka fokus kepada ahli pasukan Geek Fam, saya rasa mereka boleh reset kembali kawasan Naga tersebut.
Ya, di dalam pertarungan ini saya harus berikan pujian kepada Nyx yang bermain Leona sebentar tadi. Betul-betul berjaya untuk menangkap pemain-pemain daripada pasukan Geek Fam. Bukan seorang, bukan orang, tapi 3 orang solar flash sebentar tadi. Betul-betul menaikkan damage. Dan Momo terus saja menggunakan ultimate sebagai insting untuk pergi ke bahagian backline. Hampir terkena solar flash dan itu dia damage yang keluar daripada Momo. Begitu tinggi, separuh terus nyawa Black.
Ya, kerana kalau kita melihat pada Kaisar sendiri di awal perlawanan dan sudah pun nak sampai 8 minit, semestinya sudah ada 1 ataupun 2 item yang lebih penting untuk Kaisar. Tetapi mereka perlu berlawan di sini. Nyx di belakang Momo juga, tetapi kenapa Ari yang kat belakang tu? Rojak langsung masuk tetapi dari Cataclysm lagi digunakan. Momo terpaksa lari tetapi Rumble cuba untuk dapat. Zora Veki masuk terlalu lambat. Momo terlalu ke hadapan. 4 bertemu 4 tapi siapa yang siku akan terlibat sekarang ini?
Begitu rapat pertarungan di antara kedua belah bahagian. Tetapi ingat, pasukan daripada Geek Fam, mereka masih lagi ada ultimate mereka. The Shank masih lagi ada berdekatan. Rumble juga ada. Namun pada masa yang sama, Heroes Entrance juga ada untuk Galio. Jadi Geek Fam menghormati damage yang ada. Emotion. Tumbukannya tidak mengena.
Aduh, ini mungkin kes terburu-buru kali ini. Mungkin kata, aku nak tumbuk, memang tak kena untuk untuk Galio tersebut. Tapi kalau saya rasa tumbuk tu kena.
Saya rasa Akali tu akan mati.
Yes, betul. Ataupun mati kot.
Pada masa yang sama, Galio tersebut ada barrier di sini. Jadi dia boleh aktifkan sekiranya dia hampir terkorban berbanding The Shank. Dia juga mempunyai barrier dan daripada segi gol, The Shank ada barrier dan lebih banyak. Tidak terkena shuriken yang dibaling. Tapi saya rasa dia patut pulang sekarang kerana
sakit.
Ya, The Shank mempunyai gol yang lebih banyak. Dia tak balik tadi. Jadi sepatutnya dia mempunyai gol yang lebih banyak, cuma dia tak guna lagi dan Rumble berjaya untuk mendapatkan Rift Herald tanpa sebarang masalah.
Ya, kerana kalau kita tahu Geek Fam, mereka punya rotation memang cukup-cukup laju berasaskan objektif. Tetapi mereka baru saja dapatkan Ocean Drake yang mereka nak. Ini ada satu lagi Naga yang betul-betul yang memang nak. Kalau dapat ni bersyukur tak tak kenal tanah lah macam ni.
Amboi.
Iaitu adalah bukan tanah tapi
Infernal.
Cloud Raid.
Infernal.
Geek Fam nak Cloud Raid.
Yup.
Tapi bagi saya memang katakan kata macam biasalah kita semua nak Cloud Raid kan. Tetapi in terms of dia punya rotasi, the Ozora, Veki dan juga Rumble, kalau mereka tidak ada Cloud Raid, rotasi ataupun keganasan mereka akan sedikit pudar.
Ya, ramai yang memandang rendah tentang Cloud Raid. Sebab apa? Cloud Raid ni hanya memberikan kelajuan di luar perlawanan. Tetapi kelajuan tersebutlah yang penting untuk memberikan anda pergerakan yang lebih banyak apabila anda cuba untuk melakukan sebarang rotasi. Dan ini Dragon yang betul-betul menaikkan damage anda. Black Cat terkena tag. Rojak cuba untuk mendapatkan Rumble. Dan sini pertarungan kita mungkin akan berlaku. Perfect execution kepada Kato. Ari terpaksa pulang sekarang ini 4 lawan 5. Rojak di bahagian hadapan. Dia terus saja melarikan diri. Di manakah? Itulah dia. Mudah sahaja smite dilakukan. Ozora Veki berada dalam bentuk statis. Damage dikeluarkan. The Shank di bahagian belakang. Kato berseorangan. Dan Kato terpaksa melarikan diri. Double kill diambil oleh Ozora Veki. Statis yang tepat pada masanya.
Terlalu banyak damage yang dikeluarkan oleh pemilik-pemilik Geek Fam. Kali ini mereka dapat naga, mereka dapat kill, mereka dapat makan, mereka dapat kemenangan. Kemungkinan untuk pasukan Geek Fam kali ini Lynx eSports hanya tinggal 2 orang saja. Kini sudah pun hidup kembali 4, tapi mungkin tahun ini tak akan jatuh kerana damage begitu banyak. Herald yang agak sia-sia sebenarnya. Tapi lebih kurang lah sebab dapat kurang.
Saya rasa berbaloi sebab mereka dapat satu turret di bahagian mid lane, kemudian mengurangkan hampir 2/3 damage turret di bahagian mid lane. Satu pertukaran yang baik dan lihat item Rabadon Dead Cap untuk Akali dan juga Infinity Orb. Begitu tinggi damage yang boleh dikeluarkan. Dan kalau kita lihat pula kepada Lee Sin, kita ada Guardian Angel yang mana sekiranya dia tergolong boleh hidup semua. Dan lihat damage kepada Kato. Itu barulah 1-2 combo daripada The Shank. Begitu berbahaya.
Saya tak tahulah kenapa Ari seperti... Sebab kita melihat kepada Ari selalu bermain di mid lane. Tetapi jika bermain di side lane agak kurang bernasib baik. Kerana ia sukar untuk berjalan. Kerana kita tahu dash yang dimiliki oleh Ari sendiri untuk kepada roaming ability. Tapi ditangkap, disepak terlebih dahulu. Langsung saja mati. Memang tidak dapat membuat apa-apa seorang pria yang berada di team Geek Fam ini. Memang sungguh-sungguh mantap.
Terbongkang mayatnya sebentar tadi. Dan lihat bagaimana Baron akan dimulakan. Mereka tahu tiada jungler, tetapi ini mungkin sedikit berisiko. Black Cat akan mampu untuk mencuri dengan putih bila tersebut. Pastinya gagal. Lynx sebagai hadapan dan mereka mungkin akan mencari engage, tetapi Baron telah pun berjaya untuk diambil. Satu pergerakan yang sangat penuh pengiraan.
Ya, tapi kalau untuk pasukan Geek Fam, mereka sudah mendapatkan jungle. Itu adalah satu impact yang begitu menarik untuk pasukan Geek Fam. Kerana Lynx eSports mereka ketinggalan 6 kill dan juga tiada jungler buat masa Baron. So untuk pasukan Linkx eSports, mereka perlu push sedikit demi sedikit bottom tower, top tower. Kalau tidak, mereka akan kehilangan beberapa resource berbanding pasukan Geek Fam. Kerana pasukan Geek Fam ada lebih space untuk bermain. Terkena tu, ada dia nak masuk ataupun tak.
Dia betul-betul berhati-hati. Kali ini dia mungkin masuk, namun tidak ada ahli pasukannya. Jadi satu pinggiran yang baik daripada Rumble menghormati yang ada. Dan Rumble, terima kasih, kata Rumble.
Rumble Tailskin memang tidak memberikan apa-apa. Jangan sebut nama dia kerana mungkin dia akan balik lagi. Tapi itulah dia buatkan. Jangan beri listen Rumble. Dia masuk.
Saya begitu lama berlatih untuk Flash. Dragon Rage dan juga Flash. Dan lihat betapa mudahnya Rumble lakukan sebentar tadi. Betul-betul dia menggunakan ulti dan dia flash tepat pada masanya untuk memastikan sepakan berlaku di kawasan yang dia mahukan.
Ya, kerana itu seperti memang setiap hari training kemungkinan. Alamak, Galio. Macam dia pula yang dilelong kali ini. Satu
perfect execution. The Shank. Nyx akan tank. Wah, pengorbanan seorang tank. Saya nampak tu, Nyx. Saya nampak. Betul-betul tank turret turret untuk menyelamatkan The Shank sebentar tadi. The Shank patut mengucapkan ribuan terima kasih dan belanja Maggie sebentar saja lagi kepada pemain ini. The Shank
Jangan cakap hidup.
nampaknya dia akan menggadaikan nyawa. Lihat Momo cuba untuk bertarungkan 3 orang pemain. Ketamakan yang berlaku daripada pasukan Geek Fam.
Nafsu yang tak boleh nak ditolak oleh Momo sendiri. Nampak
Dah berbuka kan?
Ya, betul lah tu. Tapi tak bermakna syaitan dah kembali. Dia langsung saja masuk kata, oh ni low ni. Tak apalah, masuklah. Tapi Lala kena. Mungkin itulah salah satu kalau dikirakan pasukan Lynx, dia dapat Momo tadi. Boleh dikirakan sebagai satu comeback. Alah, rampul. Kena pula.
Oh no! Hampir saja dia berjaya untuk mendapatkan kill. Dan mudah daripada rampul 1-2. Nyx punya untuk mendapatkan stun, tetapi Heroes Entrance telah pun tiba. Lihat bagaimana damage ber 69 dan Nyx tidak berjaya untuk melarikan diri. Dan Kato mendapatkan rampage. Nampaknya reset semula sebentar tadi. Tiba di sini The Shank. Adakah dia sempat? Jawapannya tidak. Nyawa pemain masih lagi penuh, tetapi lihat Rampul berikan fokus ke bahagian mid lane. Mungkin terlewat, saya tak rasa dia berjaya untuk mendapatkan turret di bahagian mid lane.
Boleh sedikit, tapi beberapa attack saja diperlukan. Tapi Rampul, dia tahu kawan-kawan dia pun tiba-tiba kena bunuh pada kawasan Dragon Pit. Langsung jadi tidak mengendahkan. Dia pergi pada mid lane supaya tiada yang akan tolak ke arah mereka. So itulah salah satu pemikiran yang begitu positif di dalam pasukan Geek Fam. Mengapa mereka adalah salah satu pasukan yang boleh dikatakan Goliath di dalam wiring Malaysia ini, disebabkan ini pemikiran di luar kotak.
Betul. Memangnya berbeza daripada apa yang kita selalu lihat daripada pemain-pemain yang ada. Tetapi Mikos yang kedua ataupun Kato rampage sebentar tadi, memangnya banyak kill. Mungkin semangat yang disalurkan oleh adik kepada abang sebabkan pergerakan yang baik. Itu dia dash ke hadapan. Ada 2 orang telah pun tiba. Mereka terus saja melarikan diri menghormati damage yang mampu dikeluarkan oleh pasukan Lynx eSports.
Dan bagi saya, melihat kepada pergerakan emotion kali ini, sepatutnya dia push saja bottom lane kerana dia tahu ultimate dia adalah tahap global. Dia boleh pergi ke mana saja. Kalau dia berada di bottom, saya rasa lebih sesuai kerana 4 bertemu dengan 5. Datang dari mana tak tahu, hero entrance lebih mencukupi untuk pasukan Lynx eSports. Tetapi dia terpaksa duduk dengan kawan-kawan mereka kerana damage yang dikeluarkan oleh pasukan Geek Fam terlalu banyak. Dan kemungkinan seperti jadual juadah berbuka yang beli terlalu banyak dan lupa sebenarnya dah tak makan.
Tetapi lihat bagaimana sekarang Galio, dia macam dipaksa untuk berada berdekatan saja dengan mid lane kerana walaupun boleh dikatakan hampir global tapi tidaklah seglobal yang kita sangka. Sebab itulah dia sentiasa cuba untuk bergerak ke arah mid lane, tapi tekanan diberikan oleh 69 ke bahagian mid lane, memaksa di sini sepakan gagal untuk dilakukan sebentar tadi. Rampul hampir terkorban dari pergerakan ganas. The Shank juga kehilangan nyawa yang agak banyak. Dan itu dia. Kita nampak apabila sampai ke tahap ini, pasukan Geek Fam berada dalam masalah.
Ya, pasukan Geek Fam, adakah ini disebabkan Momo nafsu tadi? Kerana satu saja peluang yang mereka ada untuk menutup game ini dan satu saja nafsu yang dilayan-layankan sangat. Inilah apa yang terjadi. Sepatutnya dalam 15 minit, 16 minit mungkin benar-benar tutup game.
Ya.
Kini terpaksa bawa kepada 20, mungkin 25, kita tak tahu.
Ya, sememangnya Lynx eSports tidak mengalah dan mereka menunjukkan yang mana mereka boleh bertarung dengan pasukan Geek Fam. Kesilapan yang dilakukan oleh pasukan Geek Fam di middle game sebentar tadi menyebabkan Lynx sekarang berada dalam kedudukan yang selesa, memerhatikan Kato. Tapi adakah solar flare akan diaktifkan?
Kantoi dekat situ.
Terkena sebentar tadi dan ini adalah semak yang sering digunakan oleh pasukan Geek Fam. Mereka cuba untuk mendapatkan Rojak. Rojak telah menggunakan flash untuk melarikan diri. Dan sekarang tanpa flash yang ada Koki juga. No, tetapi Rampul tidak ada energi. Rampul tidak ada energi, jadi dia tahu dia tidak cukup untuk melakukan kombonya.
Ya, saya rasa ini lebih sukar untuk pasukan Linkx eSports kerana mereka tiada kawasan ni. Mereka tiada ward yang berada di kawasan barrel lane ini untuk menaksikan, tapi mereka ada energy sebenarnya langsung saja masuk.
Tidak berjaya untuk mencari, tapi stun kepada dua orang oleh Lynx. Damage yang dikeluarkan dan itu dia disengage. Lihat posisi Momo di bahagian belakang. Momo telah pun tertangkap, sepakan yang baik dan The Shank dalam masalah. Namun dia berjaya untuk mendapatkan satu. Ozorabeki tiba, tetapi dia pun tidak mencukupi. Serangan pada Ozorabeki daripada bahagian belakang. Nyx telah pun menjadi mangsa. Momo hampir terkorban. Guardian Angel telah pun digunakan. Momo akan memberikan diri meninggalkan Rampel dan Veki telah pun terkorban. Double kill diambil oleh Kato. Geek Fam berada dalam masalah.
Ini lebih sukar kerana Linkx eSports mereka menunggu saja kesilapan daripada pasukan Geek Fam untuk masuk ke tangan mereka. Pasukan Geek Fam mereka tahu mereka ada di hadapan dalam dari segi gol, duit dan tower dan sebagainya. Tetapi Linkx eSports mereka tidak mahu mengaku kalah. Mereka dah makan, mereka boleh menang.
Dan ingat, ini adalah Elder Cloud Drake memberikan kepantasan yang sangat pantas. Sebab itulah pemain daripada pasukan Linkx sangat-sangat mudah untuk bergerak ke mana sahaja kedudukan yang mereka mahukan. Dan di sini tidak ada sesiapa pun yang boleh mengganggu mereka untuk mengambil Baron.
Oh, memang laju pergerakan mereka untuk ke objektif demi objektif. Tetapi dari segi tower masih 2 daripada Linkx eSports dan 7 datang daripada pasukan Geek Fam. Ini menimbulkan satu rasa yang sukar untuk pasukan Geek Fam kerana adakah momen-momen Momo melakukan tadi itu akan dipersalahkan?
Buat sekarang kita jangan menuding jari kepada sesiapa. Tetapi saya boleh katakan damage Koki sekarang dia dah ada Void Staff. Jadi damage dikeluarkan daripada segi magical juga sangat-sangat tinggi. Dan daripada segi gol, walaupun Geek Fam berada di hadapan sekarang, tetapi turret bahagian bottom akan dijatuhkan. Saya yakin di bahagian mid lane juga akan dijatuhkan tidak lama lagi.
Ya, terus satu tower demi satu tower yang boleh diambil oleh pasukan Linkx eSports, tapi mereka tidak boleh melakukan kesilapan ataupun satu fight yang mereka tidak boleh ambil, mereka ter-overcommit, dia akan lebih sukar. Dan mungkin Geek Fam, satu saja team fight yang Geek Fam menang, lebih daripada 2 orang, saya rasa mereka boleh tutup game ini.
Ya, begitu juga sama dengan pasukan Linkx, mereka hanya perlu mencari kill yang baik. Ya, begitu seramnya. Rampel menunggu peluang untuk melakukan pergerakan. Begitu juga dengan Nyx. Turret bahagian mid lane telah pun dijatuhkan. Di bahagian bottom lane juga. Lihat nyawa The Shank. Sempat saja untuk dia zonnya. Dia telah pun menggunakan flash. Tetapi Rampel menjadi mangsa yang pertama. The Shank telah pun terkorban. Dan sekarang ini hanya tinggal 2 orang pemain. Tidak. Hanya tinggal Momo sahaja. Dan pasukan Geek Fam akan tertewas. Linkx eSports menewaskan juara pre-season.
Linkx eSports dah berbuka, makan lagi bertenaga. Dia Lynx, pasukan Lynx. Gila beb. Geek Fam yang diagung-agungkan oleh Kuto tadi akhirnya tak.
Kita tak bagi ramalan pun tadi ya.
Ya, tapi saya tak tahu kenapa saya seronok lah. Sebab saya tahu ramalan ni Kuto macam mana lah. Tetapi dia tak boleh nak cakap awal sangat. Baru satu game, kita best of 3. So maknanya mungkin pasukan Geek Fam. Tadilah Rampel tengok kita makan. Ozora Veki tengok kita makan, dia lupa nak makan.
Like that.
Like that. Go eat like that.
Tapi itu pastinya mengejutkan semua orang. Pastinya penyokong-penyokong pasukan Geek Fam. Disebabkan bagi saya Geek Fam mengawal game ini daripada awal. Tetapi apabila mereka mula mati seorang demi seorang tu, terus saja momentum itu berubah.
So bermaknanya di sini, adakah blame akan terletak pada seorang player? Ataupun dia akan 3 sebab 3 tu mati berasingan?
Ya.
So maknanya adakah waktu itu adalah satu turnover datang daripada pasukan Lynx?
Ya, saya sangat setuju. Itu adalah turnover. Memang apabila mereka cuba untuk memaksa perlawanan yang tak patut mereka lakukan, terus saja mereka tersungkur. Dan
tengok KD Momo.
Ya, Momo 028 dan Mikos Kato 806.
Take my energy. Take my energy.
Betul-betul ada something di antara Mikos dan juga Kato ini. Tapi pada masa yang sama, lihat gol yang ada pada Ozorabeki. Saya rasa ini adalah performance Ozorabeki yang paling rendah dan saya pun jarang nampak melihat dia main Katarina. Mari kita lihat damage sebentar lagi yang dikeluarkan oleh Ozorabeki. Saya rasa ini adalah salah satu damage yang paling rendah pada Ozorabeki. Boleh dikatakan salah satu paling rendah disebabkan paling tinggi The Shank, kedua adalah Momo dan ketiga pula Ozorabeki.
Ya, kerana biasanya kalau Geek Fam memang Ozorabeki nombor 1 untuk dari segi damage dan sebagainya. Tetapi kemungkinan Katarina bukan hero beliau. Mungkin di game selepas ini ada lagi hero-hero akan keluar. Seperti kalau dikatakan daripada awal-awal dululah.
Cuma bisa Oriana. Ya, mungkin cuma bisa Oriana.
Oh, hari tu dah keluar balik statement tu. Hari tu dah buang, bukan bisa Oriana. Bila dah kalah, mungkin hanya bisa Oriana.
Keluar balik. Dia cuma bisa Oriana. Tapi kita tak tahulah. Tapi sememangnya lihat damage 69 tu. Damage 69. 31990. Damage-nya 31,000. Hampir masuk ke 32,000. Begitu paling tinggi. Ya, paling banyak dalam pasukannya.
Setakat ni saya rasa dia paling banyak dalam hari ni. Boleh dikira lah 31,950 damage paling banyak. Kalau lah tak silap tak. Mana tahu lepas ni kalau silap Mikos biasa silap. Tapi apa pun tahniah kepada pasukan Lynx menang 1-0 bersama dengan juara bertahan iaitu Geek Fam. 1-0 tetapi belum bermakna persembahan ini sudah habis kerana dia best of 3. Tetapi sekarang tadi kita dah tengok agak sukar nak dikatakan pemilihan ataupun pergerakan oleh pasukan Lynx. Adakah akan di-ban hari tersebut?
Saya takkan terkejut kalau dia di-ban. Kenapa saya mengatakan sedemikian adalah kerana kita nampak sebelum ini Becky pernah menggunakan Ari dan Ari tersebut di-ban. Kemudian apabila dapat kepada pihak lawan, Ari itu sangat-sangat berbahaya. Jangan buat posing Kato kat sini.
Saya bangga dengan abang saya.
Dia punya kembang tu memang lain macam walaupun bukan orang yang sama. Tetapi sebelum game seterusnya akan bermula, kita akan berehat sebentar. Jangan ke mana-mana, teruskan menonton League of Legends Wild Rift. Kami akan kembali sebentar.
Rehat dulu abang.
Nice. Alright, go. Tahu first. Can. Alright, tahu ni. Nexus. Okay. Nice. I'll see you in the game. Alright guys, let's go on board. Okay.
bagaimana eksplosif gas. Becky telah pun tiba. Becky menjatuhkan seorang. Mereka ingin masuk secara teleport. Telah pun tiba. Xiang telah pun sampai. Dia perlu menggunakan strike tapi terlewat.
Blood, sweat and tears written in the blacks. The kings, one in a million, the billions that have to say.
Mikos yang mana kita akan menonton perlawanan kita yang kedua, iaitu Geek Fam menentang Lynx eSports, yang mana inilah League of Legends Wild Rift C Icon Series Malaysia. Perlawanan yang pertama, Geek Fam tewas.
Ini boleh dikatakan satu penceritaan, kerana kalau dia tewas, contohlah pada malam ni Lynx menang 2-0, dia
kita balik awal.
Itu satu. Itu satu. Ya. Itu perlu diingatkan, itu satu.
Ya.
Lynx eSports akan duduk bersama dengan Berjaya Dragons.
Ya.
Dan Geek Fam akan duduk bawah bersama dengan pasukan HOMIEE. So, adakah Geek Fam nak sedapkan hati diorang lah? Sengaja tak nak menang?
Amboi. Dalam liga, kadang-kala kita ada melihat setengah pasukan mereka try and error. Tapi bagi saya, ianya bukanlah try and error untuk pasukan Geek Fam. Ternyata Lynx nampak lebih bersedia dan saya rasa kesabaran itulah yang penting. Mereka walaupun hilang Dragon, mereka hilang Herald, mereka hilang Baron, tapi pasukan Geek Fam tak boleh nak tutup game ini kerana sangat-sangat suka untuk mereka masuk.
Bagi saya tukar karakter je. Saya jadi Keto je. Okey, sebenarnya kita orang tadi dah nak kalah dah game tu. Daripada bottom tu dah pecah. Tetapi apabila kita nampak peluang, mereka macam dah menang apa semua, dia orang masuk ke dalam, yang membuatkan kita orang boleh comeback. Pada waktu itu kita orang comeback, kita dapatkan Dragon, lepas tu so satu persatu tower kita dapat Baron. Itu membuatkan pasukan kami ni dapat menang game ini.
Producer, kalau lah betul Lynx menang, kami nak interview Kato di bahasa Melayu. Kalau Lynx betul menang, saya nak interview Kato di bahasa Melayu. Saya ingin melihat apabila dua orang ini berjumpa.
Permintaan yang saya rasa lebih jauh. Tapi kalau lah rezeki tu ada, boleh lah.
Ya, siapa tak nak tengok
menyatukan kami adik-beradik.
Penyatuan tu penting. Tetapi tidak mengapa, itu barulah perlawanan yang pertama. Ada kemungkinan Geek Fam akan kembali ke game yang kedua. Kita kena ingat daripada awal game hingga ke mid game, pasukan Geek Fam yang menguasai retak permainan. Tapi apabila kita sampai ke tahap late game, ianya kemenangan mudah untuk pasukan Lynx. Dan tidak lupakan juga Jana yang menjalankan tugas daripada awal game hinggalah ke late game, memberikan disengage yang sangat-sangat baik untuk pasukannya.
Ya, tapi kalau kita melihat kepada pasukan Geek Fam, pengalaman mereka seakan-akan sama dengan pasukan Lynx sebenarnya. Kalau kita melihat pada Keto, Rojak dan juga saya lebih pada Keto lah yang pernah tak silap saya. Cakap lebih, tak apalah, tak nak lah.
Tapi kena ingat, Emotion juga salah satu pemain yang mempunyai pengalaman yang sangat tinggi. Emotion. Jadi mungkin pengalaman tersebut yang bawakan mereka kepada kemenangan. Tapi kita harus masuk ke dalam drafting kita yang kedua. Pertarungan yang kedua di antara pasukan Geek Fam yang menentang Lynx. Kali ini Geek Fam di pasukan biru dan Lynx di pasukan merah. Itu dia, lihat. Jana, macam yang saya kata, inilah sebenarnya punca kemenangan Lynx sebentar tadi.
Ya, kadang dia ban Jana. Sekarang ni Akali terbuka. Akali juga boleh di ban. Galio masih lagi terbuka untuk pasukan Lynx eSports. Tetapi mereka ban Lux terlebih dahulu. Kerana game sebelum ini, Lux adalah salah satu permain ataupun champion yang merosakkan pandangan ataupun impian-impian pasukan lain untuk mendapatkan poin. Tetapi kali ini Lux dikeluarkan, Fiora juga dan Akali di ban. Galio open untuk Geek Fam. Katarina juga.
Ya, akhirnya Geek Fam boleh katakan mungkin mereka dah berdebar. Barulah mereka fokus yang besar. Tapi Kaisa masih lagi ada untuk pasukan ini ambil. Tapi Seraphine,
saya rasa lebih sesuai kerana mereka kalau memakai support, saya tak nampak sangat, tapi mungkin Seraphine.
Saya rasa Seraphine tu
sebab rambut pink kan?
Ya.
Siapa lagi rambut pink? Gragas tak mungkin.
Star Guardian Gragas.
Saya tak tahu.
Okey, lihat sekarang ini pihak lawan pula mereka akan mengambil Camille dan juga Kaisa, yang mana Camille ini boleh berada di dalam jungle, juga boleh berada di bahagian top lane. Tetapi sekarang ini dia lebih terkenal untuk berada di bahagian top lane ataupun Baron lane.
Tapi kalau kita melihat kepada pemilihan, double Sona dan juga Seraphine. Adakah ini Gragas sekali lagi akan menang besar kali ini? Dr. Mundo. Okay, I like.
Ini ada dua tank yang keras. Kita ada Gragas dengan Mundo. Kemudian kita ada dua gadis yang lembut.
Biasalah, perempuan kan nak bad boy.
Tak tahu kenapa dia buat pose begitu, tetapi kita akan melihat yang mana kita nampak akan ada Lee Sin dan juga rakan yang akan digunakan oleh pasukan Geek Fam, dan Kato akan menggunakan Fizz.
Itu mungkin pakai, kerana saya pun jarang tengok dia pakai Fizz, tapi dipersilakan. Tapi adakah ini jungle Gragas ataupun jungle Mundo? Saya pernah tanya.
Saya rasa
awal-awal
jungle
Mundo.
Tunggu sebentar.
Depan.
Sebentar. Siapa marksman dalam pasukan Lynx? Maaf, siapa marksman?
Tak ada.
Ini adalah kill lane bottom. Kill lane. Seraphine dan juga Sona. Dua karakter ini memang suka spam skill dan ianya sangat-sangat sakit kalau anda bertemu dengan Seraphine dan juga Sona di lane yang sama.
Kaisar bertemu dengan mereka.
Ya, ini pasti akan menjadi masalah yang besar dan saya yakin rakan suka sangat untuk masuk kedua orang pemain ini. Kerana kalau dia dapat charm kedua-dua pemain dengan guna quickness dan juga grand entrance, ia sangat-sangat mudah untuk dia dapatkan kill kerana Sona dan juga Seraphine punya nyawa sangat rendah.
Ya, tapi kalau saya pun tak tahu kerana saya tak pernah lagi nampak composition seperti ini. Tiada ADC di dalam perlawanan. Yes, di dalam Summoners memang banyak kali nampak, tetapi di dalam Wild Rift ini kali pertama. Sebab di dalam game yang pertama tadi, Geek Fam akan mencuba sesuatu, tapi kali ini Lynx pula yang cuba-cuba nak try.
Saya rasa ini bukanlah lebih kepada cuba-cuba, tetapi macam yang kita katakan, apabila pasukan yang kita jangkakan underdog ini, apabila mereka keluar dengan satu draft yang tidak dijangkakan oleh mana-mana pemain, ianya menjadi perlawanan yang sangat-sangat menarik kerana saya nak lihat apakah jawapan Geek Fam, bagaimanakah mereka akan bertarung dengan Seraphine dan juga Sona yang mungkin akan berada di bahagian mid lane.
Yelah, tapi kalau kita melihat kepada Lynx punya composition, mereka ada Fizz, memang daripada mid game. Kita ada Sona early game, kita ada Seraphine early, Gragas bersama dengan Mundo mid game. Cuma mana kalau mereka dapat early phase ini untuk pihak mereka, Lynx kemungkinan akan menutup game ini dalam minit 15 atau sebelum sampai ke 20.
Yep.
Tapi jika Geek Fam dapat menang early game, mid game tim ini akan terkena sumpahan.
Mungkin itulah yang akan berlaku. Emotion dan juga The Shank bertarung di antara satu sama lain dan damage yang sama tinggi di antara kedua pemain ini. The Shank sedang menunggu untuk mendapatkan level 2 untuk mendapatkan sustain, dan itu dia level 2 telah pun berjaya untuk dimiliki. Ozra Veki tidak boleh ke depan langsung. Inilah dia kekuatan yang ada pada kill lane di bahagian mid lane.
Ya, kill lane dia buat dekat mid lane, tapi melihat kepada bottom lane sekarang ni, Kato kesorangan diri.
Level 1. Level 1 mudah untuk mereka melakukan gank, tapi ada dapat level 2 tepat pada masanya.
Ya, tepat pada masa cuba merembat segalanya. Kato dalam bahaya, attack demi attack, tapi Kato
Nyx akan terkorban. Jadi itu sebenarnya pertukaran yang baik untuk pasukan Lynx. Ya, mereka terkorban di bahagian bottom, tapi tidak mengapa. Veki sekarang tahu yang mana Seraphine telah pun ditinggalkan berseorangan, jadi dia terus saja bermain dengan lebih agresif di bahagian mid lane.
Ya, tapi kalau kita melihat pada pertukaran yang berada di bottom lane tu, memang kill bertukar, tetapi first blood didapatkan oleh Geek Fam. So, mana duit mereka lebih banyak. Kita melihat pada gol sekarang ini, 1003 paling kurang berada di hadapan. Kalau Lynx tidak dapat sambungkan kedudukan, alamak, Ozra Veki.
Rojak mungkin akan terperangkap dan itunya. Tetapi kill tersebut diberikan kepada rakan, bukanlah target terbaik untuk mereka berikan kill tersebut.
Tapi saya rasa untuk early game kemungkinan mungkin lah, tapi bagi kebanyakannya akan beri kepada damage dealer. Tetapi rakan kemungkinan tangan tu tergetar-getar tak dapat kill dari tadi.
Oh, dia akan stun. Shank mencari stun, tetapi menghormati pergerakan yang ada pada Emotion yang masih lagi mempunyai flash. Momo bermain dengan lebih berhati-hati kerana bila-bila masa saja Kato boleh melakukan body slam untuk ke bahagian belakang. Nyx telah pun tiba, rakan itu berbahaya di sini. Lihat bagaimana Sona telah pun dihantar untuk membantu Kato.
Saya rasa mereka perlu membantu Kato di bawah kerana seorang Gragas bertemu dengan Kaisar di awal perlawanan memang agak sukar sebenarnya. Kerana ialah range dengan mini dan juga power spike yang boleh dimiliki oleh Kaisa bertemu dengan Gregor agak sukar kali Gregor sekali lagi dalam bahaya tetapi mereka berlawan di belakang.
Rampel hampa berjaya untuk dicari tapi dia mudah saja melarikan diri. Lynx kehilangan nyawa yang besar dan itu dia kelebihan di awal game dan mereka akan mencuri buff ini tanpa sebarang masalah.
Ya, tetapi ini yang dikatakan oleh pasukan Geek Fam. Mereka tahu pergerakan mereka, mereka tahu power spike satu persatu. Mereka cuba untuk dapat lebihkan momentum di pasukan Geek Fam kerana mereka sudah kehilangan 1 point di awal-awal perlawanan. Kalau mereka perlu mendapatkan kemenangan ini untuk mengheret ke game yang ketiga.
Jadi di dalam perlawanan ini kita nampak bagaimana pasukan Geek Fam sekali lagi menunjukkan dominasi mereka di awal game. Tapi ingat, dominasi di awal game ini tidak menggambarkan apa-apa sekiranya mereka tidak tahu cara untuk menentukan game. Becky dipaksa untuk duduk di lane dan tidak membeli barang. Jadi ini mungkin akan berikan ruang kepada pasukan Lynx untuk mengambil.
Ya, tapi saya rasa ini adalah cloud break yang kedua-dua pasukan mahukan. Tapi kalau Lynx dapat naga ini, saya rasa lebih sesuai untuk mereka kerana dari segi rotasi daripada awal perlawanan, Geek Fam dapat lebih ruang untuk bergerak ke bottom lane untuk menyekat Keto. Tapi siapa yang akan menolong Keto sebenarnya? Mereka akan bertemu di sini. Rumble dalam keadaan bahaya. Mereka melihat pada 3 orang. Tapi kalau Rumble dapat initiate kepada Black Cat terlebih dahulu, terlebih rojak juga dalam keadaan bahaya sebenarnya.
Sepakan yang tidak begitu cantik tetapi mudah saja Momo untuk datang membantu. Dengan menggunakan killer instingnya, terus saja dia tiba dan ini akan pastinya memberikan mereka Dragon ini. Pada masa yang sama, Emotion cuba untuk datang ke bahagian bottom. Lihat bagaimana Rojak juga berada berdekatan Deshaun sedang pun besar dia Quickness berjaya untuk mencari target dan terus saja masuk dengan menggunakan Heroes Entrance. Berjaya untuk mendapatkan 2 orang pemain dan sekali lagi ini akan dimulakan. Kato tidak begitu jauh dan dia tahu dia tidak mahu mengambil risiko.
Ya, saya rasa dia pemilihan Gregor daripada pasukan Lynx ini mungkin akan dipersoalkan lebih banyak kerana ia tidak dapat memberikan efek apa di awal perlawanan. 9-1 di leaderboard sekarang ini. Ini agak sukar untuk pasukan Lynx kerana mereka menang di game yang pertama. Adakah itu sahaja stamina mereka?
Soalan yang baik dan kita kena ingat mereka menggunakan Sona dan juga Seraphine. Kalau mereka tidak dapat membuli pihak lawan mereka, ianya sangat-sangat sukar untuk mereka bertarung dan ditambah pula dengan adanya rakan bersama juga dengan Ozra Veki yang menggunakan Galio, mereka boleh melakukan engage dengan begitu mudah.
Ya, kerana dari segi team fight memang memiliki oleh pihak Geek Fam apa yang kita lihat daripada tadi. Pasukan Geek Fam boleh untuk mendapatkan apa saja tapi kali ini
Lynx masuk dengan ke satu grand entrance yang begitu cantik. Berjaya untuk mendapatkan 4-man knockup. Cuba untuk mereka mencari ke-5 orang pemain. Emotion terperangkap. 5 orang dijatuhkan. Lynx sememangnya menjadi pemain yang utama.
Yap, satu masuk yang boleh dikatakan perfect timing oleh Lynx sendiri menjadikan 14 kill in total untuk pasukan Geek Fam. Lynx di game yang kedua, mereka seperti kehilangan stamina tetapi mereka sudah ada 3 point untuk menyimpan hari ini. Tetapi adakah 3
lihat Lynx. Dan Town pula digabung dengan Town daripada Ozra Veki. Pemain-pemain daripada pasukan Lynx tidak bergerak dan Momo menghentikan pergerakan yang dilakukan sebentar tadi. Sangat-sangat cantik, sangat-sangat bersesuaian. Dan daripada 11,000 yang jarakkan mereka sekarang, saya tertanya apakah jawapannya daripada pasukan Lynx.
Seperti yang kita lihat apa yang berlaku pada game yang pertama, pasukan Geek Fam akan cuba untuk landaikan segala tower hingga ke dalam kawasan base. Tetapi di waktu base itulah waktu yang sesuai untuk pasukan Lynx. Tetapi adakah situasi seperti itu akan berulang kembali? Sebab nampak gaya macam sukar.
Damage yang dikeluarkan oleh The Shank begitu tinggi kepada Emotion. Fokus diberikan kepada bahagian mid lane dan Ignite. Ignite sahaja. The Shank terbang. Nyawanya tinggal lagi sedikit dan dia telah pun terkorban. Rampul akan menyepak Rojak ke belakang dan Rojak akan dijatuhkan. Grand Entrance berjaya untuk mendapatkan Seraphine. Unstoppable. Berjaya untuk diambil oleh Rampul. Fokus diberikan kepada mid lane, top lane buat masa sekarang. Manakala Ozraveki berada di bahagian bottom.
Ya, ini adalah satu kesukaran yang boleh dilihat oleh pasukan Lynx. Ia agak boleh dikatakan pasukan Lynx kehilangan stamina setakat ini. Mereka sudah pun terlalu selesa mereka menang game yang pertama. Terus pasukan Geek Fam mereka kata, oh no, ini tidak boleh terjadi. Kita kalah game yang pertama dengan kesalahan kita sendiri dan kita perlu menghukum kembali pasukan Lynx. Dan ini adalah satu cara macam mana kita ingin menghukum. Kerana dua support composition yang dibawa oleh pasukan Lynx eSports ini adalah untuk team fight. Tetapi dari tadi team fight tidak menjadi bagi pihak mereka.
Ya, satu percubaan yang baik. Macam yang saya katakan, kadang-kala kejutan itulah yang mereka perlukan dan bagi saya sememangnya mungkin pasukan Geek Fam sudah pun bersedia dengan draft yang ingin dilakukan di sini. Dan Galio memang nampak betul-betul punca kemenangan pasukan Geek Fam.
Dan juga nampak betul-betul Gregors tu punca team fight dia kalah. Tapi itulah mereka cakap, bukan cakap apalah. Tetapi bagi saya lah, mereka perlukan ADC juga buat masa sekarang. Kerana di awal-awal season seperti ini, kita melihat kepada kestabilan pemilihan champion di dalam team fight. So jika sekarang ni mereka tiada late game composition, betul. Kalau ini bawa kepada late, saya rasa memang satu persatu kena gigit dengan tiada.
Lihat sekarang Emotion akan terperangkap dan mati begitu saja. The Shank akan bertaruh dan Heroes Entrance telah pun tiba. Cuba untuk mencari dan mendapatkan double kill. Damage dikeluarkan sebentar tadi tapi crescendo daripada Black Cat. Hampir sahaja sebentar tadi Black Cat terkorban. Crescendo tidaklah mengena. Tapi Momo tidak punya damage yang mencukupi kali ini tanpa Baron. Dan baru 10 minit, lihat apa yang Geek Fam lakukan.
Tapi inilah saat di mana kita melihat pada pasukan Lynx untuk mendapatkan comeback. Geek Fam kali ini cuba masuk. Dua tower di kiri dan kanan sudah diambil. Mid lane saja yang tinggal. The Shank damage terlalu banyak untuk mendapatkan Black Cat. Tapi tidak menjadi untuk pasukan Geek Fam. Mereka terpaksa balik sedikit. Kerana bagi saya lah, kesilapan datang daripada pasukan Lynx ini. Mereka tiada DPS. Mereka tiada damage per second. Tidak dapat membuatkan lebih nak takutkan pasukan Geek Fam ni susah. Mereka perlukan charm datang daripada Sonang yang kena betul-betul kena baru boleh.
Betul-betul kena macam yang Mikos katakan. Perlu kena target. Tetapi Mikos, saya nak tanya. Emotion Fist adalah magic damage. Black Cat, Sona, magic damage. Kato, magic damage. Gragas. Kalau kita lihat, Seraphine 69 juga magic damage. Di manakah kekuatan daripada segi attack damage yang diperlukan untuk mereka menjatuhkan turret? Kerana kalau kita fikirkan kepada Rojak, Rojak hanyalah tank dan nampaknya Rojak akan dirojakkan, dijatuhkan. Lihat macam tak ada damage langsung yang mampu untuk dikeluarkan oleh pasukan Lynx. The Shank cuba untuk mencari target, damage dikeluarkan tetapi kerana kepantasan yang dilakukan oleh Sona, mereka berjaya untuk berundur.
Ya, kerana kalau melihat juga seperti yang Ikutu katakan, Lynx tiada damage untuk diberi, tiada physical damage langsung. Hanya kapak milik Rojak saja yang boleh membuatkan damage. Tapi satu kapak berapa saat? Memang tidak boleh baling kat semua orang. So, maybe ini adalah satu kesilapan, tapi kalau mereka menggunakan pick off, mereka mendapatkan seorang demi seorang, saya rasa ia mampu. Kerana damage yang boleh dikeluarkan dari pasukan Lynx sendiri cukup untuk burst seorang demi seorang. Tetapi tiada damage untuk tower.
Ozra Veki telah pun tiba. Mereka berjaya untuk mendapatkan Seraphine. Rojak sepatutnya tank, tapi dia juga terkorban. Heroes Entrance telah pun digunakan. Ozra Veki tiba dan pasukan Lynx cuba untuk bertahan. Dan dalam masa 13 minit, pasukan Geek Fam menutup game yang kedua. Akhirnya kita akan ada pertarungan hingga ketiga game.
Akhirnya game yang ketiga kita jumpa hari ini ya. Apa main macam tu bang? Kecewa dengan family ni. Sedih.
Sedih. Tak apa Kato. Jangan risau. Itu barulah kekalahan yang pertama. Tapi kita kena ingat yang mana walaupun tewas di game yang kedua, ada peluang untuk melakukan comeback untuk pasukan Lynx. Begitu juga dengan pasukan
Ya, tetapi kalau game yang ketiga ni, adakah kesilapan ataupun percubaan try meta ini akan berlaku lagi di game yang ketiga? Kerana pasukan Lynx sudah ada 3 point. So bermaknanya kalau dia kalah pun game yang ketiga, dia tak akan duduk bawah sekali.
Betul.
Mereka sudah ada point. Adakah mereka selesa dengan 3 point itu?
Pastinya 6 points.
Kalau masuk dalam news, mana lagi seronok? Pasukan Lynx selesa di atas 6 point ataupun Geek Fam kini rasa gelisah di tempat yang ke-8. Mana lebih seronok?
Pastinya Geek Fam lebih gelisah di tempat terbawah itu. Akan orang kata menimbulkan banyak persoalan. Bukankah Geek Fam yang paling kuat?
Ya. Tetapi kalau nak merealisasikan benda itu, hanya satu game saja yang diperlukan.
Wow.
Betul lah.
Ya. Adakah Lynx mampu untuk mendapat game kita yang seterusnya? Tetapi sebelum itu pastinya kita akan melihat skor kita terlebih dahulu untuk pemain-pemain kita pada hari ini. Saya yakin kunci kemenangannya adalah kepada 7 saja. Okey, percubaan yang baik. Tapi lihat 031 Black Cat, 05069. Tapi Kato agak baik. 2 kill, 3 kematian, 0 assist. Tetapi Rojak, betul-betul Rojak 060. Emotion 071.
Ini yang dikatakan tadi. Saya mau melihat mundur di jungle bagi beberapa game. Tetapi keputusan dia tak macam ni sebenarnya yang saya harapkan. Tapi kemungkinan kalau nak main mundur jungle, mereka terpaksa kena ada ADC juga. Kalau tak dapat Kaisar, kalau tak dapat Israel, boleh bawa masuk Jinx dan sebagainya. Atau Corki juga boleh.
Bagi saya, draft yang dilakukan oleh Lynx ini akan berkesan sekiranya mid lane tu bukan Galio. Galio sememangnya dia ni anti-magic. Tambah-tambah kalau nampak dia buat Force of Nature sebagai item dia yang kedua. Dia dah ada Rod of Ages yang mana menambahkan lagi nyawanya dan juga magic damage-nya. Jadi kalau lah mid lane tu Yasuo ke Katarina ke, mungkin draft ini akan menjadi.
Tapi persoalan saya, kenapa mereka pergi kepada draft seperti ini? Kerana Galio first pick.
Mana saya tahu abang awak kan. Mungkin sebelum ini mereka dah cuba dan ianya menjadi. Okey, kita lihat daripada segi damage. Momo sememangnya paling tinggi daripada segi damage dan juga paling tinggi yang menerima damage. 2 dalam 1. Sebab tu dia MVP 2 in 1.
Betul katakan. Dia macam mana nak kira ni. Dia Momo ni dia main damage dia beri, tetapi posisi dia terlalu hadapan. Dia duduk di hadapan. Kalau bertemu dengan BJD ataupun bertemu dengan pasukan-pasukan seperti HOMIE yang hanya menunggu kepada kesilapan datang, kemungkinan Geek Fam pun dalam masalah kerana Momo kedudukan boleh katakan terlalu hadapan.
Ya, dan pada masa yang sama, Geek Fam mungkin sama seperti sebelum ini. Mereka suka kalah awal-awal, menang kemudian.
Kita tak tahu.
Tapi saya pun tidak pasti, mungkin kerana ingat ini adalah liga, jadi mereka boleh mempunyai ruang untuk mencuba apa jua cara yang ingin mereka inginkan. Tapi apakah yang akan berlaku di game yang ketiga ini yang akan menarik perhatian kita?
Kemungkinan kita akan melihat kepada pick-pick yang biasa seperti Corki ataupun Ziggs yang akan dikeluarkan juga, ataupun paling teruk pun kalau Timo ada,
Jana kena keluar tadi. Itu yang paling menarik.
Kalau Jana tak ban, ini kemungkinan. Tapi saya rasa ban. Yap, Jana dengan Galio kena ban. Ada kemungkinan kerana itulah dua champion yang telah pun, kalau game pertama kemenangan disebabkan Jana, game kedua adalah disebabkan Galio. Tetapi di game yang ketiga apa yang akan berlaku? Kita akan melihat sebentar saja lagi. Tetapi jangan ke mana-mana, teruskan menonton. Kami akan kembali sebentar saja lagi.
Nice. Alright, go. Tahu first. Can. Alright, tahu ni. Nexus. Alright, okay. Nice.
Victory.
I'll see you in the game. Alright guys, let's go on board. Okay.
Sampai dia perlu menggunakan strike tapi terlewat.
Blood, sweat, and tears written in the blacks of kings. 1 in a million, the billions that have to say.
Soalan yang paling sukar untuk saya jawab buat masa sekarang disebabkan saya tak pernah tengok lagi Rumpel bermain dengan menggunakan Evelyn di dalam jungle, tetapi mungkin kalau menang sebab dia, kalau kalah pun sebab dia.
Ingat awak nak cakap tak pernah tengok Ozora Veki pakai Oriana.
Oh, jangan. Okey, The Shank, sedikit pertarungan di sini dan Emotion akan melarikan diri.
Sebenarnya kalau kita tengok kepada pasukan drafting daripada Lynx ini adalah boleh dikatakan bootleg. Baru 2 hari main Wari. Composition ni. Sebab ini yang hero yang kita akan dapat.
Betul-betul percuma dan kita akan lihat. Ini adalah kali.
Before we jump into the next one, here's a quick reminder for all of you mobile gamers out there. The ESL Mobile Open is just around the corner. So head over to Twitter right now and get all of those details. Tell your friends, build a team, and earn a spot in the finals.
Feel the lights, see the stage, hear the vibe. Pumped up to get ready for the fight. Big dreams, one chance, be the star. I'm the winner coming out of the dark.
Step out as a motivator. Let them know that the wait's up. That's how we know when we level up. Hey, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up.
Back against the wall, still I'm standing tall. Know about the ball, I got my fan with me. That's all we know when we level up. Yeah, that's all we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. It's time, get up.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are here in the CICon Series M1. This is part of the ESL Mobile Open. My name's Contra, and this is the Mustachio AJ here. Bring you all the games to come. We've already seen 2 best of 3s happen, and now I'm pumped up. I've got my dinner already. I hope you did, Mustachio AJ. And of course, for those who have broke your fast, the Ramadan Karim, and we wish all of you guys will be able to enjoy the entirety of the action here, as we will have more Wild Rift action.
2 more amazing series lined up here for us today. I am absolutely delighted to see these 4 squads take each other own. Splatzone, Insomiax, they've got a lot to come in here and prove. They were very good to qualify to the group stages, but at the group stages, opening day, they weren't really shining that bright. Will they be able to get it done against Sem9, against the likes of Swap? What we will see. But then later on, Berjaya Dragons will be taking on the Eminence Raptors. Let's take a quick look, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Who do you think is the better champ? Let's bring out our champion pool, Contra.
All right, let's have a look at which champions will go head-to-head in this Yudu's champion poll, as we will be taking a little bit of short glimpse here. And well, I gotta say, AJ, you're definitely a champ by your own rights. And here we have in the jungle, the champion duel will be between Vi as well as Lee Sin. So you know, this is definitely a tough call, but I'm actually favoring the likes of Lee Sin. How about you,
man.
bro?
Hey, dude, once you watch Rumple play in the jungle, roll around like in that Lee Sin skin, there is no way you won't drop in and immediately say Lee Sin is the way to go. For anyone that has been watching thus far, yeah, I'm a Geek Fam fanboy, yo. It is gonna be Rumples, a Lee Sin all the way for me. Do you guys think Vi takes the better jungle over Lee Sin? Let us know in the comment section. Make sure you vote on Facebook, okay? Get over to ESL Asia and drop your votes over there.
That's right. You can also go ahead and follow as well as drop a like to ESL Malaysia, as you can definitely participate in the poll. And you know what? Might as well go ahead and drop by the website of YouTube, powered by Cellcom, to get yourself some real good free data up to 5 gigabytes. So with that being said, of course, we also gotta thank all our partners here that made all this possible. So with that, we'd like to give our thanks to our official tournament partners, Maggie, Hot Cup, as well as Udo and JBL.
Absolutely, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Make sure if you, well, it's no longer fasting time. Everyone has broken fast. If you're still hungry and you've got a Maggie hot cup in the kitchen, go grab it. If it's a Maggie curry, make sure you follow the Mustachio's advice. One slice of cheese in that Maggie curry, you will not regret, and you will never go back to that regular Maggie curry ever again. For the best audio, yo, JBL, and for that 5 gigabytes, make sure you scan the code once we release the QR code later. Now, Contra, a tough question. I usually go in and I put a lot of, casters that cast with me on the spot. But I think you should be able to make a call here, man. Before we even see the draft between Splatzone, Insomiax, as well as Sem9, do you have a favorite? And then we will reassess this pick after the draft. What do you say about that?
Well, it's really tough for me to actually make a call right here because, to be honest, I am friends with some of these players out there, like majority of them from Sem9, and you guys can't help but to, take a little bit of a good laughter whenever they do, a slight few mistakes or so. And I guess those are some whoopsie moments, but, you guys can also create your great moments through the riff or even enjoying a hot cup of Maggie with the hashtag Maggie Moments. So share us your comments as well as pictures with us to be featured on stream, whether if you're on YouTube, Twitch, or even Facebook. If you guys want to first get the moments in, just pop it on your social media, preferably on Facebook, and we'll feature it on our stream.
Absolutely. Now, make sure you guys jump onto the ESL Malaysia page as well, okay? Because these guys have been memeing out quite a number of those players and those moments from the Rift for a while now, and it's quite fun to follow the story along. Now, there was a quiz earlier today, Contra, and you asked how many realms are there within the universe of League of Legends Wild Rift itself, and we do have the answer. Have you guys put your answer in the comment section already? If you haven't, hashtag Maggie Trivia, throw your answer in there real quick because Contra is about to give you apakah jawapan tersebut, my friend?
Well, the answer right here, I've already mentioned 2 initially. I mentioned Noxus, Demacia, we've got Piltover, we've got Zon, Ionia, Shadow Owls, Shurima, Freljord, Battle Set A, Targon, Void, as well as Bilgewater. Now, are you guys actually counting? Because I just dropped all the answers right there. So, what are the numbers, Mustachio? Well, through the count, it shows like you're showing 5. So, I guess it's
12. That's such a
That's
fail,
right.
man. My bad. My bad, people. My bad. It's 12, all right? The answer is 12. It's not Y, all right? Although she is from one of those realms, it'll be weird if Y was not from one of those realms.
That's right. And, we're definitely having a little bit of tap fun here. And, yep, 12 of the realms across the League of Legends universe is where, all the magic happens. So with that, we'll definitely jump into our upcoming game here between the 2 mentioned teams. And while you guys pop in the answers right down below, if you guys haven't already done so. So now we do have a head-to-head going on, and you did mention between these 2 teams, Sem9 versus Splatzone Insomiax. Now, both side of the teams are definitely looking to be really, really strong. But you asked me about my hot favorite. What's your hot favorite right here?
Simple, bro. Easy, bro. Sem9 all the way. Splatzone Insomiax, the much love from the mustachio, but I think Sem9 will kasi tapao cow in this game, together with Dusk, Linas, Dan, Toji, as well as Buck to drop into the zone with the Insomiax brand. Are they going to be able to conquer the rift as they face on their adversary Sem9 later on, Contra?
Well, I definitely think that there is a lot of all these solid lineup coming in for the likes of Splatzone and Insomiax, especially Dust, Linas, as well as Dan. These three guys are definitely very staple, and Buck has been showing strength on his Braum in the past week, but now we see a brand new face coming in on the marksman territory, and that will be Toji here, making his very first appearance. So this is definitely a little bit of a wild card being thrown right into the mix, as they'll be facing off against Sem9.
Yeah, boy, our head, Cosmo, Ravens, Wild Rabbit, as well as the one and only Mosquito Swatter Swak in the house. And I don't know, yo, they have come in here with a lot of promise into the group stages, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, taking a beautiful victory over the Eminence Raptors 2-1. Are they going to be able to do it again? Another victory in here today, maybe a slightly cleaner. We will see. Because, when we saw Splatzone Insomiax go into the previous match on the first day of this group stages, RTZ UndeRank managed to take a 2-0 victory over them. So, the Splatzone Insomiax squad hasn't been doing that great so far. But that's just one match. Against Sem9, do you expect to see, what do you expect to see them change the most from that first match, Contra?
Well, it's really hard to tell when it comes down to what exactly was the problem, because I believe that the last time we saw the likes of Splatzone and Insomiax play, they still looked very much coordinated. It really was very, very close games that didn't really result on their favor. Now that they're facing against this strong side of Sem9, it's not to say that Sem9 is invincible, but when you have RH going up ahead, some of the other players out there, that this guy, not only was he a beast back in the mid lane, now he's been terrorizing the Baron lane itself after a little bit of a mixer coming in. And Swag, of all things considered, I never really see him as a support player, but hey, he's definitely giving me a little bit of a run for the money and say, hey dude, don't underestimate what the power of the Janna can do. And yeah, I believe that these guys will be able to come up with something spectacular once again. But Insomiax, they've suffered loss coming from the previous week, and I'm pretty sure that they are hungry to look for at least a win in this best of 3.
Well, is it going to be the Janna? Is it going to be Lux or Seraphine as Swag drops in there to swat all of those flies away? Wild Rabbit is definitely one I'm looking forward to seeing perform in here today. Then again, the whole of Sem9, they drop in with a power-packed squad, right? The one person I am going to be missing in this match is Lotte. We saw how he popped off on the first day of those group stages. Too bad we cannot have him in here today. But I am very, very much interested to see how Toji will come in and perform in his place. Now, the drafts are just right around the corner, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Let's see exactly how these squads will take game number 1.
That's right, both of these teams here will be placed respectively on blue as well as red side, with Sem9 getting the advantage of the first pick. Now, Ziggs, understandably why that he's being banned is because his buff coming in the recent patch has given him a little bit more power, and of course, with the buff, the popularity grew, and every time he goes in with a little bit of a satchel charge, when the tower gets less than 20% of health, you can instantly detonate it without needing to do all too much of an effort. So just removing a little bit of these uncertainties can actually pull them ahead, especially when you ban out that Fiora. Now, they open up this hot pick here. That is the Camille that has been locked away for multiple games.
Yeah, that Galio pick there, aiming directly towards Ravens. They don't really want him to go in with that mid gameplay. But Camille on that RH pick for his squad, and here comes that response right back, and it seems to be a fair one with the Gragas. Alistair's going to be able to go in there with the support quite well as well. Let's see if or not this tank can do that damage. It looks like from the get-go, Splatzone Insomiax wants to bring in these really heavy hitters, those that can really absorb these damages. Let's see exactly how well that's going to do for them, because yeah, hell yeah, the damage will come through for Sem9. Orianna as well as Kaiser, on the other hand, being picked up to be matched up with this Camille here, Contra.
That's right, and speaking of which, we are already seeing Ravens here going in to lock in that Orianna. Well, Diana is definitely one hot pick that we will be looking at the side of Splatzone and Insomiax. Now, the power about this Splatzone side is that they have such a huge dive potential. Like, everybody has a dash to go ahead to gap close their way to any enemies that they want to, and a lot of mobility at that fact too. So I just felt that this is going to be a little bit of a problem when it comes down to the early initial stages if they were to go in for any sort of dive. In terms of level 1 invades, I'm looking at Splatzone and Insomniacs here. They do have the upper hand for that sort of the aggression of an early stage.
Yeah, early stages in there with at least an absolutely. Jarvan, on the other hand, is going to be quite a tough one to beat in the jungle for the Sem9 side. And Gazo is going to be bringing him into the fight, ladies, gentlemen, boys and girls. And Ravens, because Galio as well as Diana is not going to be available for him, he drops in for the Orianna pick, which is quite OP. Not his first choice, I believe. But let's see exactly how this fares for the squad of Sem9 as well as Splatzone Insomniacs. Now that you've seen the drafts, do you perhaps have do you lean any side, Contra?
Well, it's really hard to say, but I really do like what I'm seeing coming from the side of Splatzone Insomniacs, because they have a little bit of an ideation coming in here on the very first game, but they will have to play a little bit more with a double-edged sword, because they will need to look for very aggressive maneuvers across the first 10 minutes. And if they don't really take advantage of that first 10 minutes, then maybe it will be a little bit harder, as the likes of Sem9 is going to scale out of proportion. So I'm really wondering if or not can actually Sem9 actually balance out some of the aggression by showing their own.
Exactly right. So Linez will be trying to make those invades early on in the game. Let's see exactly how those Sem9 players take this on, ladies, German boys and girls. It's going to be Buck in here with a quick ward down in the middle, and everything's going to be fine and easy as we kick off a well-expected slow-paced start.
Well, I was actually hoping for an invade, but this time around, I guess we're just going to be taking things on a traditional note. But boy, there he goes. A little bit of a hit, but onto its Swak. She ain't slapping on any mosquitoes this time. It's going to be a big bad bull right in front of him that he will have to just fall back upon. Now, RH soaking a little bit of damage coming in from the cask, but nothing too much for him to, worry about.
Cheeky coming in from our edge. But then again, those explosive casts will come rolling right back. There's nothing for Dust to worry about. He can soak up quite a bit more damage before he needs to fall back. So, it's just going to be some friendly scrims between the two. What I'm curious about is, are we going to be able to see any gangs coming through? You see, the ward placement coming in from Splatzone Insomniacs is going to make sure that Gragas is not disturbed at all. He's not going to get caught off guard. So I think it's all good. But the same cannot be said for the side of Sem9. So RH needs to be a little careful there. Nothing much to talk about because Lee Sin's all the way on the other side of the jungle. On this reset now, as he goes through, we might see a little bit of a difference here. Swak and Wild Rabbit falling back. Scuttle gonna get taken out? No. Buck's right in front of him. But we are still gonna take this nice and easy, right?
Yeah, I guess eventually you want to give the Scuttle back to the hands of Kazuo because he needs the EXP a whole lot more. That's why they lower it down for the J4 to secure it, eventually with Smite. But over on the top side here, our heads now soaking a little bit too much of damage, and it will be the Sonic Wave that does connect. Ravens being forced right back, and then, man, that was aggressive. And He didn't even need to actually pop the Ignite. Now, RH will just look on by. Can't really take on 1 versus 3.
So Wild Rabbit's going to be falling back in here. Bucks right there behind him. He needs to jet away before Bucks gets those hits in. You know Toji will come right back in there for that backup. It's going to be a 2-on-1 situation until Lux drops back for that support. And there you go. So the support's back in. And we are back into that balanced gameplay from all sides. Gragas is going to go in there for the quick reset as RH applies that pressure. And he goes right back in here. And, you know, nice and easy coming in from both sides. We don't really see a huge lead on the goal, obviously. Nothing much has happened. Not many objectives in here to fight over as well. So I really love the discipline coming in from both squads, Contra.
Yeah, and both ends definitely having a little bit of the tussle there. Oh, good snare coming in. And Wild Rabbit will take charge with even the likes of Kazuo coming right there with a flag and drag, but Wild Rabbit taking a little bit too much hit. And here comes Lynx as he goes in, immediately popping his health bars there with the Dragon's Rage. Now still chasing upon Swak, and the cavalry has already arrived. And nothing much that 7-9 can do with the over-aggression of their very own Wild Rabbit.
Oh, I literally just said that, yo. The discipline, master discipline. But then again, people make mistakes. We drop back. One Slay is not going to be doing much in here at all to change the path or the trajectory of this game. The Cloud Drake is going to be saying hello to us in a bit, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, as Ravens continues to clear out that path in the mid. But he's going to be met, obviously, with another wave in a bit. Nothing much to shout about. In 5 seconds, we will be able to see exactly how these squads go in. I mean, this is what I love, and at the same time, not really fancy about Wild Rift as well. You go in there for the proper gameplay by being really careful, and the start's quite boring. But you know it changes in the blink of an eye at the Rift. What, Contra?
Yeah, actually, we do focus on to some of the laning phase. Interesting things do happen from time to time, like that sort of dive. Like, the heal comes up just in time alongside with the barrier, which I feel that while Rabbit kind of misjudged a little bit on the damage output, especially so early in the game. He was feeling rather confident because he had his killer instinct up available, but, you know, it's kind of like a little bit of a gambit between, you know, should I take it or not? Because that chance don't always come by.
We need to gather strength.
Okay, so let's see if or not they will make those calls slightly better in the future. Wild Rabbit has dropped 1. He needs to secure 1 right back for the squad. And this is on the horizon of another team fight, which might break out. Lynx trying to go in there for the quick pull in for that fight. And none of the players from Sem9 falling in for it. They are challenging the Swak with a beautiful hit there.
That's right, final smart order utilized, but out of position in towards the Cataclysm, and the Moonfall catches on top of 4, and the rest of Insomiax, they all but Wild Rabbit still gets 1 more in the back. They've already lost a little bit too much, but it's still going to be a 2-for-2 trade between both ends. But then again, actually only 1 kill going in for the side of Sem9. I thought that was a little bit more, but it does go on a reset. Nobody will be able to secure the Cloud Drake just about yet.
Yeah, so I think Lynx went in there for a double kill and then got struck back real quick. Obviously, you know, that's exactly the price you pay. You want to go in there for the Juggernaut, you have to give your life as well. We have seen some of these other squads go in with that perfect in and out, just like what Geek Fam has, built a name for themselves. The best touch and go team in here at the Rift so far, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Gets in, gets the job done, and out before you even know what hit you. Ravens in there with those bombs, Swak with the backup as well, waiting for the players to fall for this. They think that the Ravens is all alone, but here comes Swak as well as Kazuo, and Buck is gonna be in trouble, Contra, but he backs away. Smart move.
Yeah, immediately he pops the Unbreakable Will, not willing to be chained CC. Don't really want to be knocked up right there. But then again, it's an Alistar that we're looking at, so there's not going to be much heavy commitment towards a tank support anyways. So, wise reaction coming from Sem9 not to overcommit as well. Now, Splatzone and Insomiax, they're still taking a whole lot of control over the river despite having a lot of vision being set up by the side of Sem9. Now, Wild Rabbit's going to be walking towards this death trap, and here goes Headbutt, Pulverize, Oh my goodness, he kind of saved his life. The headbutt coming a little bit too late, and he will recuperate with the shockwave. Dropping onto them, Kaplan's to lock them in place with the Hextech elevating them as well. The rest of Insomiax, they're chasing right back. Now they get the kills, and the rest of Splatzone, they caught the rest of them 9 off of position, but they will once again go in for a trade that favors the likes of 7-9.
Oh, with Doji as well as Rines being reset in here on that Slay. Swak would lose his life in that fray as well. But it's a good comeback in here by Sem9. Still, it is Splatzone Insomiax with a very slight lead in terms of that goal. In terms of those skills. But look at that goal though, Contra. Nothing much in between the two. And the objectives, once again, have not been touched yet. The Cloud Drake as well as Shelly in the game, but obviously it's going to be really tough with the way they've been taking this game right now to go in there confidently. We see that Lee Sin from Linkx going in for that drop on Shelly, thinking that RH will come in for that push, but no, he does not, and here goes that fight.
I really don't favor Linkx going 1v1 against RH because he's got a lot of output of damage. So instead, they take what is rightfully theirs, which is in the form of a Rip Herald, and this is the strength of Splatzone Insomiax, where they get actually have what a steal! What a steal coming from RH! Wait, that's not supposed to be legal. Can we have a replay? Because that's just a tick of health left, and somehow Swak chips in alongside with RH. How could they lost that? They have the smite. Linkx have the smite.
It's just too slow on the reflexes, man. And it was so clear that the steal was coming through. He could have gone in there for the smite. He had it on him, but such a bad drop in here by Splatzone Insomiax, and Sem9 will make them pay for it. And they've also taken down the Cloud Drake, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, which means the likes of Splatzone and Insomiax, they are gonna go splat if they do not buck up. And just like that, a 4K lead on that goal, Contra.
That's right, and once again, replay coming in as per requested. Just at the tip of the blade, he secures it, and I mean, the smite was always up online. What went on the mind of Linkx? He thought that, hey, we got 3 guys, it's no biggie, right? And he was then corrected.
Why would you save your smite though? I mean, Shelly is such an important object. Okay, most of the objectives, all the objectives are important. And you've got the opportunity. That's what you are there for as the jungler. But it's okay, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. We've seen teams recover from much more dire situations. And here comes the Rift Herald right down that mid. They need to go in and clear this minion wave as well. Buck and Doji gonna be getting that damage done. RH with that backup. Linkx gonna be paying for this. He needs to back away. They take that turret down as well. And on the brink of another team fight.
And here goes Hextech on the other corner, but there's no backup coming in from the rest of Sem9. They were all too scattered, trying to focus different targets. They do secure the first turret of the game that will be able to put them up ahead in terms of goal. Yes, they don't have the same amount of kills, but it doesn't really matter because all these money adding up, and RH can only get stronger from here onwards. Remember this, RH can also go in for the split push, and if we got 2 turrets being secured, I feel that Splatzone and Insomiax, we're looking for too many of these picks, but they're not really converting it into its objectives, which honestly is a little bit of a shame. Like, it should have been a lot better, and while Rabbit now getting hunted down.
But Swak's right behind. Linkx better back away. And here's Dan and Buck right up top. But this is not going to be a fight Sem9 will want to take against the Splatzone Insomiax players now. With a 2-on-1 situation on the other hand, Dan will need to back away because he does not stand a chance. Lee Sin drops in for the backup as well. We are on the brink of another team fight as Alistar comes right back in. And here we go, Contra. The players of Sem9 better back away.
Oh man, I still feel like this is definitely not the place that Insomiax really want to contest because there is a split push happening right down below. They don't have the Gragas to really set the tempo right. And even if they do, like, what's the point of the contest? Like, if they were to win a full-blown fight, you can't exactly get the Baron after taking on a scuffle because most likely each side will be battered and bruised for a tad bit. And all they have to do is just look after that top lane turret. And here comes the Jarvan coming in from the side as well. Just a little bit of tussle there, nothing much happening. Locking out that bull. And that's all that's going to be going from there. But 2 versus 1 happening right down bottom side.
Yeah, the attempt for Baron Nash is not going to come anytime soon. You're right, man. I'm not so sure exactly what are they playing at all. Linaz almost got hit by that. And Dan will still stay alive. Wild Rabbit and Swak putting such a crazy pressure up top on that Baron lane. RH and Ravens doing the exact same at the Dragon lane. Buck will drop back in for that support. RH will pick up that blue buff just to give him that extra support. Dusk on that reset, 13 seconds more, and he will be back into the game. But for the time being, Splatzone Insomiax, they started off all right, but they seem to be dropping back in here. Now, if they go ahead to lose the Ocean Drake as well, this is gonna spell trouble for the squad, Contra.
That's right, and speaking of which, now every one of the members of Splatzone Insomniacs don't really want to lose this one out. They've already given 1 Drake over to the likes of 7-9, and this Ocean will definitely give them a whole lot more sustainability when it comes down to a full-on engagement, but this is where things get a little bit more tricky because Kazuo, he does have the Guardian Angel, same goes to his Linux, even if you take them down, this is where, oh, what a beautiful damage coming out of the tower as they lock them all in place! And here comes Evil Fall as well, but Dan, he will turn golden only for his life bit. And a rest out Sam 9. They hunt them down and melt them off like butter. This definitely will go on a highlight reel because Kazuo gets the perfect flag and drag to knock everybody up in the air and set it up perfectly for chain reaction with the shockwave cutting in place. And immediately Sam 9 calls in to take this battle.
Oh, goodness me. Perfection, perfection. Now, once Mr. Baron goes down, that buff that comes through on the reset, once the players from Splatzone Insomniacs come back in here, the buff will be prepared to put all of the Insomniacs players splat on the windscreens of the car of 7-9. They're going to be riding and running all over these players. Dusk in here, I don't think he's going to be able to go in for the push. They need to see exactly how they want to mount a defense and then strike when that opportune moment arrives, Contra. But as for the time being, they look lost in this match.
Well, I don't really count them out just about yet, but this replay needs to be highlighted once again. Now, look, they were all being lined up on the same position, and Kazuo, watch as you see that snare coming out from Swap first, and immediately, that Cataclysm locked everybody out. They have to force a flash. And some of them flash forward, some of them flash backwards, and with that, 7-9 deterred the possibilities of Splatzone doing anything substantial. Not even the damage comes close. And back to the game we go. They lost in the turret over the mid lane.
Yeah, man, the Ocean Drake in hand as well. They managed to go in and pick Shelly up. They're gonna go and take the middle inhibitor turret out. Kazuo, Swak, and Ravens. Here comes the likes of 7-9 with the kind of aggression that we love to see at the Rift. And they go in for the push as well. Are they gonna be able to take the Nexus down with this push? And that's exactly what they will do. Kazuo, with one final hit, the Nexus will be obliterated.
My... That is a beautiful team fight. One team fight really took the entirety of the show, and 7-9 now comes up on top here with the very first win of this best of 3. And you gotta give credit to the side of Splatzone Insomniacs because they were looking to be pretty much doing the right maneuvers, but a few unfortunate things happened, right? Like we start off with the capturing of the Rift Herald. Yeah. Like that itself is a freebie. Like you just gave them the upper hand by just getting the Rift Herald towards the side of 7-9, and man, it just stacked up on from there.
Exactly, that was the point. It all broke down. Let's take a quick look at the stats in the match, ladies, German boys and girls. Let's see exactly which one of these players managed to pick up that MVP. None other than Ravens with that 4 kill. He fell twice, but with the 8 assists, he manages to push himself into that MVP position. And yes, the Lee Sin was, the performer for the Splatzone Insomniacs side, but from that game itself, you could tell that if that was their top performer, the team really wasn't performing that well at all. It all started, just like Contra mentioned, at the fight for the Rift Herald. Linez had the smite, didn't go in, and it would be RH that goes in for the beautiful steal, and from then on, the end started there, man.
Yeah, I guess definitely everything just snowballed out of control after that. But Ravens here getting the MVP is definitely pleasant to watch because he possibly has dished out the most amount of damage. And just look at the itemization. He's already got Lion Reese, Rabadons, as well as the Seraphim's Embrace. Well, Seraph's Embrace, just to correct myself. So with that, I felt like Sem9, they just were a lot cleaner when it comes down to execution. Yep. And Swak, once more, I'm not trying to brush his shoes or anything, but he's been playing this Lux to a really good standard, as I saw him really getting some good snares in, and that definitely set a little bit of a tempo for Kazuo to line things up a little bit better. Now, let's take a look into some of the damage output, and you can already tell that Splatzone Insomiax, they were actually doing quite a lot, but there was no conversion whatsoever.
Yeah, so like we always talk about, right? Being able to get those damages done, being able to get those kills in as well does not secure you the game unless those objectives can be played. And it was the Sem9 squad that played those objectives to its best, right? And like you mentioned, man, Swak, when he brings in that Lux and that Seraphine, it's most of the time game over. This guy is crazy on that support, but the rest of his squad, they go in and they get their part done as well. If RH did not start that whole snowball with that Shelly steal, I'm not so sure how the game would have gone, but because it's not like Splatzone Insomniacs were doing badly before that point. I feel like that steal kind of broke them. And from then on, we started seeing those little mistakes come in. They wanted to go in for those pushes. Very bad decisions. Unfortunate that they got caught out. And of course, when they went in for the Ocean Drake and the team fight broke out contra, I think that was the second part where, you know, they got their spirits broken and there was no return from that point on. And we kind of talked about this. We talked about how Splatzone Insomniacs needed to go in early and end that road for Sem9. But it was Sem9 was the one who kind of went in early and got the deed done. Are they going to be able to make a comeback in here? Splatzone still has quite a bit to prove at the Rift.
That's right, and we started off with this draft. I felt like this was definitely that double-edged sword that we talked about. Like, we start off on a good note here for the likes of Splatzone Insomniacs, and they were securing kills here all over the place, but it boiled down to some of these fights over on towards the pits, and it didn't seem to be able to favor them at the root. And it comes down to maybe shot calling, you know, like everybody needs to be very much on the same page for that execution to happen. And one thing that I really kind of wish to see more is that if they're going for the Alistar again, you should go ahead with the hit-butt first before the pulverize. So he pulverized first, and he hit-butted while Rabbit back into his teammate's position. And that was just really sad. That was really sad. But, you know, it's time for us to go on for a reset. We'll take a short break. And when we come back, we'll bring you Game 2 between the two teams.
Masih lagi bersama untuk seketika, tapi lihat bagaimana eksplosif gas. Becky telah pun tiba. Becky menjatuhkan serangan. Mereka ingin masuk secara cepat. Telah pun tiba. Siang telah pun sampai. Dia perlu menggunakan strike, tapi terlewat.
Blood, sweat, and tears written in the blacks of kings. 1 in a million, the billions that have to sing.
Nice. Alright, go. Down first. Can. Alright, down already. Nexus. Alright, okay. Nice! I'll see you in the game. Alright guys, let's go one more. Okay.
They say that we're too young. Can we go back? Won't fall apart, don't let my heart break. Can we go back? Like we're 17 and we're not afraid. I know that we're not sober, but shut up and pull me closer, yeah. Holding me still too far away.
We're living for the moment now, we're one with the world. I can't lose this feeling I get. My heart's in the right place, and so is my soul, yeah. I won't take no excuses for it. Love it, need it, live it. I feel like something's missing when I do not have it. I feel it in my bones, gotta find my space. These emotions on my face, taking a toll, I gotta pay it forward. I'll give it all that I can. No matter what, I won't let up. It's in my soul, it's in my blood, and I won't take no for an answer. If it don't hurt me, it makes me stronger. Yeah. No what, I won't let up. It's in my soul, it's in my blood, and I won't take it no more. If I won't, I will be there. Just leave it to me. I know what I need. You'll find if you see. And if you believe, you live and you breathe, you'll find the key. Lifting me, lifting you. Can't go alone, let's do by two. Doing this together, it's me by you. All through the night, all through the night. This is me, this is you. When we get together, we can all pull through. I don't ever wanna stop this groove. Let's get it right. Take it to the Lord, then take it to the grave. Listen to the wise man, tell me what he say. Listen to your heartbeat like it still bleed.
Masih lagi bersama untuk seketika, tapi lihat bagaimana eksplosif gas. Becky telah pun tiba. Becky menjatuhkan serangan. Mereka ingin masuk sekarang. Teleport telah pun tiba. Xiang telah pun sampai. Dia perlu menggunakan strike, tapi terlewat.
Blood, sweat, and tears written in the blacks of kings. 1 in a million, the billions that have to sing.
Welcome back to the Rift, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. This is the summer season of the Southeast Asian Icon Series, brought to you by ESL with the support of Maggie, Yudu, and JBL. My name is AJ, and I'm the Mustachio down here with the one and only Contra, bringing you all of the hottest action from the Rift. And thus far, Sem9 has been lighting it up, Contra.
That's right, and Sem9 definitely has been playing a beautiful game at that. But I'm not saying that in the side of Splatzone and Insomiax is not really doing as well. Just that we just need to refine some of the actions that they pulled out, especially on the shot calling part for a little bit, because, you know, slight errors can really cost you the game, and we've seen that happen for a few times now. This is where they cannot afford to take another L right here, because they need those points to actually make it into the playoffs, and at the very least an upper bracket, if that's going to be the system that we're going to be playing at.
Absolutely right, and I hope they are not fat fingering some of those moves, because I really expected that Smite to come in on the Rift Herald at the start. That miss, I will not understand why. What was he saving that Smite for? If Splatzone Insomiax goes to win this, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, trust me, that'll be the first question we ask. Why did your jungler not go in for the Smite on the Rift Herald? Because that was what changed the trajectory of the game. Now, we keep harping on that because that literally showed us as to how confident they were at the start, and then things just started breaking down little by little from then on. And we need to remember that point, because as we watch them in game number 2, are we going to be able to see something alike? And is this going to be a point that is exploited by those other squads? Are we seeing Sem9 open up a can of worms in terms of, you know, the likes that Splatzone Insomiax will not like here at the Rift Contra?
Yeah, I definitely felt pretty bad for the likes of Splatzone and Insomiax for a little bit, because those kind of moments makes you question with a big question mark. Am I drawing it right? I know this is an inverted one, so I'm doing it absolutely on the reverse because my camera.
Like my 12.
So, yeah, exactly. So question mark. Wait. This way around. Oh, all right, got it.
This is how we go through the interview process of becoming shoutcasters, by the way. we went
I
to
guess
ESL and we told them, like, when the screen is mirrored, we are damn good at these things. But thus far, Contra, Splatzone Insomiax, they obviously have shown us that they are no chump squad by qualifying in here towards the group stages. They beat quite a number of strong teams to get here. But the question is, can they still survive the onslaught that has, been unfolding thus far? Day one of those group stages didn't really turn out for them that well. And day two seems to be a big pain in the hide. And Sem9 has clearly proven that, at the start of the match, you can, stand toe-to-toe with us. But as we continue to snowball in, we will take control of that match. So maybe what we need to see from the side of Splatzone Insomiax is that more of that aggression, but more controlled aggression coming in early in the game to lock down those players of Sem9. Then again, no saying how the Sem9 players would respond now, is there?
Yeah, and I really do hope to see something that is a little bit cleaner coming out of the likes of Splatzone and Insomiax, because when it comes down to all these sort of microaggression coming in towards the early game, they got it all pretty much well figured out, especially with the recovery of the response, where we saw Wild Rabbit got taken out with, of course, his own slight over-aggression as well with the turret dive, but it's all about, of course, countering the likes of your enemy from time to time. And eventually they pulled a few triggers which they shouldn't have, because after that, they got no more bullets in the chamber to actually work with. And, I can go on and on about this, but then again, we just really have to look to see what gets boiled up in this brewing of a storm as we get ourselves ready for our second games, Picks and Bans.
Well, let's take a quick look at this draft, ladies, German boys and girls, and see Okay, Ziggs getting blocked off real quick. Camille off the list as well. Sem9, Splatzone, Insomiax. Let's see exactly how these other two bands go in here as well for them, Contra.
Well, something that's really similar has come out of the Sem9 side, as they are also ticking on the blue side once again. I believe that this is a decision by coin flip, either by either side of the parties. But just look at how they don't want to face off against Arhis. Just Camille tells you that, no Galio, no problem. No Camille, even better yet. Arhis now whips out that Akali over the top lane.
Yeah, I think, there is a possibility of, I thought there was a possibility of Y getting dropped in, but it's going to be the Akali, which is going to be more than enough for our edge. And Gragas will possibly be coming in to meet that Akali up top at that Baron lane. Lee Sin getting picked up by Lynx in here, so I wonder what Kazuo is going to go and pick for his squad. We might see him go in for the jungler early. Then again, there's nothing in there for them to rush, so the Orianna is going to be coming in, most probably in for the mid lane. They can switch it up, though, Contra.
That's right, and I do think that the Orianna definitely will be playing in the mid lane, because Ravens, he's way too good at that. So now the question is this, because now you have the Kali, which is more of an assassin-based Baron laner as compared to a split-pushing bruiser or skirmisher, if you guys want to see the difference in terms of delivery. It's going to be a little bit difficult, because for our hits right now, he has to find room to assassinate other parties. And just looking at the side of Splatzone and Insomiax, now they do have the Janna intact, so they can actually find a little bit more of that room. And even if they were to open up with the Cataclysm or so, they got to make sure that this Janna is being blocked absolutely, because she will be opening things up with the Monsoon just to heal her teammates back up. But to answer that is a real smart pick here coming from Swap, because he's going on that Leona. So that Solar Flare is definitely going to be a game changer when it comes down to all these big team fights.
Yeah, man. Okay, Draven is getting picked up in here early for Sem9, which means they want to take that early aggression, ladies, German boys and girls. They don't want to wait for the later part of the game. I have seen a couple of guys use that Draven in the jungle, but I highly doubt that Jarvan will go anywhere else. So I'm really curious as to how Sem9 is going to take the early game, whether we are going to be seeing that aggression, or is this their way of preventing the aggression that might come in from Splatzone Insomiax early on in the game. Because we talked about that, right? As to how that early game shutdown needs to come in from Splatzone, and that's quite a great counter. So let's see exactly how they take them on. One more win can settle this off, but if Splatzone manages to pull one back, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we will go into match number 3.
That's right, and we're going to be looking at how will Splatzone Insomiax cope with the pressure right now, as we will be moving in to the Summoners Rift for Game 2 between these two strong sides. And immediately we have a little bit of the vision control being set up by the likes of Splatzone Insomiax, moving really deep, as we have missed out maybe a slight couple of seconds. You can see that deep ward on towards Red will be spotting out Swak, as he will be helping on a leash, or should I better yet say, just a little bit more vision control, and nothing much is going to be happening right now. But top lane is where all the fights will be happening right now.
Yeah, Akali is going to be going on a small date with this Gragas. Now, I've been told that Akali is not really fond of the big guys. Let's see if or not this Gragas will be able to charm her, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. I mean, every single time Dust goes through, he does manage to come away with the ladies. It's going to be Wild Rabbit and Swag still scrimming off against Buck as well as Toji. I don't expect them to go a little crazy in here, but you don't say, man. We might just see another slip-up come through.
Yeah, I'm pretty much sure that Akali has a different kind of taste. Dating the rabble-rouser is definitely going to be quite tough, especially when he's acting all rowdy over the top side. But here comes a little bit of a Zenith Blade, not really connecting towards Toji. And I've been wondering why, you know, like Toji now steps right in to first go on and 1 versus 2 scenario. Flash have been popped, and what was Buck actually thinking?
Wild Rabbit on that half HP. Oh, the poke comes through from Toji, and Wild Rabbit needs to back away now. That Honey Fruit is for the taking. The reset coming in from the Lee Sin right back as well. I don't think Lynx will need to go away, because he can go in for that real quick push and that gank, but he doesn't do so, and he will allow Wild Rabbit to continue going in for that push. That Raven is trying to get that early damage done in here, but they've been able to gatekeep quite well. The laning phase will continue, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. No casualties just yet.
Exactly, and just to actually point out a little bit of fact here, you know, I was talking about Latte being one of the stronger side of marksmen that we've been seeing from the group stage qualifiers. But now, you know, facing off against Toji, not to say that he's been doing bad or anything at all, he's definitely standing toe-to-toe against Wild Rabbit, but he's playing on his favorite Draven for a real good reason, and this guy is having so much confidence to dive right in for turret, but this is not looking all too good. A tick of health left, and they are setting this dive up. Swak now also having 1 in the extra health bar, and that will be the Flack and Drag coming in as Kazuo hoping to actually connect this, but that will be also a knockup connecting towards Kazuo as they look to back away. 1 shot connecting, but this won't be them actually dropping out just yet. Quick control from Splatzone Insomiax.
Yeah, very, very cheeky coming in from Sem9, but they need to be careful. We anticipated this, the aggression early on in the game, but I expected that aggression to come through from Splatzone, but instead it is from Sem9, but that great discipline being shown at display here, Contra, as they pull away from that battle. Very well planned, very well executed. Unfortunately, that Slay just could not come through, as RH now needs to go in for that reset before he gets slain. Now, there will be a Honey Fruit down here for the pickup, and the Akali should be back into this game before you know it. Gragas trying to make his way down to get rid of that minion wave as Dan backs away from that battle.
Well, that's a beautiful solar flare, but then again, the follow-up came in a little bit slow, and Raven's now getting spotted out by that ward, as they will be keeping an eye and a little bit of taps on that Blue Sentinel. Now, Drake upward contest, and Lynx immediately goes in to sweep out all the other wards as well. So, good notion coming from the side of Splatzone Insomiax, as they will be getting a lot of vision being denied out of Sem9. But this is where the contest happens, and we might just see a fight break out anytime from now.
Oh, and they will go in here for the push. Splatzone Insomiax, they want this Ocean Drake and they want it now. But that steal can come through. Here comes Swak in with that cut. And Gizmo as well as Ravens will be going in for that push, Contra.
Oh my goodness, the package being dropped right in, but where is the rest of the members? Here comes the shockwave as well! And Splatzone gets splattered off instantaneously. 5 kills and an ace within less than 5 minutes. And we will look at the Drake being taken off as well as perhaps a little bit of damage being done to the mid lane.
While Rabbit Gizmo gonna drop in real quick here. Ocean Drake belongs to them. And there is nothing Splatzone Insomiax could have done about it. They tried. They showed off. Lynx in here with the pressure on Wild Rabbit. Oh, flashes away Gizmo with that support. But Lynx manages to get the slay. Are we going to be able to see Lynx overcommit in here as Swak comes right back for that backup. And this Lee Sin might just get slain. It's going to be Buck right there behind for that support. Swak doesn't manage to get that slay. And they will back away. Splatzone Insomiax, great steal coming in there for that push.
Well, Splatzone definitely know what to do because we go back to the replay right here to really capture all the moments. Now, I felt that Splatzone shouldn't really lure in 7-9 because they could have actually finished this Drake by themselves, but they were hoping to catch this 7-9 side, and everyone's pretty much scattered. You saw the package go down, but with everything on the line and every out available, 7-9 gets the whole team dropped out, and now going on that
I understand. Yeah, sorry, buddy. I understand the reason as to why they backed away from that battle, because right after taking down the Ocean Drake, you know an ace was definitely gonna be set upon them. But even without taking the Drake, they go in and lose that, and they get slain all over again. And instead, Draven getting the damage done this time. Lynx as well as Buck will need to back away, and together with Dan. And it is Sem9 that keeps dropping in there for those slays, dropping in there for those objectives, and Splatzone Insomiax still cannot find anything within themselves to come back with a response.
Yeah, and man, the wobble combo is looking absolutely sublime. As Sem9, they tried to actually pull one out at a time, as we saw the Cataclysm go down. Same goes to Solar Flare, and maybe that command Shockwave could have actually been a little bit more
Jen
on point.
said there's a lot of static in the game.
A little bit more of the
audio.
Players just coming in for perhaps a little bit more of the notion, but give it a little bit more time because Splatzone possibly won't be able to recuperate eventually.
Well, Dusk in here, he goes in for the wrist, but it's a 3-on-1 situation, and the shutdown on our hedge is just too easy for Splatzone Insomiax to go in here for a quick steal. But here comes the Rip Barrel right down the middle to pull the attention of the players from Splatzone Insomiax. And if you know that reset will come through from that Baron lane, and the damage is already done, the pressures is too much from Sem9. Look at this push coming in down mid here now, Contra.
And Courage Shelly's gonna be dropping a lot of damage, but this will be manageable for the side of Splatzone Insomiax. Now they do knock the Leon off with a beautiful flat body slam. Now they're looking for everyone else. Every member is getting knocked up in the air, but then again, S9, they're still chipping in the damages, and it will still be a decent trade because they've managed to take out the Gragas in exchange for Swak, who, you know, both don't really mind. Both are pretty much tanks, but if you do get a Baron laner taken out, that's still considered a slight advantage. So, yes, there's no Drake, no possible Baron for the moment, but in the terms of economy, it has helped 7-9 a whole lot. Now, 7-4, and it can only get better because they now establish a little bit more control over on the Drake.
Will be 5k lead on that goal for Sem9, but they are going to be able to snowball this into something slightly higher, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. The Mountain Drake will be stepping in about 10 seconds, and here comes the push. Look at the players from Sem9 just gather around there, waiting for the possibility of the team fight, which will break out any second now. Lynx might go in for that first engage as that Drake comes through. Swak with a very brave move in there to kick things off.
And that was a shockwave out there that has managed to catch a few, and with the explosive cast coming out of dust, it will actually displace the rest of 7-9, and they've already got little bit tap bruised out of this one. Stepping on top of Ward, they will be doing great, but there's nothing much that Splatzone can even come up with in response. So I felt this is just giving a little bit too much room for Sem9 to work with, and yeah, I'm not really liking too much of what I'm seeing right now.
Now, this is just reminiscent of what we saw in Game 1 that's just on display, on repeat, ladies, German boys and girls. For those of you who might, think that this is just a replay of game number 1, no, this is a totally different game. It's just that Sem9 has got the exact same strats. Splatzone, Insomiax making, similar gameplays. Sem9 just one step ahead as they try to go in for another engage.
And here comes the Cataclysm actually separating all EC members, and Lynx was the first one to fall, taking too much of the brunt of the short thing, and immediately you see Dan joining in alongside it. There's no barrier, no flashes to be popped out there, and this can be a dangerous Sem9 call over on towards this Baron. There is still dust, a little bit of glimmer of hope, but with our heads being around, is there even any room for them to actually get right in? If he does get the explosive cast, this is doable, but there's no time to get close to that. And the rest of Sem9 having a clean run thus far.
Kazuo going in there with one final smite on Baron Nashor, and he will be in their pockets. And thus far, we've been talking about the similarities between Game 1 and Game 2, and what's similar in here is, at the start of the game, Splatzone and Insomiax looks like they are all right, but the objectives gameplay just come in so solid from the side of Sem9. The team engagements, on the other hand, fall towards Sem9. We haven't seen Splatzone come back in here for that fight. Are they going to be able to make that comeback now?
And I feel there's no way for Buck to actually come out of that one alive. They could have actually get an exchange in the form of Swag getting taken out, but here comes Lynx. He's still going to be connecting a shot of the Sonic Wave, but it's not wise to actually fly right in to challenge Wild Rabbit, especially when he can just shove them aside, and that he will do. And Kazuo just waiting in line. If anybody oversteps, especially Koji right here, they will be doomed. So just making sure that they are taking out this cannon minion before anything else. And here comes the lineup! Whoa! That shockwave does not really connect on the two. And here comes Buck now putting this one flare. Oh, that big stun up! And that was just stays alive! Oh, Koji's only for his life moment. And here comes on hit. He tries to actually line it up. They will still pop the Guardian Angel at the moment. Lynx now goes in for flash. He will be connecting a shot of his kick towards Kazuo. A little bit too far to just dive right in. Yes, he will still have his Guardian Angel still intact. Does now also get a little bit too much damage. Ravens just snitching too much. And here comes Kazuo once again having a little bit more damage. But not enough to get the kill on top of Buck.
Inhibitor turret taken down as well down mid. The only sacrifice Sem9 made there was Swag. And was he proud to take that sacrifice? Was he proud to put his life on the line? Hell yeah! Because all of that has snowballed them into such a huge lead on the goal. Crazy number of objectives settled down. And the laning phase, as far as that midsection is concerned, is all sorted, ladies, German boys and girls. And now your buffed up minions will be going in for the push down mid, and they can just focus in either the Baron or the Dragon lane. Let's just see exactly how Sem9 will move in to settle the score with Splatzone Insomiax in here. 9 more seconds, and we will see the Infernal Drake drop in to say hello. Will he fry that Wild Rabbit, or will Kazuo go in there for that smite, ladies and German boys and girls? Either way, Sem9 looks like they are about to tap out this clean.
Oh, speaking of which, here comes a little bit of the Dragon's Rage just to make an escape, but that will be all the spinning axes that they will need while there will be Wild Rabbit getting taken off the map here, as that body slam was a little bit too much for them to take. So 1 kill apiece, while they don't have a smite available for Splatzone Insomiax. So this is pretty much safe for them to also secure, while RH finally takes the tier 1 top lane. And the rest of Splatzone Insomiax, they're coming right in. Here comes the shockwave connecting on towards stuff, but he will be taken out first. Wow, damn, he gets this one in. That will be a perfect execution coming from overhead. Where can you work? Where can you run? And Sam9 and that will be pretty much game being sealed here by the Sam9 side. Linus, the last hope left. But Splatzone Insomniac, they have taken too much of a blow, and that will be pretty much enough for them. Well, they're just taking their sweet time, and Sam9 goes to close out another perfect 2-0.
Oh, they settled that with an ace, and there's nothing else that could come out of that. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, I highly doubt I have seen a series at the Rift this far. Sam9 with the quick in and out. Tapau kasi licin. Splatzone Insomniax once again goes splat.
Okay. Now, this is where, experience does show, especially when it comes down to those who have prior experience back in League of Legends PC. So, RH, he's known to be one of veterans and one investment laners of Southeast Asia by the time. But even switching on the different roles, he's been showing some exemplary work out there. But you gotta give credits to him because he gave over that mid lane role to Ravens, and I do believe that Ravens will once again be the MVP because this Orianna is really popping up, and we'll be looking at the stats for us to judge.
Well, let's go, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. And yeah, you go, bro. Ravens picking up that MVP with a 6 on the kill. Hasn't fallen even once in that game and buffs up the squad with the 9 assists. An absolute monster in game number 2 as well.
And just look at the itemizations, pretty much similar to game number 1, but it was also Kazuo as well as Swak that has been able to actually get a lot more of these chain wombo combos that we saw initiating with the Solar Flare, and that definitely sets the tempo for Kazuo to go in with the knockup and eventually lock them in with a Cataclysm, and once they got nowhere to run, that's where the Shockwave comes in, and if that's not the case, RH can clean up shop with any execution that he deems fit. So the rest of Splatzone and Insomniax, they played decently fine. It's just that, they look kind of lost after a couple of all these square offs, and I just felt that there was no room possible for Dan to actually find an appropriate opening because let's count the number of crowd control, right? Other than Dust as well as Buck that can actually, of course, go in with the body slam or knock them up in the air, there's no real stun per se that can actually lock anybody intact from the side of Sam9 for way too long. So, judging from the damage output, it does clearly show.
Ooh, this Orianna is one hot little cake at the Rift. 23,000 in the hands of Raven. He just dished out all of that damage, and all the Splatzone Insomniacs could do about it was just absorb each and every single one of it. They tried their best, though. They tried their best to tank it, but just not possible, man. The team fights, whenever they broke out into those situations, Sam9 shut down Splatzone Insomniacs, and that's where most of the support came in from Swak as well as Kazuo, and there was just no stopping the snowball from then on, Contra.
Yeah, and I gotta say that this was definitely played through with perfection, and once again, it was just a big crescendo hitting onto Dembit by the very end of it all. So with that, I believe that there will be an interview happening eventually, and this time around, it will be on the Malaycast segment that you'll be able to listen to some of the words that they do have to say on that interview. But, you guys, of course, rather stick to the English side. This is where we both hang out. So, those two games really showing how critical that Sam9 can actually perform once everything is definitely well aligned in the start. So, let's take a look at some of the post-analysis that we do have here, with some highlights being brought up with a recap.
And this was early on, right, when the squads were still, when the teams were still, quite even up, and this team fight would go to just change the complexion of the game, Contra.
Yeah, and this looked to be quite a solid start coming from the side of Splatzone Insomniacs, and yeah, of course, Wild Rabbit coming in with the final tickle, and this referral steal was something that is out of the ordinary. Not to say that this Camille has smite anyways, but it was a little bit of a slip of the touch. And once again, Lynx, you see him trying to actually pull this Drake in, but Seven9 wasn't really falling for it. And this perfect lineup with the initiative as well as the combo set up perfectly, especially that shockwave pulls them right back. And what can you do at this point if you are on Splatzone's Insomiax side? Absolutely nothing.
Yeah, Lynx was a sitting duck throughout that whole thing, man. In that team fight, he couldn't do anything. And that's one of the few times I've ever seen Lee Sin, just immobilized and unable to move at all. And this was the part where they just took their time to take the Nexus down, and they just didn't worry about the players of Splatzone Insomiax at all, Contra.
That's right, and it was pretty much clean as a whistle. So this was just game number 1. Let's move over to game number 2, shall we? As this was, once again, another great contest. And look what happens here, because Swak, he's always on point. He's just waiting with the perfect solo flare, and that actually held Toji as well as Buck a little bit backwards. And it just made all these sort of the split second matter. So they got themselves not only the Drake, they got the Rift Herald, and it was a move here that comes out from the side of Splatzone that has seen them securing a kill. A 1-for-1 trade happens at the very end, but it's still nothing substantial to actually bring them anywhere forward in terms of goal or even kills.
Nowhere close, right? And just having Shelly within your arsenal just puts on an extra player on that board to just drag the objectives. And whilst you sort those players out, Shelly's just doing the damage down the turret, and it was the mid lane that got opened up first thanks to the Rift Herald gameplay. And throughout the whole game from then on, the catch-up gameplay just could not come through for the players of Splatzone Insomiax, no matter what they did, Contra.
Yeah, and I guess this was pretty much the final blow, especially when you have R-Hedge already covering the escape pathway around the mid lane. So it was basically a runway to victory for the likes of Seven9 as they celebrate another clean finish as compared to the ones that they suffered last week with a 2-1. So this time, I guess they can be placed at the very least on a top 3 or top 4 ratio.
And let's see exactly, how much of damage or how much of recovery the players from Splatzone Insomiax need to make later on, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, because we know that they tanked a 2-0 loss in the day 1, and then they tanked another one today. So unfortunately, that's going to put them right at the bottom. I don't know if anybody else is going to join them there, but this is your player of the match, Ravens, as he swoops down in there. The kill participation, 67% of the time, this guy played his part, man. The Oriana went popping off, Contra.
That's right, and you really got to give it up to Ravens because he was just waiting patiently. He was in a very safe position most of the time as he didn't really get caught out all too much. 3-1-6 was the first score for game number 1, and the other one being 6-0-9, and you just know that he just has what it takes to become one of the best out there in Malaysia. Now, it's no surprise that you see RH actually leaving that role being opened up for him right here, and he's been able to just get not only the shockwaves pretty much aligned, he always has been able to just provide enough cover for the rest of his teammates as well when they are in danger. So that is your MVP of the matchup, as of course all this will only be made possible with our partners Maggie Hot Cup, UDO, as well as JBL.
Absolutely right, Contra. Now, Seven9, we kind of figured they were going to go in there and get it done. We didn't want to call it out, though, but they were the final ones who stood tall in there. But we will be moving on later on into another series, which I definitely have been looking forward to the whole day, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Berjaya Dragons will be taking on the Eminence Raptors when Contra and I come back from a quick short break.
lagi terlambat untuk seketika, tapi lihat bagaimana eksplosif gas. Becky telah pun tiba. Becky menjatuhkan serangan. Mereka ingin masuk secara cepat, telah pun tiba. Siang telah pun sampai. Dia perlu menggunakan strike tapi terlewat.
Blood, sweat, and tears written in the blacks of kings. 1 in a million, the billions that have to sing.
Nice. Alright, go. Down first. Can. Alright, down already. Nexus. Okay. Nice!
Victory!
I'll see you in the game. Alright guys, let's go on board. Okay.
Guess who's back?
They're looking at us, an audience. Keep telling us what we can do, but here we are, showing them, making them wish they were you. We've heard the most when it comes to this. Yeah, every shade of blue, but don't even care what they'll say. They think we're out of control. Yeah, truth be told, we know it. It's just the way we live. We own it. 'Cause stop, we love the thrill. We know it. It's just the way we live. We're grown-up kids. They're looking at us, an audience. Keep telling us what we can do, but here we are, showing them, making them wish they were you. We've heard the most when it comes to this. Yeah, every shade of blue, but don't even care what they'll say. They think we're out of control. Yeah, truth be told, we know it. It's just the way we live. We own it. 'Cause stop, we love the thrill. We know it. It's just the way we live. We're grown-up kids. It's just the way we live. We know it. It's just the way we live. We own it. 'Cause stop, we love the thrill. We know it. It's just the way we live. We're grown-up kids. We're grown-up kids. Introduce me. I'm the renegade. Every single night, I crave the taste. It's the adrenaline running through my gait. It gets me high. Got no time to waste. Ain't got time for small talk. I tell you the truth. I'm faster than you. I'ma tell you the truth. Not in
bagaimana eksplosif gas. Becky terlampau tiba. Becky menjatuhkan serangan. Mereka ingin masuk sekarang. Teleport telah pun tiba. Siang telah pun sampai. Dia perlu menggunakan smite tapi terlewat.
Blood, sweat, and tears written in the blacks of kings. 1 in a million, the billions that have to say.
What is up, Summoners, and welcome back to the show. Whether if you're a challenger or straight up an Iron Giant, we welcome you to the ESL Mobile Open here as we present to you the League of Legends Wild Rift. And, well, this is the C Icon series. Here with me is the Mustachio AJ, and my name's Contra, as we'll be bringing you another exciting best of 3. Now, you know what, AJ, today has moved by relatively quick because a lot of TOs have happened, but this time around, we got an epic proportion battle because we got the Dragons taking on the Raptors here. Berjaya Dragons versus Eminence Raptors.
And Berjaya Dragons, arguably the best team in this competition thus far. Okay, I'm just gonna put it out there. The best team in the competition thus far, by name, by brand, by proof, yeah, in the past. But now it's a totally different scenario. It's a totally different situation. Are we gonna be able to see, the likes of Eminence Raptors step in and snatch that title away from them, at least for today? Now, before we move on, hashtag your Maggie moments in the comment section, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Share your comments as well as pictures with us to be featured on stream. Now, that is a huge boost, especially if you are a streamer or content creator.
That's right, and why not go ahead and share just some simple, hilarious moments, or even, well, if you want to be a little bit more dramatic or melodramatic or anything at all, just go ahead, hashtag Maggie Moments, and post it up there on Facebook, and make sure it's pretty much up there for the public eye, as we'll be able to feature you guys on the show. So, you want more Insta followers, you can do exactly just that, and who knows, a little bit goes a long way, and we all share ourselves some great moments here, casting all these matches. And now, if you guys want to land yourself some sick brand new gear with some great quality, and look no further, because the new JBL Quantum series is here. Visit jbl.com.my for more info. And I just love how the Mustachio AJ is just flexing with his headset. Dude, you can do a live review for us right now.
Oh, absolutely, man. I mean, if you want to talk about how light this is, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, that is one of the best features, but not the best feature yet. It's a wireless headphone. I've only got my jack in here because I want the zero latency audio monitoring, because, I do a lot of these talking and all, right? But if you guys want wireless headphone for gaming, it's a huge no-no. Why? Because there's always that latency when you're connecting wirelessly. But these headphones, JBL 600, the Quantum 600 onwards, comes with a 2.4 hertz Wi-Fi dongle. You connect it to your PC in one of those USB slots. It connects directly to your headphone, and then you get zero lag on that audio. So those footsteps, those gunshots, you hear it exactly when they pop off, and it makes a world of difference. And if you want to find out more, ladies, German boys and girls, head on over to jbl.com.my.
That's right. Other than, gunshots, footsteps, even in League of Legends Wild Rift, every single spell that you hear, whether it's a flash or simply an ult being popped, you could just have that notion to just sidestep to your way, and of course that will definitely help you get the edge and of course put you on the top of your game. Now, in order for us to first connect with a lot more action here, I'm pretty sure that you're flexing your phone for a reason, because you want to scan some QR codes or that 5 GB worth of data, all coming to you from YouTube, powered by Cellcom. So make sure you scan this one real quick, or visit the website right down below, because free things don't always come by.
And 5 gigabytes of free data? Yeah, nobody's gonna end that out. Except if you do, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Why? Because they do it better. And are we gonna stop there? No, with our main partner in here, Maggie Hot Cup, make sure you always have that stock in your kitchen. Because if you're a gamer but you don't have a huge stock of Maggie Hot Cups in your kitchen, dude, you're not a gamer, bro. You are not.
Well, I guess, like, you know, sometimes I'm a gamer and sometimes I'm not because I finish out my stock real quick. So, with that, come on, send some supplies real quick, Maggie. I'll need some of that. Thank you very much. So, anyways, jokes aside, we are going to be getting ourselves ready for this duke-off between these two fantastic teams because we got Berjaya Dragons, arguably the best team possible so far, as they have been leading the pack 2-0 on the past week. But Eminence Raptor is definitely going to show them who's the most ferocious reptile.
Reptile. Dinosaurs are reptiles. Dragons are reptiles too.
Reptile?
Yeah. Dragons are definitely reptiles. Yeah.
Okay. Because it's a mythical being, I don't want to get it wrong, right? So that's where a little bit of my doubt kicks in. But hey, one's in the air, one's on the ground. Can Raptors actually grow some wings to actually hit them while they're flying? I wonder.
Yeah, I highly doubt it. But you know, in the rift, those dragons need to come in there and land as well, right? We see those dragons landing, and when these dragons come landing, those raptors are one of the fastest creatures on land. So are we going to be able to see the Berjaya dragons come in here and Berjaya as they usually do? Or will the Eminence Raptors show them that speed on ground is better than some wings and you flying around in the air?
Oh boy, I've been waiting for some of the reptiles to get ourselves into the rift, as we'll see, you know, will there be a lot more contests on that Drake as compared to usual, or even, you know, what the camps are called Raptors, but I don't know, maybe Eminence just fawns stealing that one away from the side of BJD, but anyways, we're going to be looking at all the sort of lineups and even more information for every one of you who are currently tuning in. You are currently watching the Malaysia's finest teams fighting for a chance to get themselves up ahead, and who knows, the champions might just be able to face off against some international teams across the region. So, you know, AJ, we've already seen 3 matches pass by, and it has gone pretty much one-sided. Now, judging for the performance from the side of Eminence Raptor for the previous week, what can you actually take out of that?
I mean, they put up a great fight against Sem9, but they couldn't even get past Sem9. Now, I'm not saying Sem9 is any worse than Berjaya Dragons. They have come in here and they have clearly shown exactly why they are here at this stage. But Berjaya Dragons brings in something which is, you know, very valuable. And that is a lot of experience, you know, in the Rift, in the mobile scene. So let's take a quick look at this lineup, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, because the superstar lineup of Zisune, Chili, Karuto, Sagi, as well as Winter will be flying into the Rift in the form of Berjaya Dragons to see if they can tapao sapu leech in every single objective that is available.
That's right, and we're going to be looking at Winter here coming into the support role. And if I were to actually add up the amount of years of experience that they had back in the PC days, it'll be over 20 years of experience that we have on each, well, I can't say each respective players, accumulated 20 plus years on top of that. So Winter now going in towards the support side definitely is something that's going to be very much interesting. And know for the fact that we do have a brand new challenger joining alongside as Eminence Raptors have their mid laner reaching the top of the podium here and finally achieving the challenger rank, as he'll be starting off to just show to the Dragons what they can possibly pull up in the Rift.
Absolutely, yo. Steezy, Shion, Hilla, Fluffy, as well as Kids. Can they stand up against the mighty Berjaya Dragons? Take that Berjaya, throw it in the trash, and slash the head of that dragon off. That's exactly what the Eminence Raptors will be doing because they have been hungry. And right now, it is the time to turn into one of the most ferocious predators that has ever roamed the land. You know what makes the Raptors so ferocious and fearsome, Contra?
Why's that?
Not only are they fast, not only are they good, they are extremely smart. But here is the problem. Berjaya Dragons are one of those squads who have shown us a flurry of, strategies which none of these other squads have been able to show us in the past. So are we going to be able to see the brilliance? Are we going to be able to see the smarts coming out of the Eminence Raptors? I really hope so, because if we don't see any sort of brilliance like that, it's going to be an easy 2-0 for the Berjaya Dragons in here today.
That's right, and I really feel that, it really boils down to how they actually play the entirety of the map, and we'll be looking at the picks and bans as the Baggies champion select is ready. As we go on the blue side for Berjaya Dragons, they will immediately lock away that Katarina from play. And you remember that last week, Sem9 suffered one loss to Eminence Raptors when they faced off. And hey, if they could actually take off such a prominent side, Eminence Raptors, they definitely have something up in their sleeve. So that is a respect ban going on towards Hitler at the very least. Now, no Fiora, meaning to say that they are opening up options like the Camille, leaving only one ban left for the side of the Raptors, which they have to select. Is it going to be a Lee Sin, a Galio? And yes, they will just ban off that Lee Sin away from the grass of Chile.
Oh, now Lee Sin not in there, ladies, German boys and girls. What will come through? Obviously, Akali gets picked up by Zisune, and Steezy's response might come through with a Gragas, but no, a Braum lock-in is pretty much fair as well. This guy's going to be able to tank in quite a number of those shots, which is something Eminence Raptors will really be needing in this match, man.
That's right, and usually you do see Kaisa being paired up with Braum a whole lot, especially when the Brittle Steel stack comes online. So she can easily just stack upon it, proc the stun coming from the passive with Braum. Now, Chile is going to be locking in the Ezreal alongside with Karudo locking out that Lux just to secure Sagi a little bit more space, especially with the Ezreal having to arcane shift in towards a better positioning. So that definitely will be a heated battle right down the bottom side. Now, mid lane pretty much locked in for Hila as he goes on that Galio, but I mentioned that Camille is being left out in the open. This is where they go in for pickup, and it could either go in the jungle or topside, but I definitely do prefer a Camille over the Baron lane itself.
Well, I'm definitely looking at that Galio go in there with his hero's entrance. Hopefully, he can be the hero of that squad, but that Wukong's going to be putting in the damage with that jungle. I don't know if or not they're going to be able to take the fight that comes in from the Giant Dragons, because their team fight composition that is coming through in here looks solid like crazy, Contra.
Yeah, and I really do like both ends on how they actually ideate, but that Diana versus Galio matchup is going to be a little bit more of a hustle between the two of them, as they will either need to A, give respect to each other's room when it comes down to the waves, or just go on a close quarter combat between the two of them. So heading in towards the top lane as well, we will be seeing how would Zisune fare against a top lane Camille as well. I do believe that in the early game, the Camille will struggle for a tad bit, but once Camille gets that Hexet ultimatum, it will be a little bit trickier for the Akali to deal with, especially when she pulls the trigger. So, coming with this sort of draft, this is just game number 1, but any projection from your side, AJ?
Oh, dude, You would be a fool to not bet on the Berjaya Dragons. But I really, really, really want the Eminence Raptors to pull a crazy upset over them here today. Why? Because, you know, the likes of Eminence Raptors really, really need it if they can get one game in. I mean, getting two will obviously be a cinch because the adrenaline boost that they'll get from that is just going to be crazy, man. Because Berjaya Dragons, every single Wild Rift team in Malaysia are looking to slay them.
That's right, and it has been a tough task to do as they soar sky high for quite some games right now. Karudo over in mid lane here has been playing with a little bit more of a discipline, but you know, it's already level 2 in the hands of Hila that he's been able to just land the Shield of Durin and having a little bit of gust of wind shoved in. He's forcing Karudo to back away from his very own minions, so he's going to be losing a little bit of this last hit goal. And yeah, for those who maybe are unfamiliar with how Wild Rift or even League of Legends work, like, you will get more gold if you were to last it the minions. So yeah, I guess denting economy little by little will be actually putting the side of Hila up ahead.
Well, Zisune goes through, but needs to be really careful as that HP drops ever so low. He doesn't need to be worried that much as he backs away. Fluffy as well as Kids, they're just going to be trading up as they try to clear off that minion wave, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Nothing much to shout about. Everything starting off at this laning phase. Nice and easy. This invade coming in very cheeky by Chili, and the gank might come through as well. And we will see Steezy maybe shut down early in the game, but backs away towards that turret, making it quite an impossible pull off here. But Steezy needs to be careful because then Wukong is just waiting right behind.
Yeah, he definitely knew what exactly to do. Just recalling back to base if he has any room to do so. But Wukong's still going to be lurking around, just buying a little bit more time here. While the next wave is definitely going to be a little bit more detrimental for him to manage, especially when you want this Camille to be up ahead, meaning to say that you can't exactly lose too much of this middle wave, even if you want to back up. So with that, over the bottom side, Sagi as well as Winter soaking a little bit of damage. These two players have played alongside each other for a couple of years already. And Karudo is having a little bit more of these slices just to ensure that he gets well farmed up. But Zisune definitely controlling the top lane tempo at the moment.
I really love the way that Wukong just drops in that side what's so deep in the jungle of the Eminence Raptors, just giving the squad so much of sight. But then again, here comes the backup from Xion as he moves through Chili with that quick push in. Are we going to be able to see Xion get slain? He backs away just in the nick of time, Contra.
Oh boy, the Moonfall sucks everybody right across, and BJ, they will get it all. 3 kills in the blink of an eye. We're going to see a replay right after this because that was absolutely the sweetest moves being pulled out.
Excellence, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Excellence being on display here from the Berjaya Dragons. I told you, arguably the best Wild Rift team in Malaysia right now. Here, you see exactly why. As Akali will be making her way up top that Baron lane once again, Steezy will have a tough time holding down that minion wave because the support is about to come. That turret's taken a bit of damage, but nothing too much to shout about. But the pressure is on from the Berjaya Dragons. And right now, one dragon to another, they will say to the Ocean Drake, you belong to me. But will the Eminence Raptors be able to steal this one from under their noses? I wish that happens though, because they really need it, Contra.
Yeah, I hope he doesn't break down to a Taylor Swift song or so, just saying, you belong with me. So, for the moment, I guess a little bit of a vision is being set up while BJD, they are just tickling the Drake ever so slightly, just hoping to actually catch somebody in the form of Yella. Where can you go as he gets stuck right under the corners of his turret, but that's all that there is. The Eminence Raptors, you know, they're slowly falling behind, and with the Twin Shadows now chasing them back, I guess Eminence just knows just to give this one up.
So easy. They make it look so easy. Sisune going in. Xion in trouble. But Hilla comes right back through for the save. But Sisune, what an escape he makes. And there will be no takedown on Berjaya Dragons Sisune. Absolute perfection on display, Contra.
He just went in with the perfect execution as well. And dude, that is one of the slyest moves that you can actually pull off to an enemy jungler. But it's also thanks to the vision being set up, like you mentioned early on, where not only Chili was moving across, he didn't really need to steal all the camps, but the vision actually denies all these movements from Xion as it gets well read like a boom. So this is where trouble lurks up ahead, because Eminence Raptors, they just lost out on the vision game from the get-go. So this few seconds now on towards the Rift Herald will be very, very vital. And yep, I'm already having hiccups. I wonder if Eminence Raptors do have some of it.
Yeah, man. I'm pretty sure they do right now. There's just one side ward here by the Eminence Raptors for Shelly's takeover. We might be able to see a steal coming right through. I wonder if or not we will see that Wukong drop right in. But no, they allow Eminence Raptors to go in for that pick. Now, this is Berjaya Dragons. There must be a little bit of a trick up their sleeves for allowing Shelly to get picked up so easily.
And Saki now all alone, but he knows that their backup is coming a long way. X-Act Ultimate locks him in place, but instead he arcane shifts over to the front because there is the production of the turret, and immediately the Jarvan gets dropped. Here comes the Cyclone as well. And where can the rest of the Raptors run as they got snared upon? An easy execution for Berjaya Dragons, 9-1.
Oh, just one step away from getting aced, and Hilla will survive. No heroes entrance coming through, and they will possibly lose the turret up on the Baron lane. And here comes Brom with that backup to protect that turret. But no, my friend, nothing you can do to save that little turret anymore. And Berjaya Dragons, Berjaya for the time being. 32 on that goal, almost that 8k lead so early in the game. We haven't even reached that 8-minute mark just yet.
Oh man, I don't know what to make out of this one. Like, it's really hard to see how would Eminence Raptors actually gain any advantages. Yes, they do get the only pick in the form of the Wukong as we go back to the instant replay. Now, take a look at Sagi. Like, usually in this position, a usual ADC would actually shift backwards instead of forward, but because of the turret, he understands that there is protection nonetheless. So this dive was absolutely unnecessary from the side of Eminence, but they were hoping to crush the turret, right? But they overcommitted on the kill, and speaking of a kill, Zisude here comes in with that perfect execution and walks away with one more kill in the bag.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, you are watching this right now. Do me a favor and share this stream out, because the whole of the Rift, all of these summoners need to watch the Berjaya Dragons go on this rampage as they take down that middle turret as well. Xion and Kids will not be able to do much. They try to place that pressure on, but a couple of more hits and they will lose that mid turret. The pressure comes forth in that Baron lane as well, and obviously Zisune is the one solo man getting all of that damage done, man. Kids as well as Fluffy, two players need to come in here just to man this one site. And the Infernal Drake will be sorted solo by Chili. Here comes that backup as well. And no way at all Eminence Raptors will be able to come in for the steal.
That's right, and I guess they still want to try, but they're a little bit too late to the party. So they will have to fall back. A little bit more of these words being spotted out as Chili just stands right there. Yep, free money. That's definitely always a good case. Well, there's only 105 HP left on that mid lane tier 1 turret, so there's no point of defending it all for too long, but understanding that, okay, there's not going to be too much of an added pressure from BJD, so that's where Hilla can stay for a tad bit. Now, I'm wondering, like, how would they actually go in for a better setup? I ideally would like to see Steezy going with the opening, and that's where Hila comes in with the heroic entrance, and Fluffy has to be the last guy going in, right? Or unless Kit can actually go in with a good catch with the Glacial Fissure, then Eminence Raptors can actually see the light of day going to some of these team fights. Or else, you know, if they were to be the ones to always pull the trigger first, that leaves a lot more room for Berjaya Dragons to react, and easily Sagi walks forward, breaks in that tier 1 mid lane.
Yeah, there's no way in hell they are going to be able to pick Baron up if the Eminence Raptors, start things off. The only way is to go in here for a quick steal. Berjaya Dragons, it's not so easy though, because we've seen time and time again how Berjaya Dragons pulls this off, right? They will go in, they will tease, the Baron just a little bit. You come in there for the steal, the immediate attention shifts onto your team. A team fight breaks out, you get ace, Baron gets taken, and you lose a bunch of your towers. Bye-bye Nexus. That's what happens when you face the Berjaya Dragons. So Eminence Raptors really need to figure out what they do here.
Wow, I really love how you actually went on that storytelling mode of how the Folklore of the Dragon actually breathes fire breaths across the rift. And yeah, definitely a very more methodical side of BJD, as they are just keeping the Raptors at bay. And I guess, reason why that it's really hard for him in this Raptor to also go in for Smite is because, T-Rexes, they don't really have much long stretch of an arm to actually reach there for Smite, do they?
Yeah, man. And now, I wonder if or not that's going to be enough to stop the Raptors, because, nobody wants to get annihilated in this way, right? And at this point, at that 12th, minute mark, ladies, German boys and girls, we'll have a 12k lead on the gold as well for the Berjaya Dragons. And they've been having this sort of a balance following the timer all throughout. As those minutes tick, the lead on the gold ticks up equally as well, which is really interesting to watch. Kids, and he forces this engagement.
Cyclone already popped, but there's always the second round coming. Here comes the hero's entrance. Popping Chili as well as Karudo up in the air. They will fall back, respecting the output. But it's pretty much no problem for Sagi, though. He's going all alone. What is he thinking? But he is still matching it. 2 versus 1. Where's the ball? What on earth? They're tearing apart Eminence Raptor. 2 versus 5. Do they even need Winter at this point in time? DZ now looking for the kill upon Karudo. Sagi still going in. Secures the double kill. Now looking for the what? Sagi with the triple.
Unstoppable.
Oh my god, and that's what I was talking about, my friend. You go in for the push, they're gonna go and ace you, they will take that Baron down as well, they'll take your turrets out of the equation, and bye-bye Eminence Raptors, the Berjaya Dragons will say, what a crazy display of talent in the Rift, ladies and German boys and girls. Eminence Raptors, they don't know what has hit them. Well, the answer is simple. The best dragons that you will ever come across in your life. And Sagi, holy crap, this guy's a monster on his own contra.
I'm glad to have shared a bowl of ramen with this Sagi right here. And I guess even more Maggie Hot Cups to come. So that definitely will go on one of the most legendary of highlight reels if we were going to be having YouTube channels with, all the highlights. And with that, that's going to be the True Shot Barrage already popped up on top of all the other members, forcing them back to the way. And Accent Element just to escape that moonfall, but the rest of the members of the likes of Raptors are coming right back just to negate a little bit of pressure, but here comes Chili as well, going to knock up as he will pop in the cycle, dropping opened up by Sitsune as they got it rooted up. Here comes Fluffy turning golden, but it's all the kills that Berjaya Dragons looking for before taking game number 1. BJD victorious in play.
Victory.
GGWP. What can you do when you face a squad like the Berjaya Dragons? Even Geek Fam would sweat, man. That was perfection. That was playing League of Legends while Rift without not giving two hoots who your opponents are, but setting your minds on the objective and just going out for the slay. And we saw the take on the Baron once again, and that it broke down in the exact same way, and it has never been different. Each and every single Baron contest that Berjaya Dragons have gone in for has broken down in the exact same way. It doesn't matter if you start it, it doesn't matter if they start it, because Berjaya Dragons always end it.
Yeah, and the most peculiar part of this is that they sent two members only, in the form of Sagi as well as the Diana up in the mid lane, Karudo, and they tear apart a 2 versus 5 scenario. What? Like, do I need to go over the stats to tell you that Sagi's gonna get the MVP? Because this guy, not only he stole all the limelight away from his teammates, like, dude, that is not supposed to happen. So Sagi, we saw him coming in spectacularly well on this Ezreal as he scores quite a substantial amount of gold. Yes, Karu is the richer guy on the Rift, but all the highlight plays, all the sick moves being popped in by this slick marksman of Berjaya Dragons.
Watching Geek Fam play makes my heart beat. Watching Berjaya Dragons play makes my heart stop. That's the problem, and that's the issue casting for these guys, right? Absolute perfection. They move it. It was craziness the way Sagi went in there for this engage, and not only did he get those kills, he sent those players from Eminence Raptors on the run, man. Tails between their legs. The Raptors had no say in that at all. The only thing Steezy could do was just try to tank those hits. I mean, Hilla made that hero's entrance a couple of times, but no hero's entrance could save the Eminence Raptors from that annihilation sought forth. It was set upon by the Berjaya Dragons in here, man.
Yeah, and oh man, I'm just looking at clear perfect KDAs, except for Chili, unfortunately, suffering a death. That's why he got himself a Guardian's Angel, so that he has a little bit more room to breathe. But just looking at the side of Eminence Raptors, you see them, not to say not dealing enough damage, it's just Sagi here with what? Say what? 23k? Dude, just look at his teammates. He's not halfway there. Maybe Karudo is, but look at the rest of Eminence Raptor. They need, like, what? Double, triple the amount to get there.
And look at the amount of damage that he has received. That's even more impressive because he went in and dished out that damage. Was he invincible? Was he invisible that the opponents could not see him at all? Could they not rain in the damage on him? How did he soak up so little but give so much? This guy has got the heart of gold, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. It's the heart that keeps giving. He doesn't take anything. He just wants to give.
That's right, and just look at the rest of the stats here, man. He just made everybody look mediocre. Not gonna lie, like, yeah, this is a little bit too much. So Sagi, undoubtedly the showstopper here. I'm glad that you're still breathing because you mentioned that your heart stopped. Like, I'm sweating, like you said. My hair is going all over the place. Like, if I were to be in the studios, I think that you see my hair falling apart. So, man, this is just the group stages, and dude, Berjaya Dragons, they're just showing no chance to any teams that comes across.
Not so far at the very least, right? And this is the second squad that they are facing in here at the group stages, and so far so good. The Berjaya Dragons look invincible, invincible. Okay, not invisible, and you can see them, you just cannot touch them, you cannot hurt them. You can try to rain down the damage, you are not gonna get the slay. You can try to go for the Baron, they are gonna get the Baron. You can try to go for the Drake, they are gonna Drake the Drake. You can try to go in for Shelly, they'll probably give you Shelly because they're not even worried about what your Shelly can do to them. And the confidence level of Berjaya Dragons as they take these matches up are just so impressive, Contra. I am just dying to see more from them. If anything, I want Eminence Raptor to kind of win the next one so we can just watch more of these matches. When we come back, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, will we see a walkover or will we see a fight back? Contra and I will be right back.
Masih lagi bersama untuk seketika, tapi lihat bagaimana bagaimana eksplosif gas. Becky telah pun tiba. Becky menjatuhkan mereka ingin masuk sekarang. Teleport telah pun tiba. Xiang telah pun sampai. Dia perlu menggunakan strike tapi terlewat.
Blood, sweat, and tears written in the blacks of kings. 1 in a million, the billions that have to sing.
Nice. Alright, go. Down, first. Can. Alright, down already. Nexus. Alright, okay. Nice! Victory! I'll see you in the game. Alright guys, let's go on board. Okay.
They say that we're too young. I hate it.
Masih lagi bersama untuk seketika tapi lihat bagaimana eksplosif gas. Becky telah pun tiba. Becky menjatuhkan mereka ingin masuk sekarang. Teleport telah pun tiba. Xiang telah pun sampai. Dia perlu menggunakan strike tapi terlewat.
Blood, sweat, and tears written in the blacks of kings. 1 in a million, the billions that have to sing.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, to what could be an annihilation or the most amazing comeback at the League of Legends Wild Rift. My name is AJ and I'm the Mustachio, down here with the one and only Contra to bring you all of the hottest action here from today with the help of our partners, Maggie Hot Cup, Udu, as well as JBL. Now, Contra, what are the likelihoods, what's the chances of a comeback in here, you think, bro?
It will take a very, very cheesy strat to actually catch Berjaya Dragons off guard. But then again, are they going to fall for it? Is the question here. Because I believe that Berjaya Dragons, yeah, they say, you know, yeah, cool, you guys got a challenger on your side, but we've already reached challenger for quite some time now. So what's exactly the challenge that we were looking at, right? So, not really gonna be taking credit off the side of Eminence Raptors. I just feel that, you know, they have to be a little bit more bold in a few of the survey pickups that they're looking at.
Yeah.
Yes, there was a survey push that we saw over the top side that didn't really result all too well because of how they actually dove in the turret without really thinking for the fact that the recovery will respond extremely fast coming in from the likes of Berjaya Dragons. And after that fight, Sagi just gave us a masterclass on how you play Ezreal on a 1v5 setting. 1v5, or to be exactly honest, it was 2 versus 5 until, you know, the Lux joins into the party. But do you need to even state much from that point onwards? That's about it.
I know, right? Yeah, I'm really expecting to see Xion come in and shine in the next match because I believe what we saw earlier from him as well as the whole squad is a little bit lackluster. Now, this is not the usual side that we usually get to witness here. Eminence Raptors, they are a little ferocious whenever they step into the drift, ladies, German boys and girls. We can maybe, you know, write the first match off as the jitters. Are we going to be able to see them, you know, find their footing in here for the second match? Because they don't have a choice. They need to, because if they don't, they will lose all 3 points in here, and that's not something they are looking forward to.
Yeah, and I just look at certain teams, of course, struggling to actually find the momentum heading in towards the group stages. But I guess there is a little bit of a breath of life if they were to actually go in for the playoffs, but you don't really want to go to a lower bracket setting where you only have one lifeline if that's going to be the format that we're going to be looking with. But, you know, we're going to be giving you even more laydown of what the information is going to be like heading into the playoffs. As you know, we've seen some brilliance coming in from Sagi with his moments. What was your Maggie moments? Share with us on social media, and of course, you guys can just go ahead to share your comments and pictures with us to be featured on the stream. Hashtag Maggie Moments.
Especially if you're a content creator, because the boost of being of having your post up on ESL Malaysia as well as ESL Asia, hey, I would snatch that up in a heartbeat. It's just that I can't take a photo myself whilst I'm casting. So you guys better make sure you get that done for yourselves. Who do you think will be able to win this game as well, ladies, gentlemen, boys and girls? Do let us know in the comment section. Do you have a pick for the Berjaya Dragons to take this, or will the Eminence Raptors come back in here for a steal and push us into match number 3? I, for one, surely hope they do so. Why? Because, dude, the more matches we witness from Berjaya Dragons, the more they show us what's possible at the Rift.
Well, you know what's possible? Crystal clear surround sound audio here with JBL. And speaking of JBL, you guys can check out the brand new JBL Quantum series here on jbl.com.my, as you guys can find out some of the great deals that they have here on offer, so you guys can have zero latency while you play your Wild Rift matches there, and you can actually have it whether it's wireless, wired, anything that you prefer. It's definitely out there. Here, just head over to jbl.com.my.
Yeah, and you don't even need to go out to the store or anything to buy and line up and put yourself at risk in these times. All you need to do is just jump onto a site like Shopee and put your order in. Get the JBL delivered directly to your doorstep, ladies, German boys and girls. If you're lucky, you might be able to find a couple of discount codes in there as well. We are about to jump into our drafts. Let's hope the Eminence Raptors find something within these picks to save themselves one game. Wukong gonna be sliced off real quick. Akali gonna go off the list as well here, Contra.
That's right. Same goes to the Diana as well as the Katarina. So now that Eminence Raptors is playing on the blue side, definitely they do have a little bit of advantage going in with the very first pick, immediately snatching on that Lee Sin. So to play Lee Sin into a good, effective ratios, of course, you want to put a little bit more pressure, especially in the early game, abusing the mobility that he does have alongside. But Zisune, he goes into locking the Camille because that's definitely one of the better options left remaining over on towards the Baron lane. So Chili now getting that Gragas here. does that actually mean that this Gragas is going to the mid lane, going to support, or is it going to jungle? This is a flex pick that we've been looking forward to, but Xion responds, and he wants Easy to go toe-to-toe with Zisune.
And the Orianna might drop in here, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Most probably going in for a mid battle. Like you said, right, Contra, probably going to be taking on this Gragas, who will be pushed down to mid. And the Kai'Sa might be locked in by Karuto as well. Let's see if that happens or he changes his mind. There you go. Kai'Sa gets brought into the Riven. Let's see Sagi if he brings this Braum into Dish. Oh, dude. I think the lineup from Berjaya Dragons in here this time, they really want to show us a hot, flashy match before they go out.
That's right, and just for a little bit of a fact here, BJD Sagi has one of the highest win ratios on this Kai'Sa, and this has been his hot pick since the get-go. Even in the past tournaments that we see them being featured, this is the go-to pick, and of course, the hot pick of the entirety of the meta for very good reasons. So, Garen now being brought right in, so this is where Zisune, he will be passing over this Gragas through the mid lane, and he himself will be playing that Garen, meaning to say that he will try to brick wall this Fiora, or unless it's easy actually find those battle points to just pick him apart. But that definitely will be a little bit of a tough task to do. So, you've already seen the drafts as we head in towards the Maggie Hot Cup Champion Select. Which side do you actually look to favor a little bit more when it comes down to the champions that they pick?
You know, sometimes some might argue that, when you go up against a squad like Berjaya Dragons, it doesn't matter even if they give you all the bans and all of the picks straight up, you're still going to lose the game. And I wonder if this is that sort of a situation. No matter what sort of a team composition Eminence Raptors bring in, are they going to be able to take it away from the brilliance that Berjaya Dragons have been showing in here thus far, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls? It's going to be an early push in. And the invade usually comes in from the side of Berjaya Dragons first, because you know exactly how important those side wards are. And as I say that, the placements come real quick in. But look at the Eminence Raptors. They're not really going in for that side gameplay just yet. The river taken over really quick by the Berjaya Dragons, and the little tango will start early in the game.
That's right. And speaking of which, you've already seen a little bit of Lish coming through, and I believe I'm seeing Sagi here dropping a ward on towards the Crux. So if there were to be any sort of the early moves coming from this Lee Sin, they will be the first to know from the bomb side. Now, he spots a ward hailing from the Pixel Brush over the river. He'll be able to just tickle Karuto for a little bit, as he does have a little bit more range to work with. But any barrels that he walks into will be depleting Killa's health. So, over the top side, it's a little bit of a push and pull, as Zisune has already soaked in a little bit more damage. And he understood to give a little bit more room for Steezy to work, because there's no point going for a contest, especially level 2 onwards, where Fiora will be leveling up that riposte to reflect the damage.
Yeah, I have to give credit where credit is due. I am very new to Wild Rift, and in order to, get a catch on, or to get a hold on the game, the one thing that I really went in and tried to do was to watch as many Berjaya Dragons games as possible, because these guys really show you perfection with their gameplay, which is why I asked all of y'all to share the stream. This is perfection. If you want to improve at Wild Rift, you watch the Berjaya Dragons go in here and dance. Now, as I was talking, the Eminence Raptors, what they are doing here is perfect. They de-ward that river, and they will continuously move in to push their own side wards in as well. So, a really good response coming in. Can they keep up this momentum?
That's right, and I'm pretty sure that the Geek Fam boys or fans will beg to differ on such statements, but hey, you're not wrong at all. Like, I'm just looking at how they've been playing, as Zisune is soaking a little bit too much damage. He's still trying to play a fire. Okay, battle point up in tech. Instead, they will riposte the ulti. And, well, the mass injustice? Nah, not exactly it. First blood going over to Eminence Raptors up the mid lane.
Oh, goodness me, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. What is going on? A beautiful start in here. The risk-taking actions don't really pay off, but is that going to be the end? Of course not. Just one kill. We've seen this so many times. We've spoken about this so many times. You can go in with the damage. You can go in with those kills. Can you take the objectives?
Yeah, I guess right now it's a little bit too early for objectives, but of course setting the tempo straight will be very much vital, as the words does spot out Xion, as he will be reaching out to his red buff eventually. Now, good establishment of vision control across the river by both ends, but Berjaya Dragons, you can see them actually getting a little bit more. Now, let's have a look at the replay because we missed out on this kill. It was Xion flying right in with the Dragon's Rage, connecting on towards the Sonic Wave to secure the kill for our very brand new challenger that has been able to reach the scene, Hilla, as he will start to snowball from here onwards.
Goodness me. That Gragas, he really stood no chance at all, man. I mean, being double teamed in that way, but Hilla, as he makes that approach, unfortunately, he moves in for that scuttle. Interesting push coming through, and looks at Berjaya Dragons want this fight, Contra.
Oh boy, they have to back away. Hacksack Ultimate will lock this cow in place, putting him to some A1 Wagyu, as Berjaya Dragons now immediately calls in for this Drake. But can they reset just in time, because Sune is stunning them, sticking out the blast cone as well. They have to manually walk across, but BJD, they're in danger. No skills whatsoever. The body slam connecting, and with that, Xion will be taken up with the ignite. But Sagi's in danger. He tries to flash away. The grand challenge will be able to connect, and Steezy secures that one kill. The rest of the Eminence Raptors, they are trying to look for another opening, but they are way too stretched, with a lot of mana already been burned. So that is a good take from the Eminence Raptors, 2-2 right now.
Yeah, Zisune taking out that blast code perfection, seeing that, you know, the players from Eminence Raptors want to come in there for that steal, and that really threw a cock in the whole plan of the Eminence Raptors when they had to, you know, double back right round, come into a team fight, and they, getting Sagi out of the equation there, they can be happy with it, but of course, those early trades mean nothing. Why? Because the Mountain Drake still falls to the Berjaya Dragons. And when we see Shelly come into the game in a bit, it's going to take a while for that to come through. Are we going to see the Eminence Raptors pick that up again? And if they do, how will they use it to their benefits, ladies, German boys and girls, as Steezy goes in here for the tease?
I believe that Eminence Raptor needs to actually go in for an opening pick first before attempting this Rip Herald takedown. So with that, you know, Berjaya Dragons, Chili can easily just move right across, setting those cables out there across the walls just to give a surprise smite. Same goes to Xion if he actually lands a really good Sonic Wave. But very likely so that Berjaya Dragons right now does have a little bit more of the upper hand, even though that, you know, both of them are level 7, which means the smite strength is about the same. But usually when you have the pit actually facing towards your side of the map, you generally have a little bit more of an advantage to just cut right through, especially having that blast cone intact. So here comes a little bit of a challenge coming in as Eminence Raptors, they're backing off for a slight bit. Now they spot out Fluffy. A little bit of the Winter Spike won't really do all too much, but BJD, Sagi, and Co, they're already teasing what they are up to right now.
Yeah, this is a similar setup from the Baron. They are just luring the players in. Oh! And it breaks out.
And we were missing that perfect Hextech ultimate, just locking them in place. Now Steezy tries his best to survive. He cracks open the full stack of the Grand Challenge, but Fluffy has to flash away. BJB once again baits and switch. Eminence Raptors, they get it cleared out, and Xion is the only member remaining, and he doesn't want anything to do with this Rip Herald anymore.
It's the exact same plan that is executed time and time again by Berjaya Dragons. Whether they go in and they engage those objectives first, or you go in first, they will finish it when they want to. I mean, when they are about to get attacked whilst going in for the Rift Herald itself, they fall back, just luring in all of the Eminence Raptors players, and then they just shut them down with almost that ace. There's nothing they could do to stand up against Berjaya Dragons. What do you think they can maybe do in here to turn things around for themselves a little bit, Contra?
Like I mentioned initially, they needed to find a pick before doing anything. But in that circumstance, it was them who got picked off instead, because Hilla was walking from mid lane to the river. And, you know, it's really hard to actually notice where Chili is anyway. So I don't really blame him for that. But Eminence Raptors, they should have had a hunch, you know, not to have members walking into a trap just like that. And once again, look as I mentioned this will be the Glacial Fisher popping on top of Hilla. How many more ults do they want to pop on this guy? Give him a little bit more space, because BJD is making no mistakes at all. Here comes Easy going to the grand challenge as well. Riposte being popped right in. He will eventually go down, but he will not go down with a fight just about yet. Eminence Raptors, they get popped out once again. Started Angel being opened up, and it's now only down to Xion as well as Fluffy. Xion now trying to make an escape. This is not where he wants to be. Chili with a sliver of health. He will not be tanking that Drake, but this one is definitely up for Berjaya to take.
Yeah, Garuto was just protecting Shelly in there as well, just as long as possible for that turret takedown. And at the same time, they will complete the objective of slaying the Infernal Dragon as well, getting them that boost in attack power, ladies, German boys and girls. Absolute perfection coming in from the Berjaya Dragon so far. 8k lead on that goal with 2 objectives in hand. Make that 3 because the Rift Herald got expanded as well. Eminence Raptors still finding their footing in this game.
Wow, just look at Chili having a 304 KDR. And here comes Chili as I speak of him. Just giving a little bit of tickle to Mr. Steezy. I gotta commend Steezy because as a Fiora, he has been diving head first without caring about how many members are in the front, as he constantly tries to hunt in for Saki. And certain times he, of course, fails. Certain times he managed to successfully dish out substantial damage for the rest of the members to go in for the hunt. And this is going to be a very call for the Baron. And I don't know if Eminence Raptors noticed this. It might just be a little bit too late.
Yeah, man. I mean, they can come and try the steal here, but yeah, you know exactly what will happen. Berjaya Dragons turns around, aces the squad, takes the Baron, and then annihilates your whole squad. So I think that was a better idea, just letting them take Baron without getting yourself ace. Try to go and focus in somewhere else. Fluffy will be trying to get this done against that Garen right down at that Dragon lane, but nothing much comes out of it. That Alistair as well, under Kids' control, will have to go in and see if they will have to back up the Baron lane, because here comes the attack from the Berjaya Dragons now, Contra.
Yeah, I mean, whether you give it away or you were to contest, it doesn't seem to be a good look on the side of ER. Now, ER, not emergency room, by the way, but they are about to be sent there if they weren't to do anything about this sort of push. So I'm just looking at every single turret standing still, and Berjaya Dragons, they don't seem to have any sort of the pressure points that has been pushed there by Eminence Raptors. So somebody has to do the split push, and I'm staring at Steezy once again. Instead, he likes to actually go in for fights, which we see him actually pulling a lot of good grand challenges, but that's not exactly the point that we're going at, right? Because over right now here, it is another team fight breaking loose, and Berjaya Dragons just dive right there without a single care in the world. They take what is theirs, as Hilla will be forced to actually flash away, but with that flash, it doesn't even matter. Sagi's gonna go down. Sion's the only one left. Like, they always leave one man behind.
Look at Zisune going in there, taking the damage from the turret as if it's nothing. He tanks it, and he will go in for the push. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, the Nexus getting attacked right now, and the Berjaya Dragons will go on to Berjaya once again, as they will bring the day to a close. Back to back to back to back 2-0s today, and a final showdown to show that nobody can come close to the perfection that the Berjaya Dragons have on display right now.
Man, if this were to be an anime reference, it's like Itachi just laying off the whole clan, leaving only Sasuke every single time. Like, every team fight, they only leave one man standing just to show you, you know, somebody has sent a message, and I'll show you what I can do. Now, of course, that's a bad reference perhaps, but we do have the match stats up available to tell the rest of the story.
Well, let's go, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. It will be none other than Chili who drops in this time with that MVP. Look at those stats, man. Getting those 5 slays and the 5 assists as well. Not dropping even once. But the same can be said about this tank Winter, who got those 12 assists in crazy gameplay coming in from the likes of Berjaya Dragons, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. And of course, Hila getting it done for the side of Eminence Raptors, but it just wasn't anywhere near good enough contra.
Yeah, and I guess Eminence Raptor is definitely not used to the pace of game that Berjaya Dragons is pulling with. So they definitely had a hunch that they need to do something about it, but they went in a couple of these team fights in the early game that see them tied 2-2, and after that it was quite a stomp because Berjaya Dragons managed to bait them ever since that Rift Harrow battle ensued. And to even call it a battle is an understatement because, or overstatement to say at the very least, because it looked very one-sided, and Chili was in charge of many of these initiations, coming across this very off angles, hopping over the wall, going with the Hextech ultimate and the lock, Hila in place most of the time, or even Steezy if they were to get a grasp on towards that pesky top laner right there. So with that, you know, I can give credit where credit is due. Like, Xion, Steezy was doing everything in their power to just get up ahead, but there's only so much you can do with this sort of late game composition, and they're not exactly pulling split pushes or things like that. So it's really hard to find any sort of weakness in this BJD side.
Yeah, and when you go in there with a Jinx pick and you don't go in for the defense, I didn't see that Alistair going in for a lot of those covers. We couldn't see the Jinx go in and pop off a lot, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, but the damage that will come through in that game seems quite fair all across that board. It shouldn't be that way. Fluffy should have been somewhere in that 24k point right now, because that's exactly what the Jinx is capable of. But when you do not allow her to snowball in strength, this is what we have. Sagi, Karuto, as well as Izune hitting that 10k damage mark. All of them playing their equal parts in doing in the whole squad of Eminence Raptors. I mean, nothing comes close to the perfection that Berjaya Dragons have shown here thus far. The only ones who have shined anywhere close is Geek Fam. I cannot wait for the point where these two face each other, Contra.
Me too, and I just look back at the draft for Eminence Raptors. I feel like they kind of want a little bit too much. Like, usually for teams like Berjaya Dragons or Geek Fam, like you mentioned, they usually have a certain game plan. Like, are you going for a pick comp, or are you actually going in for maybe a little bit of the team fight composition? Like, Berjaya Dragons have a little bit to offer in maybe all fronts. But for Eminence Raptors, when you pick an ADC like the Jinx right here, she has the least amount of mobility, so it means that you need to actually take good care of this Jinx by babysitting her. Like, if you take a support like Alistar, it doesn't really give you that much of a coverage. But you know what? We are going to be hopping on an interview with one of the veterans of the scene, and it will be Berjaya Dragon's very own Chili that will be joining us here. And of course, we will welcome the MVP of Berjaya Dragons here onto our show. How does it feel they're getting a 2-0 victory, Chili?
Honestly, I mean, I feel like, because from this Monday, our play was kind of shaky. it's like we will lose. But I think for these 2 games we played pretty well, so I'm pretty happy for it.
Very humble, because pretty well is a very subtle way to put it. You guys annihilated your opponents, right? Thus far, dude, sorry to cut you off, Contra. I'm touting you guys as the best Wild Rift squad in Malaysia, because you guys have clearly proven that so far in the competition. A lot of others will be pissed off to hear the Mustachios say that, and they'll be trying to come in here and prove us wrong. But how do you take that compliment? Do you guys feel like you have what it takes to maintain that title here?
I don't think it's a question for us to maintain the title, because Geek Fam was the champion for preseason cup, so I think we have to fight for our place to be champions in Malaysia. And I think so far our progress is not bad, but I wouldn't say it's I wouldn't say we reached there already. There's still a lot of improvement for us to make as a team.
All right, I do have a question for you, Chili. You transitioned from maybe a player role back in the PC scene, and then you went in coaching. Now coming back as a player, of course, are you still giving most of the shot calls, especially when you get into the game as the jungler for the side of BJD, or is it something of a split role that you segregate for maybe other players too to make the shots?
I think for the most part, shot calling is still on my side, but I'm trying to delegate more of it to our support player Winter, because I think shot caller for teams is usually the jungle and support. And I mean, I'm happy to do the role, but I will delegate some to our new player.
Yeah, and I definitely can see that you guys actually work in tandem. So let's talk about this Camille pick, right? Because you actually pull off some of the flashiest hextech ultimatums to lock people off, and those angles didn't really come by all too smooth. So I'm pretty sure that a lot of all these players that we're watching was wondering, is there any sort of pro tips that you can actually give, especially playing Camille either on the top lane or the jungle itself?
I think Camille is one of the meta champion and one of the best champions in Wild Rift for now, because most of it is because of her ulti. Because you can lock anyone down with her ulti, and it's sort of like a force engage, which is very strong in Wild Rift, because as long as you manage to get a team fight and you force a team fight that's on your favor, then it's GG for the other team. So it's for tips regarding Camille, I think you need to make sure that you hit all your hook shots, because I see a lot of players that they just simply cast their E skill, and it's actually a very big deal for Camille's to have the attack speed boost from the E.
No, that's actually a very fair point. I even sometimes forget that there's the attack speed buff out there. So yeah, that's definitely some great tips for all of you guys that are currently listening. So I have one more question before I pass it to AJ, right? If you actually have a chance to go 1v1 with any player on the Rift, be it in Malaysia, be it anywhere in the world, who do you want to go 1v1 with and walk off with a victory?
I mean, I think I will find Wacky for it, since he's one of the more experienced mobile competitive player for now, and because he's also from League. Yep.
Okay, just want to spark that old rivalry back up once again, right? So definitely that's it. So sending message to you, Zorveki, if you're tuning in. So you got yourselves another hot challenger coming in the form of Chili. So AJ, any last words out there?
That's about it. Congratulations on your barrel roll in for those wins, and continue to surprise and amaze all of us. Thank you so much for chilling for your time.
Thank you.
All right, cheers.
Thank you so much. So, of course, that was our JBL player interview there, brought to you by our official tournament partners themselves. And yeah, so sorry I get overly excited talking to Chili again on some of these interviews. So
You definitely nailed the better questions, Contra. I'll definitely give you that, right? The MVP that drops into the game, ladies, German boys and girls. Who was the best MVP in depth over the series? And none other than the spicy Chili himself. In the kill participation at 67%, his Camille was popping up all across the Rift. And here's the part where I love the most, right? When you speak to some of these pro players, when they start getting their wins in such convincing fashions, it gets into their head. with the way Chili handled that question, still giving away so much of that credit over to Geek Fam, you know exactly, that's exactly what makes these guys true worthy champions. I cannot wait for that final battle to come. But before we get there, so much more action to come at the Rift Contra.
That's right, and we heard some great tips to actually play well on the Camille. You really have to use the hook shot when it matters the most. So once you actually use it, you get a little bit more of that attack speed buff, which, you know, he already calculated every single thing. So especially Camille, when you are going up on a melee form, you don't really have that much of chances here with all the slice and dices. If you have a little bit more attack speed, that will make things work a lot better when it comes down to those 1v1s or even the force engages that was pulled out with the Hextech ultimatum. So I guess that's all the matches that we do have for the evening, and we definitely thank every one of you guys who are tuned in so far to the League of Legends Wild Rift C Icon Series MY. You know, AJ, there's just so many things that we have here, as we will be also check out all the standings eventually. So
yeah,
today 2-0 victories. What are your thoughts coming to some of these games?
I expected for some of these games, unexpected for sure, you know, in 2 of the series, right? I mean, when Lynx took on HOMIEE, I expected HOMIEE to at least pull one away. Splatzone and Insomiax as well, they desperately needed that point, but they could not take anything away from Sem9, so it's just unfortunate. But either way, an absolute solid performance coming in from 4 of the 8 squads, because 2-0 all the way through. It's just going to set up the rest of the group stage for even more excitement, Contra. That's what I'm looking forward to.
That's right, and I definitely feel the excitement already, and I hope you guys too, as we are going to be having even better games to come in a few days moments. So with that, we'll definitely show you the schedule for a little bit before we end the show, as well as what goes out beyond the Rift, or some of the matches that you might have actually been concluded earlier today that you guys might have actually missed out. And once again, thanks to all of our official tournament partners there, starting off with Maggie, Hot Cup, keeping our bellies full from time to time. You guys are definitely our MVP, alongside with JBL, as well as you do, because you do it better. Now, you know, just taking a little breather here, I'm pretty sure we can get some great moments out there.
Absolutely. So your hashtag for your Maggie moments, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, if you haven't already, share your comments as well as pictures with us to be featured on the stream. It will be featured on ESL's page. So if you are a content creator, if you are a pro player, if you are aspiring to be a pro player, this is the best situation to take advantage of, to get your name out there first, to let the community know that you are in the scene. So make best use of these Maggie moments opportunity.
That's right, and you know what's even greater? You know, like, other than just sharing some great moments there, if you're chilling out alone, and well, if you're tuning into any sort of live stream, you want all the boom boom pow on your ears. Yeah, you want those bass to hit you hard when you listen to your favorite EDM. Look no further, fam, because we got the JBL Quantum Series here for you, and you guys can get it all by visiting jbl.com.my to find out more.
Absolutely right. Let's take a quick look, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, at the ladders and see exactly where these squads sit as we come to the end of the second day of the group stages. Splatzone and Insomiax will be sitting at the 8th position, and they will be sharing that spot with HOMIEE, who take the 7th spot. Both of them at a -2 on the score difference right now. In the 6th position, you've got the Eminence Raptors with a -10 points as well, and RTZ UndeRank, thanks to their 1 victory, they managed to take 3 points in the bag. But as far as the score difference goes, they are on 0 at the moment.
That's right, and every one of these score difference definitely count, especially when you look in towards the bottom side of the bracket itself. Eminence Raptors did get 1 win in the previous week against the likes of Sem9, so they only have 1 negative point out there, while of course suffering some defeat for today, wasn't really the result that they really hoped for. But HOMIEE as well as Insomiax, they haven't saw any victories just about yet. They're sharing the 7th place spot, but Splatzone and Insomiax, we definitely consider some of the KD ratios as well. So I guess Splatzone definitely had another rough run in. So the top 4 right now definitely is in solid form, and I'm looking at RTZ UndeRank having the utmost potential here to still make a certain climb up above. So we just have to see, right? Who else will they have to face, because they've already faced quite a number of tough opponents right now, because they took on the likes of Geek Fam, and well, it definitely was a tough one to be in.
Yeah. And let's see if or not they will be able to come back. But Berjaya Dragons, of course, they will sit at the very top of the ladder. Geek Fam right under them. But second day of the group stages doesn't really go in to lock anything down in here, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. So much more to come in the next 5 days of matches. What will happen? Make sure you come in and tune in, because Contra and I will be bringing you all of the hottest action from the Rift.
That's right. And well, we definitely want to thank all of you guys once again for tuning in for the entirety of the show. Whether you joined us here from the start or you guys just joined us even at this very moment, you can definitely catch all the live action or even the VODs through our channel in Twitch, YouTube, or even Facebook. You can also hit that subscribe button or follow button on ESL Asia or ESL Malaysia in specific. And that's where we'll be able to actually showcase you some of the best updates, as well as every single one of these highlights coming in from all your favorite teams that you do not want to miss. So I guess I don't really have too much words left. What about you, AJ?
Well, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, that is about it. Until the next time we come back in, hang in there, stay safe, make sure you drink lots of water, and unless you are on puasa lah, then you don't drink water, you wait to buka puasa first lah, but make sure you stay healthy. When we come back, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we'll bring you the action, but till then, good night, goodbye.
Alright, go. Down first. Can. Alright, down already. Nexus. Alright, okay. Nice! I'll see you in the game. Alright guys, let's go on board. Okay.
lagi terdapat untuk seketika, tapi lihat bagaimana eksplosif gas Becky telah pun tiba. Becky menjatuhkan mereka ingin masuk sekarang. Teleport telah pun tiba, Xiang telah pun sampai. Dia perlu menggunakan strike tapi terlewat.
Blood, sweat, and tears written in the blacks of kings. 1 in a million, the billions that have to sing.
For small talk, I tell you the truth.